Santa Pod is going to recognise instantly. He doesn't need an introduction, but I'm going to introduce him. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only Mr. John Price is back in the house. John, good morning, mate.
Oh, thank you very much, Carl. It's nice to be here, James. We've got a wealth of experience here. You worked it out. 14 years experience between us.
Yeah,
an average
of 14
so
years. And if I tell you I've got 14 years experience, that tells us that
I've got 28. James has got 0.
All right. Well, it'll be all right, I promise.
So here we are then. I'm back at the Nostalgia Nats. And when I say I'm back at the Nostalgia Nats, that's not strictly true, because this has come since I left here.
Yeah.
So I left here, the commentary box, in 2008. And things like Dragstalgia, Nostalgia Nationals, and Hot Rod Drags have all sort of arrived on the scene after that. So without looking at anything, I can see the Warburtons down there in the right-hand lane. Rachel with her best frock on.
And a PB from Richard yesterday.
Really?
Absolutely delighted. And they're still going to go for a bit more. And he was absolutely delighted. For the first time ever, he's lifted a front wheel off the track on launch.
Oh,
so
wow.
Very,
well done
very
to
happy
him.
man indeed.
Okay.
Going alongside Mike Leloup with the pickup. Consistent 11s from the Chevy all day yesterday, I think.
Well, it's wonderful. This is Run What You Brung at the moment, so we're not into any qualifying or racing as such. In the early days, when I was young, Arthur, I used to commentate. I used to be up here every weekend commentating on the Run What You Brung as well. And that was the way that I got fed into commentary here at the pod. So there's our pair of Run What You Brungers. That wasn't exactly what Richard was looking for, I would have thought there.
14,
unless
21.
it's a bit chilly out there at the moment.
Yeah, but another thing we were discussing, that tailwind, that is immense. You just saw the burnout smoke going ahead of the cars then. Chris Coburn with the Willis. He was one of those guys yesterday that got so many laps in. I lost count after about 648. But no, he was getting loads of runs in yesterday. Absolutely delighted for him. And that little Austin, that's no slouch. That's watch this go.
Well, the little Austin, very much a reminder of the heavy breathing car that used to be around, driven by a guy called John Wood, which was here when I first started. Very good too. In the lower 12s, excellent stuff. 140 miles an hour, designed by Farina.
Yes.
You know, a little pocket car there. Now, you would, someone was telling me that we've got a race involving 100Es here this weekend. Is that correct?
Yep, it's the 100E Challenge. There's, I believe, 9 of them on site this weekend.
Okay.
Left lane, Scott Collin. Desperately trying to run a 9 with this guy. He's got it into the low 10s, but new set of rear boots on the car this weekend. He's wow.
Well, that right-hand rear wheelie. My God.
They've hooked up and worked this time because they weren't doing that yesterday. He was in the 10.4s yesterday. He's in the 10.2s today.
Yeah, very good.
Good move in the right direction. He'll be pleased. He'll be chuffed with that, actually. Now, another thing that's changed, John, is that I have to have this iPad in front of me all the time, because a lot of the teams send me messages and stuff like that, and then they say, oh, can you do this, can you do that? So, you know, you're just trying to keep up with everything. And luckily, Scott Collin, who just went through, sent me all the information through on the 100Es. That's Mark Haswell, and he's in the 9s, going very, very well indeed.
Exceptional cars, these were. This is... the first brand new car as a family we ever had was a 1954 Ford 100E Anglia, and I always tell people until they fall asleep listening to it, the old man worked on the production line at Ford, so it's nice to see them. There only used to be 1 or 2 of these on the track, but nice to see so many of them now in action here. Oh yeah, nice. Under 9.5.
Yeah, I mean 9.4 today. He went 9.38 yesterday. Very consistent.
Very good.
You know that man well. You certainly know that man. Brian Star Savage, going way back with
Wow.
Dave Wilson in the top methanol.
Okay. Now, the Outlaw Anglia?
Yeah, that's a Rompy Brung. That's Graham Scrivens.
Right.
10-second car.
Yeah. It's, if I'm not mistaken, it's got the slab front,
Yes,
the
it has,
radiator grille,
Yeah.
which usually denotes to me it's a 47. And one of my favourite looking modes of the Anglia Pop Brigade is where they have that straight.
Yeah.
I had one of those as well. There'll be a lot of that today.
Yeah.
I had one of them.
Brian drives here every day. He just drives it here and then comes out on the track and runs between 10.2 and 10.5. It's just outstanding car.
It looks fantastic. Very, very straight, the pair of them. Okay. So run what you've run time at the moment. So we've got a Dodge and a Plymouth looking very, very similar. So badge engineering, is this?
Now the
Charger
great
road and track?
Yeah, you could say that. The great thing is we have got over 40 of these cars running in Nostalgia Superstock. Now they'll be out qualifying later on, but they're also in Run What You've Run as well for the ultimate amount of track time.
Okay. This is really where you get that expression, I'm driving an American car, 2 tons of fun, and that's really what these are. But my goodness me, they do have the look about a very fast road car about them, and they're almost identical times.
Yeah, Richard Granger goes 11.7, Howard Holmes goes 11.78. Nice. Now, John, one thing that I don't know is, have you ever been up the Quarter Mile?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. In my racing history, Cole, I've just summarised it for you.
No, it was that quick, was it?
In fact, it was quicker than that.
Brief, yeah.
It was quicker than that. No, 1983, Simon Bates from Radio 1 used to work up here.
I'll remember.
And we gave him Roy Phelps's Trans Am, which we had done up as the Radio 1 car, and I was working with Radio Luxembourg at the time, so my Mustang was all painted as Radio Luxembourg. We had Radio Luxembourg versus Radio 1 in the form of Simon Bates and myself. So, but that seriously is, other than Run What You've Rung in my own American cars, that was the only time in anger, if you like, on the track. And they look pretty close, those two.
Yeah, that's Don Scott, actually. He needs to run 14.99 because that is the cut-off for Nostalgia Superstock. So he's run 15.6. He's got a 400 cubic inch stroker in that Monte Carlo, but it's his first time out.
Right.
And it is 2 tons and a bit more of fun. It's quite a heavy car. No, it's having fun. Now then, Graham in the Willis, but I'm not sure who's driving this one. It's Lauren Moles, which is Phil Moles' daughter.
Right.
She built that car with Phil's guidance. But Phil's car, which is the black and flamed Willis, he may have an engine issue, so he said he was going to nick this car today. So I'm not sure who's driving it.
So this is a 33
Yeah.
and a 41.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
33, this is the ex-Davy Murdoch car. Oh, 11.6, nice. No nitrous.
Well, here's our little friend round in the Austin A40 again in the right-hand lane. If I tell you, when I used to work in London, used to go to work in one of those every day. There'd be 5 of us in that driving up to London. Great fun. Radio blaring. And a full prefect, 4-door, left-hand lane.
The junior hot rodder himself, that's Kenzie Taylor.
Right.
Nigel Taylor, who runs the Unusual Car Sales Facebook page. That's his young lad, Kenzie. Only passed his driving test, what, last year?
Wow.
Or it could even be this year. But he's bought his first car. It's a 1950s Hillman Mink. I mean, that's cool. That is cool.
Let's talk to James for a moment. How are you finding this, James?
Yeah, this is all good. This is it's basically just a big experience, isn't it? Really getting to be in the booth with you and obviously Colin as well. The wealth of experience between you guys is absolutely massive. So sitting here with you is a great pleasure and just enjoying it.
It's going to get easier, James, when you get all the names of the cars on there, which is the norm. Run What You Brung is just that little bit different. I mean, like yesterday, all day long, I was calling that car a Willis, and it's not. It's a Ford.
That one?
It looks like a Willis.
From the back, it certainly does.
But it is a Ford. But thanks to Lee Pike, Pike Murray, he said, Cole, that's a Ford, mate. It's not a Willis.
But we seriously have all made that mistake, and quite recently for me too. So that's in the right-hand lane is what you call an altered. So when I first came along to the sport back in the early 80s, there were loads and loads of altereds.
That's an altered.
Oh, is it? Okay.
No, because seriously, that's the name of it.
I'll learn, won't I? I'll learn.
You know that the Wild Bunch are a little bit creative with their names. Bobby Wright with the altered.
Okay.
Brilliant. It's one of the few sports in the world that you can get away with pretty much calling your car anything. Oh dear.
It's quite interesting listening to you guys talking about Ford Anglias. I think the first car I remember my parents having was a big thing, was a Fiesta Popular 1.1.
Wow.
In maroon on an 86 plate. That was I
remember my grandmother having an Austin Cambridge, and I think that would make a really cool.
What, the Farina style one? The three boxes joined together. Or they all went to banger racing as the legend goes. Yeah, those. The ones before that were nicer, the more curvy ones. So that goes really well, doesn't it, in that left-hand lane, 10:36. This 100E here really reminds me of, there was a guy driving a car called Plastic Fantastic years ago.
That's Julian Davison driving the car now.
Well, that is, it's same car. Jules' car, sure. Okay. Memory works sometimes. Not an awful lot, but sometimes. So there you got different eras of Ford Anglia Pops prefix going up the track together, making a good job, the pair of them, aren't they? Both in the 11s.
George has actually had that car down into the low 9s, but he switched from a 4-speed manual. He's now got a glide in there just to change things around a bit. But it's cars and people you know.
It certainly, it's a memory checker for me to come and listen and watch that young man still in operation on the track. It's all gone very quiet at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, just bringing the big old Dodge up to the line. I mean, it's like, you know, we talk about memories, and James, your memories are just starting. But as things progress, you'll remember this, and then in like sort of like, I don't know, 5 or 10 years' time, and you get well used to it, you'll remember, oh yeah, I remember that in running in 2022 and so was driving and stuff like that. And for me, you know, as a 14-year-old teenager coming up here in 1979 for my first ever visit, stood on the banking watching these things go by in American cars, I thought, oh yeah, they are awesome. Wow. Just the love affair.
Is that when you started coming up here? 79?
Yeah, 79.
Oh wow,
79, my first ever visit.
I think you're talking about the same as what my son's probably experiencing
Yes.
currently at the moment.
Yeah, you're probably right.
He's sat here going to be thinking, oh, that, you know, I'll remember this in 10 years' time.
Yeah. Kenzie Taylor back round again. And it's nice to see the youngsters. There's Nigel. Good morning, mate. It's great to see the youngsters continuing with the sport. You know, they're introduced to it by their families, and then they come in. I mean, Kenzie, a great young lad, really passionate about it as well. And he said he was driving this car on the drag strip before he passed his driving license.
Yeah.
Got his driving license.
Sure. Well, that's from the back, a console.
Yes, I believe you're right. Yeah.
you know, 2-door. Used to be 4-door, of course.
Going a bit quicker than when it first came out of the factory.
Slightly, yeah. I think they had originally 1,700 cc.
High 10, low 11? 1093.
Well done. Well spotted. Yeah. Very nice. And the little 100E. Hey, listen, out of the box, a Ford, the Chevrolet V8 would have run a 16.
Yeah.
You know, as from brand new stock, etc. And there's the little 100E doing it there. So back on, it's Farina time once more. And the little A40. John Wood's car that he used to drive, heavy breathing, I think, and this honestly is memory, was a V6 Ford.
Right.
Powered. Could be wrong, but used to give a good account of himself. A nice guy. I've no idea whether he's still with us or not, but I am looking at early 1981 here. In fact, I may have a program here which might tell me that. So,
well, just let you know, folks, parrying lanes are quite empty for Run With Your Brung, so if you fancy coming down, get some early runs in, I suggest you do so. Our race classes don't start until 10:30, and it'll be the Gas Circus. That will be the first class coming into the lanes then, to be followed by Nostalgia Superstock, Outlaw Anglia, and the Supercharged Outlaws. Obviously got the Wild Bunch en masse this weekend, so look forward to seeing them.
Ford.
Yeah.
Ford. Willis.
That's it.
We were talking about my racing on the track, and I happened to find this that somebody in the control tower here wrote out for me when I was running against Simon Bates with the Mustang. So Simon had Roy Phelps's Trans Am, and so my Mustang, I think I did a 14 in it eventually, and that was the quickest I'd ever run.
But that's a good sportsman ET to get 15.74, 15.57, 15.52.
Yeah.
You're a bracket racer, John.
Bracket racer. More bracket than racer, I think.
Not a hinge bracket, a bracket racer.
Yeah, that's bracket, that'd be me. I'm just having a quick look to see if I can find out what, if John Wood is mentioned in any, there he is. It's a it was a 3-litre V6 engine he had in his Track Nasty, it was called then. But
see, you bringing this program, now this program is from when? This is the Cannonball Run, 1980
something or other, 82, 83.
Yeah.
So
we never knew, because of like internet wasn't invented then. The only way you knew what was coming is when you got handed that at the gate. And you go, oh my God, so-and-so's here, so-and-so's here. Oh, it was so exciting looking at those.
But you look at the funny cars that were entered. Lee Anders Hasselstrom, Owen Haywood in the Hound Dog, Paul Manders, Time of Motor Mustang, Bill Sherratt driving the Rain City Warrior, which had been, I think, the Chatterton and Okazaki car. And then Alan Herridge in Santa Pod's own Gladiator, the late Alan Herridge. So Tony Bowden, he was in Pro Fuel, the class was there, along with Trevor Young. Trevor would have been in a dragster. Looks like Tony Bowden was in a funny car. And then you've got other names from the past like Jim Reed, Dave Stone, Jerry Andrews, Brian Hazelton in Pro Comp, which we know as Methanol.
And then you go down a bit further to see Steve Johnson with Motor Mouse.
He
was running last weekend.
Yeah, he was. I was watching him.
Amazing.
So, anyway, memories, eh? There we go.
Awesome. Well, it is the Nostalgia Nats. And
it is. So we get nostalgic.
We have to.
Yeah.
Brian Savage goes through with a 1037. Chris Coburn, a 1301.
This sounds to me as though it's a method.
Right, that's got to be the Hellfire Hemi. It is the Jim No Socks racing team.
Is that my mate Steve out there? It is, isn't it? From the all the way from the Isle of Wight, the man on the left there. And who is this in the car?
I don't. Do you know what? I don't know. But all I could see when it came through on the roof, it just says Jim No Socks Racing.
Jim No Socks.
So I'm assuming it's Jim, but I don't know any more than that.
Wow.
Oh, they hit it a lot harder off the line they did yesterday, that's for sure.
There you go.
Yeah, he's finally tweaked.
Oh, boy. We've had some good times in the Isle of Wight. Well, that's all gone terribly wrong at the top end, isn't it, that?
Well, luckily there's a gate literally 200 yards from now, just past scrutineering, so they can take the first. They don't have to go all the way to the bottom end.
So back to the drawing board.
Now then, James, we will need to get you down on the quarter mile, you know, to experience, you know, a run as such. And I mean, you know, I mean, I've got a Camaro that I run occasionally, and I've run a 10 in that. But when you launch a 10-second car, you sort of think, oh my God. But then you realise you've got cars running 9s, 8s, 7s, 6s, 5s. Just imagine just how quick they are. I mean, you know, these door cars like the Dodge and some of the American muscle cars, they really do surprise you just by how hard they launch.
Is that you volunteering me to jump next to somebody?
Eventually, yeah. When the car's back and not broken anymore.
I'll go down with a mic, Carl, as you're driving down there. It'll be all right.
Well, a great deal of whooping and shouting down there in the left-hand lane, so possibly the quickest run for that car. 11.97.
First 11, actually. Yeah, it's actually, yes, it was its quickest, because if you see that number there, that's where it was on the standings. It's moved up a spot, so it's definitely its quickest run of the weekend. So, yeah, could be the first 11.
Well done.
I'll check that one out.
The written test for you, James, comes at the end of the day.
Okay, cool.
Okay,
I'll get my revision in.
Where Colin will take you into a small classroom.
Yep.
And then fire 101 questions at you.
I never had one of those.
Have you got it together? Can I do some revision? Is there any revision I've got to do? Because obviously, you know, it's a bit fast. I'll try and catch up where I can.
Your revision is out there now.
Yeah,
right, okay, cool. So there's no book I can read on this then?
No.
No, right, okay.
Revision is called enjoyment, mate. So this one here, I can't remember when this was, but look how few people. This is the season opener, 1984. Look how few there were here. Steve Johnson again.
Robin Reed.
Yep.
Wow.
Extraordinary.
Right, Stephen Mike Gates with a new car to them, actually. Sponsored by the Hailing Garage.
Right.
Had their first day here yesterday.
It's a Mopar, isn't it? Is it?
Yeah.
I'll be guided by you.
This is a car that James Forster he used to run.
Oh, right.
Stevie was driving the car yesterday, and he went 10.57, then 10.54, and then he got it into the 9s, 9.81. It's Mike Gates driving the car today. So this will be Mike's first ever run in this car.
Butterflies are churning.
Yeah.
Well, being sensible.
Yep. It's one of those
well
things
done.
where you've got to. Sometimes the brain overrides the foot, and it says, oh, "Hang on a minute." But it's one of these weird ones that the car will go better if you hit it harder. And I learnt that exactly. My very first pass in the Camaro was like a 15.6. And to quote Darryl, one of his favourite phrases, I was on and off the throttle like a fiddler's elbow. I was all over the place. And the guy said, no, just nail it. Just, you know, and then I kept my fat buried. Next one was 14 flat. Then it went 13.4, I think, and then I was in the 12s, like 2 runs after that. It's confidence. And that's exactly what those guys are doing. His second, that was a 12. His next run, he'll be in the 10s because he knows what to expect.
You're not watching the film Cars. That really is a sort of Richard Petty orange lookalike, running through in the mid-12s, 110 miles an hour. Is that part of the super stock?
It will be. That was Bob Payne, traded the car from Scotland to be with us today. Well, yesterday as well, obviously.
Okay. I remember being here when this 300E van made its first run and something broke.
Yeah, it had a steering linkage because one wheel was steering, the other one wasn't.
Ah, okay.
And it just sort of it was bizarre, but that if you need to go and look at the paintwork on that, it is just drop dead gorgeous. Dave Mott, beautiful, built by cough and a splatter off the line and didn't get too much further. Brian goes through with the 1042, so consistent.
It is. It's beautiful, isn't it, that? And you say he drives it here and drives it back home again?
Yeah.
My goodness me. Wow. Well, let's see if
and it's not a short drive. I can't remember. I think it's Somerset. So it's a fair,
down my neck of the
it's a
woods.
fair drive.
Wow.
Down in the sunny south of England with me, then.
Somerset. Is that where you come from? Somerset?
Yeah. It was me on the road at 4:30 journey.
Got somebody rich in here with us, Cole. Have to remember to doff our caps. He comes from Somerset. So we've got a pair of Willises out here. Run what you're brunging. As Colin said, it's open for another 24 minutes. If you're out there and want to come and put in a run on the track, then now's your time. Run what you brung time is here. And do we have any Willis Wars?
Dragstalgia, yes, but here, no.
Oh, okay. And is it just the one event at Dragstalgia that the Willis Wars take place? Okay. So let's watch these two as they head towards the top end. And we get a 12.63 and plays at an 18.10. I'd be quite comfortable with an 18-second run there.
Well, Lauren's got a small block Chevy sitting in the workshop just waiting for funds to get the rest of it together. And when the funds allow, then she'll put that into the car. But doing it on a budget and just being here was great.
That's a belly tank.
It is, yeah.
That's what I was looking at.
That's one of the coolest vehicles.
Yeah. Used to use, or still do, I suppose, in the old land speed record world of El Mirage and things like that. That really captures it, doesn't it? It looks absolutely fabulous.
But even the colour scheme is just totally period correct, isn't it?
And piddle pot helmet as well. So fantastic. Yeah, I love it. Hey, runs pretty well, doesn't it?
Yeah, 12.3.
Oh, I like that. 12.39, beautiful. Yeah. So, this is the Dark Revenger. This car, you have to sort of drop your voice down an octave or so. And originally built, it was the overnight sensation, built by Yorkshireman. I saw it in its original colours. This is where the memory leaves me. In the hot seat now is
Dave Sherritt.
Dave Sherritt. It's his little boy outside, isn't it?
Yeah, Steve.
Yeah.
Of course, that used to be Des Taylor's car.
Des Taylor, that's it.
Yeah.
That's Des built that as the overnight sensation. I remember I've got some film at home I took when it was up in York Raceway, when I used to work at York Raceway, in its original colours. But yeah, Dave's doing very well in that. 10.84. Has a habit of breaking out. That was my memories of Dave Sherritt, always breaking out.
Yeah.
Doesn't do that so much now, Cole, no?
No, he has a great way of racing, and he confuses the hell out of anybody that goes alongside him, because most people use like a throttle stop or whatever, and they leave the line,
go slow,
retards, and then it goes.
Yeah.
Dave just barrels all his way up to 1,000 foot and then lifts off, and of course everybody thinks, oh, he's gone too fast, but then he crosses the line at 115 mile an hour when everybody else is doing 140. And they generally go sailing past and break out themselves.
Yeah.
So very clever racer. Can we have Gas Circus into the pairing lanes, please? Gas Circus into the pairing lanes. Yeah. And then I will. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
Oh dear.
Technical issues up here.
I've been given a lot of, since I've been here, I've been given a lot of instruction about I've been given loads of instruction about all the electronic trickery that's here in the control tower now, which is different from when I used to be here. And the first time that Colin showed me how it worked, it didn't
work.
Yeah.
So
but that will
there
change
you
to
are.
the next class when it's come round. Oh, that was quality, that was. 10:47 for the Frankenstein Tri-Chevy. Car going very well indeed this weekend.
Sounds good. So, Mark 1 Zephyr, right-hand lane. I can't see the front, but I would guess it a Zephyr.
Yeah, but look at that. It's a proper sleeper. It's got its original body lines, but look in the back window. You can see the cage.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you can see it from your angle here, but I can see a set of Hoosiers underneath the back arches.
Wow, you've got better
So
eyesight.
that's been tough. It's got a narrowed axle, and you know that's not going to hang about.
This is a real nice hot rod in the left hand.
That's quality. I like that.
I love the colour. Am I allowed to say that?
Yes.
John Price doesn't have favourites.
That's the one thing that you told me.
Yeah, never
Do
have
you
a
remember?
favourite.
You never have a favourite.
Yeah.
I've got loads of favourites now.
So we're just not allowed to mention what our favourites are.
No.
No, but I just did.
Oh, okay.
I think you have licence to do that, John.
Yeah, okay.
I'll keep that under my hat then.
So, the engineering setup in this Mark 1 in the right-hand lane here, it's there's lots of pipework sticking out through the bonnet at the front, isn't there?
I think it's pro-charged, actually. I'm not 100%, but I think it's got a
all right.
pro-charger on it.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's see. I'm interested to see how these two run. Maybe first time on the track for the driver in the left-hand lane? or not?
No, he
been out
ran
before?
yesterday.
Oh, right, okay.
I think that's been in the nines, to be honest, 140 odd.
Wow. Do you
Wow,
see it
look at
bounce
that.
from
Yeah.
wheel to wheel there? That was quite good. Looks as though it's going to be a 9, mate.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
Look
high
at that.
five.
Well spotted.
I did know it was going to do that, but
Yeah.
it's a nice surprise when I mean that's Bugatti Veyron breakfast. You know that will eat it. You know, you
Sure.
come alongside that and you go, oh, bye, Mr. Veyron. I mean, there's the clues. Look, 0 to 113 miles an hour with a wiggle in 6 seconds.
Yeah, that's
so
something,
it just
isn't
gives
it?
you an indication of how
Well, the hot
quick
rod did very
He
well.
did.
Just under
I
12
mean,
seconds,
11.95,
111 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Very good. Your friend
He's
here is
hot lapping.
yeah, I was going to say this must be the 10th or 9th or 10th
Yeah.
time we've seen him out here. But that's the way to do it, isn't it? You come along to these events and
Yeah.
you're aware you get run what you brung. Well, you use it. You know, it's you're reading number plates.
Yeah. No, I was just looking at his rear tyres actually, because obviously he's driven up here on treads, swapped over to the slicks.
Yeah, one would hope.
Or well, they started as treads and they're slicks now.
Sure. So someone's stuck on the track.
Yeah, let's have a quick look.
So it's got his cleaning.
Oh
down
yeah,
there,
it's the green car that you love so much, John. It just hasn't quite made the turn off, so
Okay.
just going to hold them for just a moment. Oh, quite a few in the pairing lanes. Oh, Gasser Circus have made their way down. Well, one of them has anyway, unless he's getting a checkout pass in first. Oh no, there's another one. So yeah, Gasser Circus. Obviously, we have called them into the lanes. They will be running at 10:30. But Gasser Circus this weekend, over 20 cars running in the class.
Very
Absolutely
good.
fantastic to see.
Yep.
Over 40 in Nostalgia Superstock. There's a very strong entry in
Wow.
the Wild Bunch.
So what are they playing for then in Nostalgia
They
Superstock?
have two series. They have the Lifestyle series, which is 3 rounds. This one being the first,
Right.
and then you have the National Championship. Again, that's 3 rounds as well.
So
but
what do you run, a 32 car field or?
however many, it's an all-run field
It's an all-run field. Oh, okay, all right.
at Lifestyle anyway. The hope, and we think it will happen, is at Dragstalgia it will be a 64-car ladder.
Really?
Yeah, there are that
My
many
goodness me,
cars.
that's going to be something, isn't
Yeah.
it?
So that's the mission, is to try and find every single pre-73 muscle car in the UK and get there to Dragstalgia. It's going to be immense.
Just looking back at one of these programs here, Dragster in 1984 was a 2-car ladder.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that again, John. I mean, if you look at this, look, Barry Giles still running the car now. Absolutely amazing. Jeff Martin rebuilding the Oxford Builder.
No,
Yeah.
is he?
Yeah, that's hopefully going to come back soon. Steve Johnson, we know. Robin Reed, brilliant run yesterday.
Paranoia here as well.
Yeah.
Yeah. Bob Jarrett driving striptease because Bob went on to be crew chief for John Spuffard and Showdown and things like that. So
it's amazing.
Yeah. We'll have a look at a few more of these programs a little bit later.
Definitely.
And, just a little bit of nostalgia. Oh, that's where we are then. Nostalgia Nats. So
Scott Collin. Unmistakable sound of Scott Collin. Went 10-2 earlier on today, having been stuck in the 10-4s for most of yesterday.
I always like looking at these 100Es because they've made so many little subtle changes. At the Peterborough show, when you were here with the main event at the Peterborough Hot Rod show, there was a 100E pickup there, and it had got some highfalutin engine in it, but every panel on this 100E pickup had been changed. Owned by a guy, memory escapes me, really thought he was going to be a trophy winner, but wasn't. But that was a good run.
Yeah, Monica's happy with that one.
Me,
Big thumbs up. 10-15, 133. Look at that, the 8th, 647 at 107.
Yeah.
Nice.
But it was very squat and straight, which was So here's our... is this guy in the Gasser Circus with the 300E van?
Dave Mott. Dave Mott's running in with the 100Es.
Right, okay.
But he's just having a hell of a lot of fun. But yeah, officially he's in with the 100Es.
Okay.
And that's Bobby Wright with the old turd. He's in the wild bunch.
But I mean, what I started to say to you is that there used to be lots of these. In fact, I would say at some stage, more than likely a third of the field, quarter to a third of the field of drag racers when I first started were altered or slingshot dragsters and things like that. Then they went away, and then because of the Wild Bunch, they're back again, which is good. So.
Someone's smoking the place out, aren't they? It's Mr. Haswell again. 9:38. I mean, from that 100E, that's certainly not hanging about.
Oh, it's a very quick little car, isn't it?
And the wheelie bars do get used.
Yeah, very nicely presented. I do like that. But you see so many different mixes of the different types of 100Es, because they did change lights and radiator grills and things like that, and you get them all mixed up in these hot-rodded drag racing cars.
Well, they lost in A40 11.97 on its previous pass, and we think due to crew celebration, we think that could be its first 11. So if it was, congratulations. That makes it all worthwhile.
That's nicely set too, isn't it?
Yeah.
Look at that, straight as a die, squatting down. Oh yeah,
nice.
beautiful.
12.04.
Yeah. Great run. Great run.
The hooligans have left the asylum. Looking to see who's driving, because it became one of two drivers today. That's John Dalrymple's car, and it should be John Dalrymple driving it. But he did offer the seat to somebody else today, so.
Okay.
But I think that's probably John looking at the burnout, because I think the guy that might be driving it is going to respect it.
Did it used to be red?
Yes.
Yeah,
it was the red full tilt Willis, obviously now grey.
Yeah.
Now, if you look at the colour, it's the same as the 18-second Willis that went through.
Right.
Remember that one?
Yeah, yeah.
Same spray gun, same painted at the same time, shared the same colour. So yeah, that's the story behind that one.
And runs
Nines.
Quite extraordinary.
Yeah. So far, it's run a 9:41 quickest this weekend.
The early days of drag racing, Ohio George Montgomery was the man with a 33 Willis, but it was in a gasser configuration as opposed to that. 9.23.
That's moving. Absolutely moving. I mean, it used to have a blower on it, but it's not supercharged anymore. But 923, 154. I respect that one. Right, can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. Can we have you into the pairing lanes? It still doesn't work. But as you can see the messaging. The message will refresh, obviously, to what we need. So that's why I put it there. So you just occasionally glance up.
Yeah,
we can see it.
All right. So Mark II out there in the left-hand lane from the rear. It looks as though it could be a Zephyr or a Zodiac, but could also be a Consul. Can't tell from the back. It's an unusual-looking vehicle in the right-hand lane. Do you know anything about that?
Yeah, it started life as a circuit car. But it's been adapted over the years to run on the drag strip, runs 10s at will, but there is only so far you can take here. Unless you start taking all the bodywork off, putting a tube chassis underneath it and getting a set of sticks on it. Because that's not using drag racing rubber on it either. So to get that to work is outstanding.
Yeah.
I mean, look at the speed, 130 mile an hour. A 10.7, that's pretty much sort of, nostalgia stock speeds and ETs. But to do it with a car like that's not designed for purpose is very, very good indeed.
Like the colour of the Mark I Zephyr 6. It's still got the name on the boot in the left-hand lane. Am I right or am I wrong?
I think you're right. I'm just looking at the underneath the back arches, the twin pipes coming out the back of the parachute.
Oh, nice launch, beautiful. You can't beat a Mark I, can you? That's just such good fun. Always the memory of the Harrises when they used to race up here on Run What You Brung. I don't think they ever entered a proper race meeting, but the Harris brothers used to come down here and sort of take over the Run What You Brung. Everybody else was pushed to the back of the queue, and they used to come out with their selection of Mark I's and then moved on to escorts.
Proper patina on the pickup there. I like that. That's a great thing. A lot of people present the trucks like that now and clear coat them and sort of preserve that look. I think it's brilliant. Small issue for the dogs, but up and running properly now.
So just a few more minutes left, boys and girls, for your Run What You Brung here at the Nostalgia Nationals. So if you want to make your way into the pairing lanes, I imagine that's been closed to them now.
No, you got two lanes. If you walk around the back, you've got the main pairing lanes, and then you've got the Run What You Brung side of it, and then they filter in at the end like a funnel. So,
all right.
It just makes life a lot easier around the corner.
Yeah. Oh, another 9-second run in that right-hand lane, 139 miles per hour. 9.80.
Nice. Right, this young lady is absolutely flying with this car at the moment. This is Sally Woolner, runs in Outlaw Street. Wheelie bar set very high. When Justin was driving the car a few weeks back, they decided that, oh no, we'll take the wheelie bars off, we're not using them, and then he put 200 shot of nitrous in it. It's like Cape Canaveral. Car tried to take off. But Sally driving the car this weekend, but that wheelie bar is set very high.
Yeah, it's easily a foot underneath the wheelie bars. Touched them though.
Yeah.
Wow. Knows the car very well.
Yeah, went 8:42 yesterday.
So it's not going to be short of that, is it? Where are we? 8:44. Very good. Yeah.
You hooligan. You're an absolute hooligan. Well, Sally, great run. 1364 101 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. All right, Jamie Faulkner with the crossfire coming underneath the tower.
Well, here's a car with a lot of history in the left-hand lane. The original Page's Panic funny car, now in the hands of
Phil James.
It's now an Econo funny car. I was running the last time that I think I saw it run, a 440 under the hood.
Yeah.
But yeah, massive history in that car in the left-hand lane.
Well, Jamie Faulkner, I mean, that car's been around for years. Dad used to run it. Went 963 yesterday, 921
Wow.
today. Wow.
Stout
Whoa.
numbers. Yeah, absolutely fabulous.
150 as well. Right, this is the Gasser style 100E.
Right.
I've got a few notes on that one. Right, Steve Watson, that is. Has been in the 13s. Love to get his mission is a 12. It won't be on this run, but that's where he wants his car to be, a 12-second 100E Gasser. I like it. Just coast through with a 1836.
Well, just looking out behind me is a car I was watching on the computer yesterday. The heavy Chevy just coming through here.
They're on a mission. Boy, are they on a mission. The target is an 8.
In this car?
In this car.
Yes. God, boys.
It's got Rob Loring, Bill locked in there.
So is this Rob Smallworth in here then?
No. It's
I just see
Dave Caruso.
Barry just running round the car down there.
Yeah. He's got an all. I mean, Rob Smallworth has been involved with the car,
Right.
but it's Dave piloting the car. Engine built by ICE over at Silverstone, 582 well, it used to be at Silverstone, they moved now, outside of Milton Keynes, but 582 cubic inch motor in there. Has run this weekend 927, has been very low 9s.
That's a big car.
It is.
Tons of oomph away from the start line. Spun the wheels just a little bit.
Nice 924.
Wow,
That's
getting
the
down
quickest of the
towards
weekend.
the 8s then, boys.
Again, yeah.
Nearly.
Chasing. As I say, the only problem that car's got is just the wheel spin off the line. Once that's sorted, it's it's going to go. Here's a gentleman you know, John.
We're done with that.
So when I first started commentating here, there were 2 guys that were working here well before me. It was Nick Murphy and Keith Lee, who's just come up into race control and has just noticed that we've got air conditioning in race control now. It's not. It's a facsimile. All that happens is it drops down and lets a hole in.
Yeah. Don't let Andy Hadfield say
I'm
he say
joking.
that.
That valve amplifier you had, though,
Yeah,
back
oh,
then,
oh yeah.
right in front of you when you were commentating, it was...
The heat used to keep you warm. Yeah. So I think we're getting ready now, aren't we, for the Gasser Circus?
The Glue Bird is out there, so yes, it will be. Just double check the run. It was Gasser Circus, right, and then Nostalgia Superstock, and this is where James is going to get his baptism of fire, because we're going to feed him in quite a lot now, because you're going to make life a little bit easier. Instead of just a number and we're guessing what it is, you'll see everything appear on the screen. So
I'll make it a little
stand
bit easier
a chance
for me to understand what it is I'm looking at. So.
Trainee commentator, like taking my place from 40 years ago.
We've all
I've
got to
been
start
called a
somewhere.
trainee for ages.
We've all got to start somewhere.
We've got to give it a go, haven't we?
Well, yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
I'm trusted, aren't I? With you and Colin. What more can I ask for today? Sat here with a wealth of knowledge that you two guys are going to provide me. I'm going to go out here with an headache. I'll be thinking about it so much.
You don't know when we're lying to you or when we're telling you the truth. That's the only thing.
I'm just relying on you telling me the truth, Colin, unfortunately. Because if I go out and say something else, somebody will be like, no, Colin's lying to you. I'll be like, oh, thanks.
Yeah, the trouble is, you get pulled up on it as soon as you do. Like yesterday when I was calling that Ford a Willis and stuff like that. But
well, if anybody approaches me, I'm sending them your way.
Thanks, mate.
That's all right, mate. No worries. He's up in the booth. Go and see Colin. He's over there. He's fed me the information.
So once again, Nostalgia Superstock, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock, you should already be on your way down. But first class coming round will be the Gasser Circus. They run to Dial-In. And I believe you've got the points, is that right?
Yeah,
the first
I've got the
round
points
was
after
at
the first
Melbourne.
round, wouldn't I? So we've got Ain't Misbehaving. Sean Milson there is currently on 700 points. So there you go. High Anxiety, Graham Barton there on 490. He's in second. Whiplash with Martin Hallam. He's on 410. Honky Tonkin. Steve Matthews there on 370. Gas Junkie for Ray Irish on 280. Grumpy Grizz there, Billy Jones on 270. Tinseltown Hustler from Tom Margerson on 160. And then the Rocket from Simon Priest, who's on 150. Then Identity Crisis, Brian Gibson is on 140. Straight Shooter, Simon Glenn there on 130. And Nog Bad the Bad from Nick Brook Langham. Say that when you're drunk. That's a bit of a mouthful. He's on 120. And then Mellow Yellow at the hands of Adam at 110. I was going to say your last name. Is that Krasinski?
Not far off.
Krasinski. Krasinski there on 110. Sorry if I butchered your
No,
name.
you wait until you get to a European meeting when you get all the Finnish and Super Twin bike riders. That becomes... Darryl loves catching me out on those when you get... those guys. Darryl says, "Oh, Colin, who's that?" And I look at the screen and I go, oh, "Thanks, Darryl."
Just try and sound it out in syllables, Colin. Phonic it.
I think what I would do is just mention, of course, that the Nostalgia Nats is put on for you all to enjoy from the NSRA as well as Santa Pod Raceway. And then the NSRA, National Street Rod Association, are enjoying their 50th anniversary this year.
It's amazing, isn't it?
The logo at the moment is Where Were You in 72, which was when they first started. And I've been with them, I think, since 1999, which was, I don't know, 25 years after they first.
I was still at primary school, John.
You were still at primary school. Yeah, okay. Come on, James, where were you?
Are we talking 99?
No, 72.
No, 72.
72, I was a thought process within my dad.
Okay.
So I wasn't quite into the world yet. We have to get to 78 before I started my breath. Took my first one. But yeah, at that point, I was just more of a thought process.
I was a thought process.
I was a thought process. Dad just got over 2 girls at that point in 70 and 71. So I was along after
legendary.
that.
I've had a great message from Luke Stevenson, actually, aimed at you, James.
I believe so.
Make it up and have the confidence to pull it off. A true skill. And Luke is the master of that. He's been making up all the time.
Well, okay. Thank you.
Very good morning to Luke Stevenson.
There you go, Luke coming in with the advice for me. If I see you later, Luke, I'll make it up and see how you get on. Tell me if I'm lying.
You can't miss him. Right, Gasser Circus, round number 1, and it's the poster car of this weekend.
Yeah, certainly is.
55 Chevy of Jason Pickett. Now, the numbers you see on the scoreboards at the top end, 10.93 in the Kestrel Beer Lane. That's Jason Pickett's target. And it's Katie Booth with Mighty Mouse. She is looking for a 10.34. The idea is get as close to that as possible without going underneath it. This is qualifying, round 1, Gasser Circus.
So is this actually an elimination?
That's
car?
qualifying.
Qualifying. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Right, break
10:20
out.
out.
Too quick for Katie Booth. 11.02 on a 10.93. Not bad, but it was the reaction time for Katie. Wide
Yeah,
into the tree. 0.084.
Very nice.
So can they adjust their time?
Yes.
They can now. So she's running
Yes.
10.28, so she can say, right, I'm going to do that next time.
Yeah, but sometimes they have to take like the wind into condition, the heat.
Yeah.
There's all sorts of parameters, and how. Sorry, just spotted the alien in the back of Simon Prest's rocket. Oh dear, oh dear. He's dialing 11 flat. He's absolutely delighted with this car. This car that he bought from from Dale Snook. It did run here, went back to America, and then Jason's imported it.
Oh, right, okay. Well, Jason Hollaby out there in the left-hand lane, ex-boss of the NSRA. And the Jumping Jalapeno, as it's called, the founder.
7.54.
And in all the years that I've been coming up here, and you've probably experienced the same, John, I've met Jason Hollaby for the very first time last night, and I'd never met him before.
Really?
Because you go around pits,
Yeah,
chat
of
to
course.
people, then of course you get waylaid with some people. But I had a proper wander around last night and finally caught up with Jason, so nice guy.
Yeah, ex-firefighter, I think. Okay, so name that I've known for years and years out there in the Willis pickup, Ray Irish, gas junkie. Ray used to run an A40 pickup years ago. And then Billy Jones in the Crumpy Grizz. Could summarise me, that, I think. Out on the left-hand lane. So you can see their dial-in times. They're trying to run right on their dial-ins here. Very much like ET bracket racing. So both broke out. Both going too quick. Could be your tailwind that everyone's talking about.
Yeah,
So,
we were down on the track earlier on with Colin, and we were walking back up, and it was hitting us quite hard. And we did say it was a bit of a hard tailwind out there. So that's what's that, 3 in a row. I think we've had breakout. So
It's like when you want to open the roof hatch and unfurl a sail, and just use that to get some more speed. All right, now Martin Hallam, my goodness me, did he put a wheel stand off the line yesterday? Got a blower on it. And my goodness me, it's flat. Well, look at the ETs. He's dialed in 975. Tony Pearson, 1065.
Wow, great run.
978, got it.
Well, into the number 1 spot for Martin there. Three hundredths of a second off on his first run. Mind you, the runs yesterday certainly helped him tune the car in. Whoa! Ray Turner dialing in 10.8 with green onions. He's just had a new motor built by Jeff Bull.
All right.
And that's the reason why he's going so quick. Going alongside Graham Barton with high anxiety, a 1066 dial.
This is a Devon out there in the right-hand lane, Austin Devon. These were the big export drive from Austin of England after the Second World War. And yes, I wasn't in the Second World War, before you ask.
Sure, it wasn't even on Colin's lips, was it?
What you say, the First World War was enough, was it?
Very quick. Evenly matched these two, aren't they? So a 1094 on a dial-in of 1080 is very, very good. And then 1060 is a breakout on that 1066 specified time. There's a lot of cars in the Gasser Circus
Yeah,
now,
24, I think, this weekend. John Grant and Adam Kuczynski. 11:30 and 12:20 the dials.
Falcons are now becoming very, very popular
They
over
are.
here in the UK and Europe. They're sort of a, not quite a compact car, but they're smaller than the normal size American car. Lend themselves towards Mark 1 Zephyrs and consoles and that sort of thing. And besides that, they're a very pretty looking race car too. So this is John Grant with the big block powered Falcon out there in the left-hand lane. And he dials in 11:30, runs 11:39. Very good.
Yeah, problems for Adam there, just being pushed back. And that, basically, if you look in the lanes there, John, that's all Gasser Circus still to come round.
Yeah.
All of them.
You can see the boss at the end of the line.
He's there.
With Roaring Rat. So it's just a little bit of a clean-up going on in the left-hand lane, which is the Kestrel lane. And Auto Glim lane is the right-hand lane, the lane nearest to the banking. And it is shown on the control tower here and on the finishing gantry which lane is which if we refer to that up here. So we've got a sit up and beg angle pop in the left-hand lane. And is that another Falcon down there? I'm not certain, to be honest with you. Oh, it's a Dodge.
Dodge, yeah, 64
it's just
Dodge.
the small round lights were phasing me a little bit. So very, very Falcon-like. But this is Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis Dodge in the right-hand lane. Dials in 11:25. And for that green Ford Anglia, 10.62.
Yeah, that's Tom
two jumps.
Margerson. So Tom should get to the strike first. And he goes 69 on a 62 into the number 2 spot. Oh, breaks out by less than 2 hundredths. Wow. Oof.
Is that an A40? It is an A40 pickup, isn't it? In the right-hand lane?
Yeah, Simon Glenn. And it's Lee Pike driving Honky Tonkin number 2. It was Donna Allen that was driving it yesterday, actually, which is Lee's girlfriend. So she having a good time in the car. But it is back to business. Darling of 896. It's the only one in the Gas Circus that can go that quick. Little bit of bit of the wiggle as well. Yeah. Discretion, the better part of Valor there. Just clicked it early to settle the car down. Still goes 10 over 2 though.
And this is Honky Tonking 1 here, isn't it? In the
Yeah,
right-hand
the
lane?
original. Yeah.
Yeah, with Steve Matthews in the 57. Dialing in 9.58. They build some big cars, these boys, don't they? And Jason Darling in the left-hand lane, 12 seconds. And that's a Chevrolet coupe, not to be confused with a Ford coupe or a Willis.
Now, Steve Matthews is happy because the car's still pulling wheelies, but they're going straight. And this will be the run where he goes left. But if all goes well, that should really in a straight line. Yeah. A little bit left, but
A little bit.
it's all right.
Break
Number
down.
one, breaking out.
That wasn't a breaker, that was just misjudged. I mean, to break out by 3/10. Happy days, though. Great run. 11.69 on a 12 flat. Steve Matthews breaks out with a 9.53.
So this is where you have to pay homage. You have to, if you were wearing a hat, you'd have to take your hat off because it's the man who owns Santa Pod in the car in the left-hand lane. dials in at 10:45, and Sean Milsom is the man who brought all the information up to you this morning in the Ain't Misbehaving, the little Morris Z van in the right-hand lane. He's been
Whoa, look at the lights.
wow. He's been hasn't he been champ in the Gas
Sean
Circus,
has, yeah.
Sean, in the past? And a 10:04 on a 985 dial-in, and Keith runs through 12.04 at 10:45. That car in the left-hand lane, Roaring Rat, very famous car in the world of hot rodding and things like this. And Keith's company built it originally back in the 70s, and he purchased it 3 years ago, 4 years ago.
Yeah, got it back from Ken Brooks, wasn't
Yeah,
it?
from Kenny Brooks, yeah. So it's quite a famous machine, and it was inducted, the car was inducted into the NSRA Hall of Fame last year?
Dragstalgia last year.
Dragstalgia last year, yeah. So,
But Keith will be framing that.
0.3
reaction time. Very, very good indeed.
is that his best, do you think?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
definitely.
wow. Okay. So the Austin A40 of Paul Domini, and dials in 1184.
It goes 11.50.
Breakout 11.50. It's that tailwind.
Yeah.
Blame everything on the tailwind.
Okay, that is a wrap for Gas Circus, and outstanding from the lot. Now, then, 40 plus cars in Nostalgia Superstock now.
Okay. Looking forward to this.
This will be good. Right, eclectic mix of American muscle and pickup trucks and things. A class that I've raced in, and I absolutely love it. Great fun.
Okay. So we've got Clive Dandridge with the truck. That's all he calls it, the truck. Out there in the right-hand lane, and dialed in at 12:68. You can see that time in the Auto Glim lane on the finishing gantry. Neil Francis is in the Plymouth Duster in the left-hand lane. Dials in 12.20.
Clive was thinking about having the truck painted, and I said, don't you dare, just clear coat it. That'll do. It just looks great. Used to have a Mustang, but sold that on and got a hold of this, and he loves it.
Yep. Well, dialed in times are fairly similar here between these two, so we should see a little bit of a race here. Good start line reaction in that right-hand lane. You can see the start line reaction coming up, the top number on the scoreboards.
Now, if that was a heads-up race, look at that. 12.72 beats a 12.32, and that was purely on reaction time.
Yeah.
The difference between them as they cross the line, 0.02 of a second.
Yep,
That was-
200ths of a second.
Yeah.
So next pair coming through here. Jack Bishop from Barry. Isn't that where all the railway scrapyards were, wasn't it, in Barry?
I don't know where Jack is actually from. The car's called Barry. Barry the Barracuda.
Oh, is that what it is? Yeah. Oh, okay, it's where he came from.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep, so he dials in a 985, and then Pete Christmas with his car, which is called Fallen Angel. That could describe me, couldn't it?
That's definitely Pete.
Dials in 1131. So let's see how we go on these two. Yeah, I can now see the car's called Barry. Yeah. I honestly thought that was where his home was.
Yeah, in Glamorgan,
Oh
yeah.
boy, I'll catch up soon. Don't worry. Well, you can see the difference between these two on the track, can't you? And a 982.
Oh, both of them break out by 300s. Look at that.
Yeah.
I mean, I would anticipate with the amount of cars that we've got in Nostalgia Superstock and then they're out of rounds, I think you'll probably see a perfect ET coming from this lot.
You're going to call this one, James. You have a go.
So in the left-hand lane, we've got Paul Singer in the Duster on a dial-in of 12.55, and then Stuart Arthur in the Roadrunner on a dial-in on 13.41. So you see him there. they head down. Paul there, 0.592. Reaction time, 0.19 on the right by... There you go. And Paul goes across the line on a 12.85. And Stuart on a breakout on a 13.28. And Outlaw Angler in the pairing lanes now, please. The anglers into the pairing lanes now, please. And I'll try and push the button that never works. Cole, is it still not working? No. All this modern technology, John, they brought in and nothing's working.
Yes.
But at least the messages are coming
At least,
through.
yeah, the messages are there, but nothing's actually, nothing's working on that one. Just keep pushing it and see what happens.
Okay.
Here's a great example of somebody that wanted to take part in Nostalgia Superstock. Chris Tyhurst used to run a blown 32 Ford, 10-second car. He thought, no, I want to race one. So he sold that and bought this Chevelle.
Yeah.
Loving it.
Very collectible now, big block Chevelles. And yet another Ford Falcon out there in the right-hand lane in the hands of Chris Lyman. Dialed in. 12.65 runs. 6,600 under his dial-in. Am I close or?
1264 and a 65 dial. That less than 100.
600 second of it.
Wow.
All right.
Take back to the education where you go tens, hundreds, thousands.
Yeah. Oh, look at these two coming through here. It's a Mopar challenge between these two. The Dodge Coronet of Rob Tyrrell in the left-hand lane. Bob Main. Oh, with that beautiful Superbird out there in the right-hand lane. Lots of models made of this. I'm a great collector of model cars and do have an orange one of those in my collection. But left-hand lane, 10.26. How do you do, Carl?
That's okay. Breakout for Bob, and he'll be delighted with that, bizarrely, because I think that's the quickest that car's ever gone. 12.1, 112. Well done, Bob.
So I think the thing is, when you sit here today, from a young man's experience, on sitting on the side of the bank, come up with a dad for the first time, this is like car heaven, isn't it?
It is.
It's just like, oh, I want one of them, I want one of them, I want one of them. It's like the fantasy collection.
Well, that was my problem when I first started up here, and I was watching all these cars going, I want one, I want one, I want one.
Did you have a list? Did you go away with a dream list, Colin?
I knew I wanted an American muscle car, but I didn't know which one. And then Nick Williams, you'll see, when that car comes around, I'll tell you the story.
It was always a 69 Stingray for me, in yellow.
All right, Mick Sharp, the Detroit Hustler, Jake Cawthorne with the flag jumper. Oh, Jake breaks out by less than 100th. Mick Sharp is the right side, 45 on a 22. But you can see the guys, Jake, very experienced in Nostalgia Superstock, knows that car very well, but break out by 100th. If he'd have staged like an inch further forward, that could have been bang on because he had less than a run up.
Yep.
Now, if you want to buy a car that's ready to go, Ian Johnson with the Olds Thunder, 10.02, that car will go into the nines, given conditions. Do you know what? He knows that car very well, so it'll probably go 10.0 something. But that car will run the nines. Going alongside Glenda Thompson with the Charger. This car had been sat in a garage for years.
Really?
Years and years and years. Stuart Thompson, Kiwi, runs the Duster. Ran this car back up in York, I think it was, and then parked it for God knows how many years, and finally got it back out of the garage, and now running it.
Sort of barn find almost.
Yeah, but it was very well looked after in that barn.
Cozy barn.
Yeah. Breakout for Glenda, 27 on the 32. Ian Johnson goes 10 to 80. That's right. Said Camaro, Nick Williams. Now, Nick bought that car about 10 years ago off a guy that they knew who basically was on American Air Force Base, and it was one of their cars. And Nick and Dan and Keith had been desperate to buy this car for years, and eventually they went up there with a wad of cash and a trailer and said, right, we're taking the car away. Wow. The guy parted with it. It was white. Nick ran it, broke it, got it back to the garage, and he said, I want to repaint this. And he had an idea about a colour scheme, but when they peeled the white paint off, it was this colour underneath, which was the original factory colour. Wow. And I said to Nick, I want that car. I said, I now know what I want to buy that car. He goes, no, I've got plans for this one. You're going to have to find your own one. and then Nick helped me find mine. So that was the
what
story.
year
That's a
is
69 Camaro.
69? Okay.
Is that the one you've got?
Yeah, yeah. Mine is like a twin to that. Mine's vinyl roof. Everything is basically the same as that one. But mind you, Nick's is quicker than mine.
Is the colour the same?
No, mine's gunmetal. But I changed. Mine was yellow. Changed it to gunmetal. Going alongside Lee Charles. Now, Lee, if you remember back at Door Slammers, won Saturday. Came away with £5 grand. Very happy chap indeed.
Wow, okay.
Beat them all.
So dials in a 980, 1087 in the left-hand lane. A wonderful pair of wheel stands from the two of them. Synchronising wheel stands. Wonderful.
Oh, look at the light for Lee, 007. 86. Nick breaks out 82. That is a great run for Nick because that is the original numbers matching 396 he's got in there at the moment.
Okay.
He normally got a 427 aluminium block which will go 9.8, but that engine's been rebuilt at the moment.
Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes now, please. Supercharged Outlaw into the pairing lanes now, please.
Right, Jim Smith and Neve Smith.
Family or not?
No, Neve is with Jake Hawthorne. They're pitching together. They're a little private photo shoot in the live action arena last night. I spotted them doing that. Yeah, very similar. I think the same graphics guy has done the handwriting on both of them. Jim Smith, the Challenger 1120. That's a good shout actually. I think you're going to get real close to that. 1498. Well, 1499 is the slowest you can dial in the Nostalgia Superstock. Well, Jim misses that one a bit. He was off the throttle at the strike. 1519 for Neve. Oh, she goes the right side into number 6.
Well, a lot of these Chevy cars made their way out onto the drag strip, didn't they, in the 60s and the 70s. Novas and Chevelles were quite favourite. Here's a Nova in the left-hand lane. Simon Rickwood, the Bossa Nova. That was a dance, you know, in the 60s. Blame it on the Bossa Nova. And right-hand lane, Don Scott in his big block powered Superbird.
Yeah, well, he would have been in the Superbird, but he's managed to break it. So he's got this backup Monte Carlo. Still a 400 cubic inch stroker in there.
I was looking at it, I thought, well, the computer's got to be right. It's a Superbird.
He
doesn't look anything like a Superbird to me, but there you are.
Technology again, John.
Oh,
Technology.
yeah. That's your number one, Simon Rickwood. Mine 69 on a 68. Don goes 1588 87, but Simon Rickwood into number one. Oh, it's working now. Legendary. Barney from Box Lane, amazing coverage that he's given us these days. We seriously do love it, mate. Nick Martin with the Downtown Duster and John Davison, Street Legal, Soper and Heck Roadrunner, does all the local shows around here. John has been around this facility for quite a few years and loving life with this car.
Yeah.
Spends all his pension on it, I think.
That's how to win friends and influence people.
That's it, yeah.
Yeah.
We remember Les Zarbo from
I do.
years, yeah. John and Les sort of tuned this car together, if you like. I don't know if he does now, but certainly has done, yeah.
Yeah. His name appears in lots of these programs I've brought up
I
with
bet
me
they do,
today.
yeah. 1065, less than a tenth off. Nick Martin just breaks out by over a second. What was he thinking? Breakout of the day so far.
So John Davison moves up into the number 5 qualifying spot with that 1065.
Right, we've had 22 cars. We're about halfway. Love it. Absolutely love it. Right. Oh, Pete Dodd with the ex-Mike Lacey Metamorphosis Camaro. There is Mike out front with the yellow cap on. You cannot miss him. And that's Gary Semper with the Firebird.
So what, 68, 69 Firebird?
60. Oh, good question. That's a good question. I don't know.
I'd say it's 69.
Well,
wouldn't you?
if we go first gen, we're safe.
the number on the back is 469. That's what you told us to look for.
Well, I also look at the
what's
number
on,
plate.
yeah, what's on the top right hand corner?
And
of
I
the
look at
number
the number plate, and it says 1969 Firebird, so I think the clues are there.
Yeah, yeah.
I think we got it.
Okay. So I would say similar age to the Camaro, the left-hand lane. And badge engineering by General Motors, of course, Firebird and Camaro. Wow. That moves a bit quicker off the start line than I remember it, that Metamorphosis car. 9 seconds and runs 9.07.
Oh, Gary Semper, though, 44 on a 1140, goes into number 2 with that one.
Now,
Ty Strevitt and Adrian Portelli.
Yeah. This reminds me of the wheel stand car, Hemi Under Glass.
Oh, wow. Crikey, yeah, it's going back.
They brought it over one year to Goodwood when I was commentating at Goodwood on the Festival of Speed. And our Extrand?
Oh, the name rings a bell.
Some name like that. And he set all the grass bales alight at Goodwood because he had titanium strips under the car.
Oh, right.
As he wheelied, they sparked, and so the the straw bales went up. The things you remember, eh?
Oh, dear.
So what year is the Camaro in the left-hand lane? This is John Sleeth driving this, is this?
Yeah.
Wow. John Sleeth, a great competitor in the street legal days with various cars. Now in whatever year the Camaro
That's a
is.
67. by the way.
67.
Sorry. Yeah, 67 Camaro.
Okay.
John bought this basically to have some fun with, and it's been going great.
It's for sale.
No way.
It's got a for sale notice in the back window. And Stuart Thompson in the 71 Duster in the right-hand lane.
Oh, look, both of them. Both of them.
My goodness.
Break out by less than 100th of a second. All right, James Oliver, 9.16. Okay, that's a dial and a half. Now watch the wheel stand from Ollie when he leaves the line. This really does. This sometimes breaks the 60 foot on its back wheels. I mean, that's how well this one launches. Going alongside Richard Granger, dialing in 11.50. So eyes on the Williams Brothers Firebird. See how high he lifts them. Well, nearly broke the...
But that's a later Firebird, isn't it? That's a 70 plus Firebird, that one.
70 and a half.
454 big block. Dials in 9.16, runs 9.2.
Yeah, into number 2 spot there for Ollie. Well done. Which goes 11th. Right, the man who wears the big number 1. And the reason he's got the big number 1, he was the champion in Nostalgia Superstock Lifestyle last year. And to rub salt into the wounds, he was champion in the National Series as well. So he is the outright number 1.
Yeah, but in fairness, Dave Bilodeau, isn't he the man that originated
he was
all
one
this?
He was one of the originators.
One of the Holmeses, Tim Holmes, was it? And this grew out of the Mopar Nats and things like that. So Dave Bilodeau must be one of the most experienced Superstocks drivers around, I would think. A 0.5 reaction time and a 0.02 for Howard Holmes. Wow.
Dave breaks out and Howard breaks out.
Yeah. I think it is this tailwind that's catching everybody out.
It's not a surprise over a reaction time of 0.028, is it? Yeah, I mean, he's got off the line and he's what was he,
400.
400's quicker. So.
But this becomes very important in racing. Qualifying, they're just doing it because they're trying to. But if you go red in racing, boom, you're out. So, they don't want to be cutting red lights, obviously, in eliminations. All right, Chris Goodale, Adam Novak, 10.20 and 10.90, the dial-ins. At the moment, it looks like half of the cars are breaking out, and breaking out by tenths, not hundredths. So
Yeah.
It's a second earlier on as well. We had a second earlier on.
What do you think the name of the car is in the right-hand lane, James?
you can have a guess. I'll give you one guess.
Go on. You're giving me a guess?
Go. Yeah.
Okay, so green.
Yeah.
Kermit the Frog.
It's, well, you don't need the frog bit. It's just Kermit.
Okay.
Yeah. Going alongside old Scatterbolts, Glyn Boardman's Coronet. Darlings then, James. Over to you, mate.
So Glenn Boardman 11.9, and we've got Ashley Rawson on a 10.34. We've got a breakout for Ashley Rawson is on a 10.28, and Glenn Boardman on 11.95 with a dial-in of 11.4. So
Yeah. Slots into number 5.
This was quite a popular body shape, wasn't it, in the
was it?
early days of drag racing? The Pinto in the left-hand lane. Shelby Watts from the Watts Speed Shop dials in 11.4, and then Duncan Watts from the Watts Speed Shop in the Challenger in the right-hand lane dials in 9.90. It's a family affair, you know.
Yeah. That's a good looking ride for Duncan.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Wow,
What?
breaks out by quite a bit.
What? What? Where did that come from?
half a second quicker
Wow.
on a 9.46. Impressive.
That's mental. Right, how many did we get there? 37 cars just put runs in. And look at this lot here. They all went too quick. So you got the 20 cars for the right side. 21 to 37 broke out.
Wow. That's extraordinary.
Ridiculous. But no, they will get that all tuned. Look at those. You got 4 cars that broke out by less than 1,000th of a second. I mean, that is insane. But
So
yeah,
is that the chance they're going to take? They come back and adjust their times. Tailwind drops down.
Yeah.
That we're putting it all down to today.
good air, good track, and
I'd say
a
so.
bunch of
Yeah.
novice drivers.
So
I say that tongue in cheek because I know most of them quite well.
we're with qualifying now for the Outlaw Anglias. This is their first qualifying session.
Yeah.
And Outlaw Anglias, you think of Anglias Pops, but these two look to me as though they're both prefects. I'm not certain it is. Yeah, 53 prefect. I had a 49 prefect this shape where the headlights are in the wings as opposed to being headlights on top of the wings.
Right, yeah.
Which were the earlier ones. So, Rob Nixon, and that's from the Nixon family, presumably, who know more about building chassis for Outlaw Anglias than anybody, I would believe. 9.89, 134 miles an hour.
Right, the big difference, James, for this class, it's a heads-up class, so there's no dial-ins. Whoever sets the fastest time is your number one. Simple as that.
Straight sprint out down a quarter mile then.
Yeah.
Okay, got that one.
So the little Fordson out there of Mick Taylor, and it's a car that's been featured in so many magazines. The paint scheme on it, the way the bodywork has been designed, etc. It's very difficult for somebody like me to believe. I was saying this because we had a few Outlaw Anglias at the National Hot Rod and Custom Car Show last week. To envisage running one of these short wheel-based Fords, which when I was a kid used to take you a week and a half to get to 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
And one of them now runs 6 seconds on the quarter mile.
Yeah.
Speeds, what, 170, 180 miles an hour?
190 plus now.
190 plus now. That's extraordinary.
Spencer Tidswell in the Kestrel beer lane.
So that's Gene's boy.
Yeah. Yeah, it is.
Okay. So Gene Tidswell, Spencer's mum, was a great altered driver, as I recall, years and years ago.
Well, Mick, he's back in the
7.
sevens.
Brilliant stuff. Well done. Absolutely excellent.
You sit there and say, yes, Colin, you're telling us not to be biased. Can't have a favourite.
No, it's just like when you're watching these cars And you know what the teams have gone through and their journeys to get here. Mick was having nightmares with that car. Torque converter issues, you name it, it just wouldn't come out of the 9-second zone. Then he got it into the 8s and it was weaving all over the place, and it was back in the 9s. But the magic happened, and it's now a consistent 7-second car. I think that was his first run this year, and boom, straight back into the 7s again. And it's just like, oh, thank goodness for that. He's been chuffed to bits for him.
But I just reiterate, for me, this is craziness, is that these guys are performing at these elapsed times and terminal speeds that years and years ago, there were only a few Pops and Anglias around.
Yeah.
Some of them are still here. Els Gasser is still around, and things
Well,
like
you
that.
probably remember the likes of Andy Carter when he was running his car.
Very much so.
And what's
He
the
had a
other
big
one?
methanol engine in
Yeah,
that.
John, the Prisballs.
Yeah.
When they ran theirs.
Andy Prisball.
And there was one other one, and the name will come to me in a minute. But the battles that they used to have.
Yeah.
Obviously, there was the Liquidator Pop as well.
Yes, but that's going back into
That's
the
even
eons
further,
of time, like. So these are just incredible. Whoa, get a little bit out of shape there midway, Martin Payne. And Barry Woodford, a man in the opposing lane. So 10.7 for screen change, no quick. So here's Rob Stone. I was talking to you, I was with Rob Stone. He was at the car show last weekend. He's another one of these guys. This car, I've seen it in so many different incarnations since it first started. And Rob is still driving now. Drag racing really is a lot of males and females who are old enough to know better. And I think that is, I would fit into that groove quite easily now.
Do we ever grow out of that though, John?
No, don't think you do. I think you just love it and love it.
If you look at the age range of some of the drivers in Wrangler, you know that they'd never go out of it. Well, that's it. In all drag racing classes, to be honest.
That's what you were talking about. Kenzie Taylor just passing his driving test.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to be in the sport for 60-odd years, that's for sure.
So, and Rob Turrington is the man in the Anglia-Saxon in the right-hand lane. But Rob Stone, a .22 reaction time. And these are so different. I mean, chopped, channeled, lowered, gusseted, they're all so different.
Right, Paul Henshaw with the gas attack, and hold on tight. The first run of the year for Colin Miller in Outlaw Anglia. I think Colin actually had a few runs this year so far, but this is the first one in class. Colin was side by side with that man in the middle of the three, stood behind there. That's Jed Guy. When Colin and Jed set the quickest ever side-by-side Outlaw Anglia run, and that's when Jed was the first into the 6s in Outlaw Anglia.
So they both running the same speeds down the quarter mile then?
Yeah. Now, Colin Miller, he's... Well, we know where he wants to be. Got 3-stage nitrous purge there, wants to get into the 6s. He's been 701, 702,
He might do it today.
He's got the tailwind. He's got a great track. Let's see what he does. Oh, hardly any shake at all.
Beautiful start line.
But Paul Henshaw
Are we going to
is
see
with
a 6 here? Is this going to be a 6? But
Paul
we
Henshaw
get too excited. Paul Henshaw's quicker than Colin Miller.
7:36. Colin 109 to 60, 113. But Paul Henshaw at the 8th was ahead. That was outstanding. Paul Henshaw absolutely flying.
Look at this terminal speed though for Colin Miller. 176 miles an hour for a sit-up with big Paul. These are incredible cars.
At this stage, we always say a customary hi to John Willard, who's down in Australia, who's got that 6-second Outlaw Anglia down there.
Oh, right, yeah.
And he always tunes in. He's always watching what everybody's doing here. And John, although he's not in Outlaw Anglia competition, he's like our the foreign visitor. We're desperate to get him here. We're desperate to get him here, but freight costs and everything these days is just extortionate. But John, we really do hope that you do come over one day. But in recognition of his 6-second pass, that he's run a string of them now. It was a Colin Miller body that he's got down there onto his own chassis, and of course Outlaw Anglia UK sent him all his 6-second pass stickers and stuff like that. So yeah,
Well, this is interesting.
he's a good friend to all of us.
Doug McClure, didn't he used to play Trampus on a TV programme? Doug McClure years ago? I think
got
so.
no idea.
And the car is called the Slug. But the hopping bobbing in the right-hand lane, Gary Hill is in charge of that.
Nicely done. Dougie goes through with a 12:30. Say 9:64.
There are some beautiful show-winning type cars here, aren't there?
Yeah.
You know, it's not the old days where, I mean, with my Mustang I had, the rear part of the rear fender was held on with gaffer tape. There's nothing like that now, is there? My goodness me.
Well, the president. I mean, look at the roof chop on Ben Kennedy's pop. You know, you got your normal-ish body in the left lane. Actually, I don't know who that is. Ben going through with 982, 136.
Very nice. Gets himself the number 6 qualifying spot.
I want Gary Hill, was it, on the other side?
No.
This is some class now, isn't it? This?
Ah, it's awesome.
My goodness me.
Absolutely.
It's quality, isn't it? It's looking at them, it's just a young man's dream.
All right, Kim Harrison with Ruby going alongside Gary Bird with the Lucky Penny. The governor has just walked in.
Yeah.
Now then, Rod Harrison out front now purely concentrates on Kim's racing these days. And Gary Bird with the Lucky Penny. That doesn't hang about either.
So have they run this year as well then, Colin? Yeah.
I can't remember where Gary, I think he's in the 9-second zone, could dip into the 8s. Kim did want to run yesterday, but looking to get back into the 9s. But it used to be Rod that raced, and Kim used to come along to the track and like be the chef and the crew. But now it's Kim's turn.
Swapped over. Swap roles.
Yeah. Look at the chassis twist on Gary Bird's car going up the quarter mile. 8.79. That was easy.
10.66
The legend. Al O'Connor. It's so good to see Al back on the quarter mile doing what he does best, going alongside Wayne Power. And good to see Jinner here as well. So Al O'Connor always cuts a light. Low 10s, high 9s coming up for Al. Al's first run in quite a while, and he goes 10.26, 190, good opener, alongside a 10.28 for Wayne. Good to see you, Jenna, and the gang down there. All of them are down there. Yeah. He's talking to the governor.
He's having a chinwag behind us. He's a bit busy.
Oh dear. Congratulations on your reaction time, sir. Have you framed that slip yet?
No, I don't even collect the slips. I'll know when to collect the slips. It's not there. We stepped on it a bit, and I really did a big burn.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't do that against me.
It launched well, but you sure got it out of shape? Okay?
Yeah, saw that.
Well, for those of you who don't know who's talking here, it's the boss, Keith Bartlett, who was with Roaring Rat, just explaining away his almost perfect start line reaction.
Yeah.
That's what we're calling it for you. Your almost perfect start line
Everything
reaction.
about me is almost.
You're almost
I'm
perfect.
going to bring the comment out a few times, so I'm only going to do half past.
So he's got John Webster's old Mercury Comet, which he's going to be bringing out and putting it through its paces a little bit later on. So hence the reason for us chatting. Now,
When you left the line,
when I first started driving, this makes me sound terribly old.
Yeah.
Well, I am terribly old. But the first 3 cars I had were as per the blue machine in the right-hand lane here. So this is a 1930s Ford Model Y Popular, which the Americans in Dearborn designed because they thought that that was the size and the shape of car that we deserved in the United Kingdom. And that's what Fords at Dagenham built. That was the first 100-pound Ford in its day. It's a little history lesson for you.
That's all right.
So,
filling me in, keep my knowledge updated.
But this car is brought down from Scotland, isn't it? The Model Y in the right-hand lane. And left-hand lane Keith Freeman in El Coupe Loco. The 32 Deuce, very much a John Milner-looking car. And the Model Y of Andy Park out there in the right-hand lane is such a beauty. But that evenly matched the two of them, both in the 9.7s. So tell me, what are we in now? Is this the Supercharged Outlaws
Yep.
we're in? Yeah, okay. Good stuff. Running on time.
don't say that, John. You know
Sorry.
you're not allowed to
no, I
say that.
shouldn't have said that. Goodness me, how easy you forget these things.
Right, Gary Parks with Purple Days. Now then, Gary has had this as quick as 7.3. He wants it to run 7.6s, just to make sure that it's not overstressing everything and it lasts a bit longer. But he's going to drive it to as he feels comfortable. But for a while, this car was running 8s. It took ages to get into the 7s, and then when they unlocked it, whatever that magic combination was, it just went quicker and quicker and quicker. Ended up in the 7.3s. It was an outstanding leap in performance.
So for you, this is a Model T body with a turtle deck at the rear and a wing, of course. And these were alters. This is really in the day where people thought they were taking car design to the extreme and just taking all the unnecessary body panels off and just having an engine and a set of rails. This is, as I said to you a couple of times already, there were so many of these when I first came along to the sport. But now the number seems to be growing again, Cole, doesn't it?
Yeah.
They're doing a bit of a driving job. Short wheelbase as well, 8.34.
More to come, I think.
Yeah, I said to me, that's a fabulous run.
Your fan club's in the house,
Yeah.
John. Tony Morris
All right.
says, hey,
Yeah.
mate, please give John my best regards from Chunky Morris.
Yes.
Sean Bowe says, don't know if you can do this, but say a massive hello to John for me, please. Hearing his voice over the PA, although tuned in from home.
Oh, wonderful.
So,
Thank you very much.
They're loving it.
Yeah, love it. Well, of course, Tony Morris purchased, as has just happened again, the Rough Diamond altered. And, of course, we used to call Dave Gibbons, who originally owned it, Funky Gibbons, after the record, do the Funky Gibbons. Yeah. And so Funky became Chunky when Tony Morris bought it.
Yeah.
And everything seems to have gone terribly silent.
Well, they've
out there.
told Robbie to shut off.
Right.
The pure reason being that the Fadster is stuck after his burnout. No idea what's happened to Andy, but they got the quad coming down from the top end to hitch it up and take it back to the pits. Oh, Haley and the gang. Sorry, don't know what's happened there. Fingers crossed he's all right.
sets in.
I know it's a battle, isn't it? An onward battle. But obviously we can't send Robbie up the track with with another car stuck on the track. So yeah, Rob will get a chance to cool down and come back round and give it another go.
Just talking about Dave Gibbons and Tony Morris, of course, they're now a sponsor of one of the bracket classes, aren't they?
Yeah, Super Gas.
Super Gas.
Tony Morris carburetor, Super Gas.
And Tony now manufacturing his own carburetors. And we've got written
That's
notes
how
all
professional
about it.
Dave is now.
And Dave Gibbons is the man on the ground here. So, but the Rough Diamond is in the hands of the new owner now, and Dave is crewing, helping, assisting with the new man who I don't know. And Rough Diamond. So for those of you who, like me, remember Rough Diamond so well, one of the first teams that I became very friendly with when I first started, all those years ago, son. Let me just tell you a little bit about Tony Morris carburetors. Outlaw Anglers here this weekend using a Tony Morris carburetor have had their carburetor upgraded or serviced by Tony Morris carburetors. That's Mick Taylor, Wayne Power, Anxious, Ian Tweddle, Spencer Tiswell and Colin Millar. There we are. So thank you very much indeed. Dave Gibbons is on site with, it sounds like an elephant. Dave Gibbons is on site with a trunk full of parts and carbs, should anyone need anything. There you go. That's your advert, Dave and Tone. Hope that's okay. So, well...
I hope the check is in the post, you, John, for that one.
I'm absolutely certain it will be. Yeah, absolutely certain it will be.
Oh, dear.
Keith Lee was up here a little while ago. I did mention when he was up here that... he was the man that I joined in the commentary box in 1981, along with another guy called Nick Murphy. And as opposed to wasting all my time when I'm not doing things like this, Keith writes books. And he has a new book out at the moment all about the twins.
Yeah.
So Triumphs and Vincents and things like this. And features very much on John Hobbs,
yes, of course,
with the double Westlake. So if you're interested in that, you can go onto the website, Keith Lee's website, and purchase yourself a copy. I ordered mine during his visit to our commentary box. So he's also written a book on Dennis Priddle. Dennis Priddle, very, very famous drag racer. And there was a book he did a few years ago all about the world of motorcycle drag racing, which I have a copy of. I think that's about it, but the Dennis Priddle book I haven't got. Oh, goodness me.
Squirming.
My goodness. Wow, 7-2 on the end of that. My goodness, well done, guys, girls. That was absolutely superb. What a ride.
Robbie Grabham driving it like he stole it. Look at that.
My goodness me.
I think that was one of those classic right foot versus brain arguments. So the right foot's like, no, I'm not moving. I'm not moving.
Yeah. It must have been like getting his bum smacked every 10 yards. It was bouncing so hard.
Do you know what the really strange thing about that? He went through the traps at 192.
Wow, I didn't even notice that.
His PB is 193.
Good
On
grief.
that run, he was only 1 mile an hour off a personal best.
Yeah.
And it was like...
That is a phenomenal speed for an Autumn, isn't it?
Awesome.
Nearly 200 miles an hour. Okay, well, Paul Dale is out here, Acute Anglia. This is a show and go car. Very nicely put together. Oh, it's a John Tebbenham roof flag there. And Mike Couch is the man in the right-hand lane, the little Hemi Hustler slingshot rail. This is how dragsters used to be, folks. I expect I'm preaching to the converted here, but when drag racing really got going, people who had slingshot rails were going quick, weren't they? Yeah. They were the quick ones of everybody. And then, of course, it all got superseded by the rear-engine dragster, and that was driven in America by Dom Garlitz, and in the UK, Russ Carpenter, I think, was one of the first to have a rear-engine car.
Yeah.
I can be corrected on that, I'm not certain, but, you know. but all part of the Supercharged Outlaws, and 8.9 and 8.9. Absolutely fabulous. Well done, guys.
The work that Paul Dale and his team had to put in to get that running.
Yeah.
They hurt a set of heads yesterday, so had to get a spare set of heads on the car. They were talking them down last night at probably about 8 o'clock when I went round to see them, and it was just the sheer level of work because the engine, just everything was apart. Oh, goodness me. Oh, Pete, well done, mate. That's Pete Franklin in Nitro FM. He's actually on the crew with Paul Dale. And, well, tells you the rest of the story there. Yeah. You know, get away from here getting parts. Yeah. Truth. Is that why everybody was still working on the car at like 8:30 this morning, put it all back together? Oh,
now then, we've got a birthday to announce here, haven't we?
We have, yeah.
Doug Bond, Doug Bond, drag racer, long-time supporter of everything drag racing. It's his birthday today, so happy birthday to Doug. There you are, Doug. Well done, mate.
Yeah.
23 again. Oh, 22, sorry. Happy birthday. Son Joe out there in the Nothing Fancy 2 slingshot. And this has changed to me. When I first saw Joe in this, wasn't it a lot taller, this car? Have they...
No, it's...
Is it the same one?
Yes, it's still the same car. Obviously, Joe used to run the Altered, the Nothing Fancy Altered, if you remember that.
Sure, yeah.
And then this car is the Bond, Hannis and Osborne car, UK built, of course.
But then right-hand lane in the green and the flames is Roy Wilding. And, of course, Wilding is where the Wild Bunch gets its name. Roy Wilding was the instigator of the Wild Bunch. And here he is now driving what is really a copy of something like Hemi Hunter was in its early day. Blown, I don't know, Chevrolet Rodec engine? I don't know what engine is in Roy Wilding's car. But this is going to be interesting. What sort of times have these two done in the past?
6.2s, 7s.
Wow, okay. 6.2s for Joe.
Joe's been a 6.2.
Okay, here we go then. Well, Joe taking the long way round, but Roy mimicking him a little bit. And a 7 for Joe there. Happy birthday, Doug. Great to see you. Martin, nice to see you.
Yeah, 736, pedalling like mad. I mean, only 125 at the stripe, compared to 166 at half. You could see he was off the gas by then.
Yeah.
And at Roy, 1088.
Well, great pair of runs there. And when they came underneath the tower, everything shook. I mean, it really, really did shake. Bit like when Top Fuel and that sort of thing come under.
I think them style of cars is what I had as the image of drag racing when you're growing up, when people were talking about it.
Big
the
wheels,
long
little
nose,
wheels.
yeah, the little wheels. That was my kind of thing that everybody was saying about. And it was only when you come here that you see all these different anglers and slingshots and Model Ys, and it kind of opens your eyes up to saying that you can actually do it in any style, really.
Yeah. Well, it's my mate Steve Smye down there again.
Yeah, that's not Andy Park, by the way.
No,
He's already been
I know.
through.
It's, got a different number on it, I think.
Yeah.
But good launch.
Yeah, they're doing Run What You Brung, so unless they've made their way into Supercharged Outlaws.
So that just seemed to be a sort of proving run, almost, that one. So is it a new car, Cole?
As I say, it's one car never before, so that was
it's a new car then, if you haven't seen it before.
Yeah. So, okay, so that's qualifying session number 1 done. I think there's one more car that's just tucked round the corner there. But I'm not sure who it is. I can't quite see it from here. Don't forget, we've still got the Wild Bunch to come. They will come down en masse. And there's
Sounds like an invasion.
It is. There's quite a few of them. Obviously,
Oh,
our
boy.
Run With Your Brung lanes. You can see how we split them now. You've got our race cars come down in lanes 3, 4 and 5, and Run With Your Brung are in lanes 1 and 2. And when they go around the corner into the actual pairing lanes themselves,
Yeah.
it then splits again, goes all the way back.
Right, okay.
Ah, so there we go.
Hello, mate. All right, did you get your advert? Sorry.
That's just a
I-
sound.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that is.
Okay.
Now then, this could be in Run With Brung, it could be in Supercharged Outlaws. The car has just made it to the 330 block and is making its way back. But that is a proper slingshot. I mean, there is no bodywork front of the engine at all, just the chassis rails. Obviously, the front wheels holding everything up, and there will be a fuel tank in there somewhere.
Do they hold a... Are they a mass hold? Like the fuel tank itself, are you talking square? Like a couple of litres?
It
if that?
is, yeah. In actual fact, yeah, there is a fuel tank in them. It's right at the front, actually. And obviously, the reason that they put the fuel tanks right at the front because you don't run a pressurised fuel system.
So there's a silver box on the front
Yeah,
there for
that is a
anybody.
fuel tank. If you look at look at the size of the hose from the tank. You can't put. It's got to have big capacity to get a lot of fluid through. Wielden and Charman names on the side. Just one gauge to look at, and we can see a light just above it. That will be a shift light, where I'll only probably come on once.
What's the vision, Colin, on that? So what are you looking at from a driver's point of view? Because
It's diabolical. You're just looking at the injector hat, basically.
Yeah.
You've got your peripheral vision to... at least you can see the tree, because in some cars you can't. .114 to 60 foot. Not a bad little launch, actually. Well on, guys.
so he's just staring at the engine block on the way down.
Yeah, basically.
Nothing else.
Well, your peripheral vision is looking around, obviously, but your focus is probably on the gauge, which will be your oil pressure.
Right.
So if that drops, you kill the engine straight away. You do not want to lose oil pressure because that could be the end of an engine if you don't spot it. So
Yeah.
oil pressure vital on any of these race engines. It's good seeing all your old muckers coming back. isn't
Yes,
it?
it's
all
lovely.
popping
Yeah, all coming and having a chat with me. That was Dave Gibbons, and just talking about Tony Morris's message to you earlier on today. And we're back. Are we back to Run What You Brung yet?
It is, but yes, is the short answer to that. I think that's Paul Tarry down
That was
there.
convincing.
Yeah, Paul Tarry. Here's another one celebrating his birthday this weekend. I think his was yesterday. He'll be in the Wild Bunch. Should be in the Wild Bunch a bit later on.
Well, I can see Keith sitting around the back
Yeah,
there in the
he's,
Mercury Comet.
Come down for a run.
Well, he's coming down just to do a checkout, start and first few yards, I think. And then he said he was going to give it a bit more of a shot later on this afternoon. So it's a gorgeous looking car, isn't it, lad?
It is, yeah.
All the dimensions are just right. No wonder Keith wanted to get it from John Webster. It is a beautiful looking car. So
And quick, because
and
that
very, very quick.
it's a 7-second car. Let's not forget.
Street legal.
Yeah.
So
I mean, cast your mind back, John. Obviously, 28 years in the tower here. Did you ever, in your wildest imaginations, think that street cars could run 7s, even 6s?
no, I think it all changed when Custom Car got involved in it, and it was the Custom Car Street Eliminator, And then people like Steve Pateman came along with that red Calibra.
Yeah.
I remember doing TV programs about that and some of the other street eliminator cars, and that was where it suddenly everybody started taking it far, far more seriously. And then to think that you've got Mr. Bond now running regularly down into the sixes.
Yeah.
You know, just seems to be able to turn the wick up as and when he needs to. It's just phenomenal on a street legal car.
Yeah.
What is it? What's the terminal speed on that?
Over 200 now.
Over 200 miles an hour. It's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. So yeah, I'm just so pleased. It's what I said at the Hall of Fame. That, you know, I was explaining to somebody who hadn't been around drag racing for years that you've got bikes that run 5 seconds, top fuel dragsters run the 1,000 foot in 3 seconds, street cars 6 seconds. What a difference it was to 1981 when I joined here. So
let's not forget the electric bike record that was set as well.
Electric
bikes.
bike record, yeah.
Yeah,
that was impressive. That was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, 661, and that is an outright electric record, be it car, bike, whatever.
Is it?
Yeah, outright world record.
It was 206 miles an hour, wasn't it? Something close to that he got to.
Yeah,
Phenomenal.
took both ends of the record.
Well, we are back to Run What You've Run now, and just going to get a bit more of an eclectic mix of vehicles coming through to strut their stuff. To Run What You've Runs were always where you tried your car out before you started, or your motorcycle. We don't have any motorbikes here this weekend.
No, not this weekend. No.
And to find out what you could do on the quarter mile. Everything in those days was a quarter mile. Nothing was restricted to 1,000 feet. And yeah, Run What You've Run was where everyone used to go. And people used to say to me, "You must know my brother. He drag races at Santa Pod all the time." But they would drag race at Run What You Runs, not at proper racing events, you know. So. Well, this Run What You Brung session, according to my program, goes from, I think we're sort of on time, we are, through to 12:55, and at 12:55 to lead us in, actually get a lunch break here.
Yeah. It's more for the track crew.
Yeah.
Yeah, we booked you to do live karaoke on the balcony for 25 minutes. John.
I could do that.
Yeah.
I was doing that last week at the car show in Peterborough.
Yeah, but you haven't seen the outfit you've got to wear, though.
Oh, the outfits don't bother me. When you've lived with this ugly face all your life, outfits don't worry you.
No, that's true, mate, that's true.
So, and then, so you've got at 5-1, the Fire Force 3 Jet Funny car. So for those of you who want to experience that. And then half an hour lunch break at 1 o'clock. 20-4 this afternoon, in amongst all of our qualifying, etc. We do have a visit from one of the Spitfires of the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, which I'm quite looking forward to. And tomorrow we have, weather permitting, a Lancaster.
Yeah.
Which visited here during, was it the Door Slammers?
Yes, it was, yeah.
And beat up the track, as I understand it, which is, I know when Graham Beckwith and I were commentating here hundreds of years ago, we had a Mustang, a P51D Mustang, came down the track straight at our window. And it was only afterwards we realised if he'd have sneezed and moved the control column, he would have been in here sharing the commentary with us. They're really quite scary. They're not, technically they're not allowed to do that, but we love it when they do.
Simon just getting a little bit squirrely there with the Frankenstein gasser. When we say squirrely, it was just snaking around a bit. 11:58, 121. But Paul Hammond, 11:31, getting quicker. Like Kenzie Taylor back down again.
So the 100E Prefect plays the Firebird in the right-hand lane. Any idea? 67?
68.
68.
He says confidently.
You sound, I must confess, you sounded so confident.
I said it. I thought, oh, I hope it is.
I wish I
Going
had
back to what Luke said earlier on, Colin. Say it confidently.
Yeah. I wish I had a badge that I can now stick on your chest saying, I'm confident today.
No,
Looks
I'm
like-
pretty sure it's 68.
Looks like Kenzie Taylor's going to be off on this one. And let's see what's happening now.
I'm just waiting for somebody to message me saying, no, it's a 69 Firebird, but
Nothing yet.
Yeah, it's nice you've got that though, that someone can correct you straight away.
Yeah. Well, it went through at 13.57 at 93.
So a slingshot, another slingshot here. The Misfit. I don't know if you've got any info about that here.
That's
Colin,
Wayne
have you?
Colliver. The Colliver family got a couple of cars. But this is just beautiful. Quite a short wheelbase for a slingshot. But if
Power
you
plant?
compare to that, I haven't got all the info on that one. Sorry.
There are people that can
Guess
get,
I would say small block Chevy.
yeah.
Yeah, looking at the pipes. That'll do, 10.35. Has a best of 9.31. Whew.
So whatever issues affected Kenzie Taylor, he's back in the lane in his 100E Prefect. That one's over to you, John. What's in the right lane?
That's,
Well, it's a Ford out the 1930s, but I can't give you any
I
more
was going to say 33, 34. I can't even tell it from this angle. I would imagine it's a 3-window coupe, or is it a 5-window coupe? Crowd, how many windows has it got?
Hang on, let's have. Oh no, the feed's showing us the same angle, so it's snuck under the tower.
Yeah. For me, one of the prettiest Fords, 33, 34. Very nice looking piece of kit.
And quick.
Yeah, nice.
11.20, sorry, 11.18, 125. Kenzie goes through with a 16.03 at 84.
Everybody's smiling in the crew down there, so it must have been good.
No, they just like being there. Right, young, well, it's normally Troy that's driving this. Who's driving? Is it Troy? No. Who is it?
Troy again.
Well, it's the Bull family. He's going to message me now. Look. It's the Bull family. Harold Bull's grandson.
Ah,
if you go way back there.
Yeah, yeah. Tim Bull used to race quite a bit, didn't he, after Grandad? So, my goodness me, real history.
And this doesn't hang about. Going to give the Morgan a good run for its money, that's for sure. Let's have a look. Almost
this is gonna be close, isn't it?
identical to the 330, identical to the 8th. And yes, 67 against a 76.
Yeah.
Neck and neck all the way.
Good race.
And 0-2 between them at the stripe.
Now that's what you call a tunnel ramp.
Oh dear, the rat rod, love it. They can see all this extra pipe work now on this. You
Yeah.
see that there? That's
Yeah.
just fantastic.
I still didn't see if it was a Zephyr or a Consul. It's I can't tell from this angle. I should try to remember to look behind me like we used to years ago. But Mark 1 anyway. And then the car on the left-hand lane.
A 32 Ford pickup, love it.
If only I could see where I was going. So. Well, the Mark 1 gets there first, 9.5 seconds. Beautiful. 145 miles an hour, but another good run in that left-hand lane. 9.85, 133 miles an hour.
Right, this is a car coming underneath the tower, John, that you will know very, very well indeed. The backdraft, the slingshot.
Okay, so Crazy Chris.
It is, yeah.
Okay. So Crazy Chris still with the Wild Bunch, presumably? And Claire. You knew what I was trying to think.
What you were going to say, yeah. But Claire's not here this weekend. She's on the Isle of Man watching all the TT races.
Okay.
And having a blast. Now, it looks like this could... Well, I didn't see what was in the lanes, but both of these in the Wild Bunch, obviously.
So you think that this is the Wild Bunch first sortie
Well,
onto
what
the
you've
track?
got there, you've got Chris Hartnell there.
Yeah.
You've got Lee Hartnell on the other side.
Ah, okay.
That's the Metal Mistress altered. So, sorry, I do apologise. Claire got back yesterday from the Isle of Man. She's down there now. So I was thinking she was like sending us emails and everything saying I'm not there, and then all of a sudden she's down on the start line. I thought, is she just teleported herself here? Well done, Claire. That's why she's taking photographs in both lanes and everything. All right, Crazy Chris has a best of 8.62, Lee a 10.02. Oh, totally lost drive and fire there. All right, let's see how Lee gets on. Oh, monster
9.7.
PB! Oh, wow, 9.72. He's just taken 3/10 off.
Yeah, Claire's loving it a lot.
I'm not surprised.
Oh boy, you don't often get Chris shutting down on the start line, do you? For the life of me, I can't remember that ever happening before. And he's been around the sport a long, long time, but being pushed back. So hopefully whatever the problem was will be rectified, and we'll see him out again. I think you were right, mate. I think it is out at the...
It's a Wild Bunch section,
yeah. Yeah.
Don't see many cars like that. That's the Boston Straggler. Tim Roy has been in the 9.1s, but look at the engine on that.
Tell me
Jag
what it
12
is.
pot.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, outstanding car.
My God. They were difficult enough to operate on the road, let alone...
And you've got a VW-based power plant in Graham Rawlings' car, so two totally opposite ends of the scale.
Yeah.
Crazy. And Graham's car doesn't hang about either. He's been the best of 10.57 in that.
Whoa! A pendulum ride there. Let's
Still
swing
going.
from side to side. Wow, well controlled. 9-second run. Heart-stopping moment a few times there, guys.
Do you know what? It looks worse for us than it is for the driver, because the driver's going, oh, I'll just correct it. You know, it's it's bizarre because when you're on the outside looking in, you sort of think, oh my God, it's all over the place. But the driver goes, oh, I didn't feel it. It's quite bizarre. It really is quite bizarre. 1072 there for Graham Rawlings. 126.86 mile an hour. I think that's a PB on speed for him, actually. Well done, Graham. It's the governor up next.
Is it?
John Webster down there. KB under the tower.
Keith takes this all very seriously, the racing side of this. It's a whole different ball game for him. He has the honour of owning and running this racetrack, and he has acquired over the years, let's say, a good number of vehicles that he loves. This is the one that is the hardest to drive of the lot. It's the most powerful of the cars that he owns, and he's on a very tight learning curve with this the whole time. So he's only, I think, going to do a practice launch here. That's what he sort of intimated to us this morning. So let's see how he goes. But as I said earlier on, what a beautiful bit of engineering and a feather in the cap of Mr. Webster, who's a renowned race car builder. So let's see what Keith gives us. Getting more adventurous as the ride goes on, I think. Oh, well, that's more than a practice start. That's good, John. Let's have a look. A smile. Yeah. Oh, well done.
First time out for Keith in that car this year, 11:27, 119. But you could hear him building the boost up on the start line, but he thought, no, that'll do.
Yeah. Good run. I'm sure he's going to be really pleased with that. So we're still with the Wild Bunch.
Yeah, no, this is Run With Your Brung now. Good and proper. There's a load of Wild Bunch cars that will come down en masse, as I say. They will make their invasion a bit later on.
Okay.
Well, time now. It's approaching midday. Well, where's the day going? Oh, he's absolutely flying by at the moment.
Well, I did say that lunch break
1 o'clock
on the track is 1 o'clock.
Yes, we've got an hour of Run With Your Brung.
Yep. And then the Spitfire flight at 3:40. And the clouds, etc., seem high enough, so we should be able to see that. As I said, Lancaster tomorrow, but depends on the height of the cloud and what the cloud contains is whether we see that or not.
We're running until 8 o'clock tonight. How about that?
You are?
Yeah.
You are. So are we not then as a collective?
on Friday,
It's
I love that.
once you become an old age pensioner,
Oh, right.
which I have the dubious honour of being one, then they say, it's getting near your bedtime, off you go.
So is that about 6:10 in the evening?
No, not even
No,
that late.
Not even that.
No,
The door to the older folks' home closes at 6. So
So true. It is so true.
Is that on day release today then, John?
Yes. Day release, yeah. You two will suffer later.
we will.
I want to point out I've still got 20 odd years before I can retire, John. So
Yeah.
it's going to be a long while.
I'm 20 years past my retirement date, so. 105E Anglia in the right-hand lane. 1959 these first came out, these cars, produced by Dagenham. And in the day, we got rain at the top
where are they
end or
going?
something.
Could be. 66 Dodge down there.
Yeah.
I've never seen that before. Never seen one. And I've just worked it out from looking at the number plate, seeing when that license plate came out. It's a Dodge Dart.
It's a sort of
I love
John
that
Webster
place.
colour, isn't it?
I really like that. Proper car. A few more Wild Bunch cars in the lanes that we can see. Happy Days is down there. But yeah, track crew just spotted something at the moment. I'll just see if I can get an update for you.
No. So it is rain.
Yeah, we got a
Rain
little
into play.
sprinkle in the air at the moment, which is a great shame. It was going oh so well. But yes, our track crew have just abandoned the start line for the time being. So unfortunately, the weather radar not too encouraging at the moment. But yeah, we're on hold due to weather at the moment. But well, John,
Colin.
you enjoying yourself back up here, mate?
I'm having a time, I would sing time of my life, but
Yeah.
I don't want to make the premises empty quite early on. Yeah, it's been really good fun, and good seeing that there's still lots of people racing that I knew when I started racing, which is extraordinary. So it's a fabulous day.
Yeah.
Let's hope the rain. I know they did forecast 1 or 2 showers today, but I think we should be able to get over those. We'll just have to see how it goes.
And James, now that you're sort of got the cans on, and we'll feed you in more and more as the event progresses. But your first thoughts on how everything is operating and how it all happens, really, because obviously 2 weeks ago you were watching a totally different event, i.e. door slammers, where they're just like going for it all the time, and now they're different heads on shoulders trying to run numbers as such. But obviously now looking at computer screens, getting a bit more of an understanding. What's your thoughts at the moment?
I think for the first time up in the booth with you guys is helping the fact that this is just absolutely incredible. So many different variants in cars, so many different shapes, it's just amazing from my point of view that this is here. You know what I mean? And it's definitely worth getting your kids, getting your family, getting everybody, bring them up, because it's just a different experience, really.
It's a very diverse sport. And you say people will come up with an idea and they'll build something in their shed, their garage, their workshop, whatever. And the only place they could really test it out properly is on a drag strip. So hence that's why you have like Run What You Brung and stuff like that. And most of the time you never know if it's going to work until it's here. And that's why you see cars break a lot, or you'll see cars running numbers they've never run before, or just can't get the tune up quite right. And unless you've got an engine dyno, you're not going to know what your engine's up to. And the only way you're going to find out if your car's going to work is on the drag strip, because nothing replicates the grip that's out there. You take it to any street, you're not going to get any indication whatsoever compared to a drag strip. So there's always that. And it's a constant learning curve. No matter what run it is, if your 10th run, your first run, your 1000th run up the quarter mile, you will learn something on every single pass. And it's quite amazing. And then, well, obviously, John, with all your experience up here, you've pretty much seen it all over the years, haven't you? From the times that you were up here. And of course, it was the earlier days of drag racing when people were literally doing exactly that. You couldn't buy everything off the shelf. You couldn't just like get on the internet and order a part from America and it'd be here. Or you can't get hold of one of the speed shops and just get a part like that. It was so different back then.
Yeah, pure engineering. I do remember that one year when I was commentating, it was either Tony Granson or Terry Gibbs came along here with a white Camaro that ran as a streetcar 10 seconds, and it was like that's all anybody was talking about was this 10-second Camaro. I was just looking back. The first time I ever worked for Santapod was at their custom car show in Milton Keynes, which was in 1981.
Look at that.
July. I thought it was later in the year than that, but 1981.
When you say Milton Keynes, was that in the shopping centre?
In the shopping mall.
Because that's only just been built then, hadn't it? It was because it was in the very late 70s that was built.
Don't know. Drove my Transit in there. So that's when I was a disc jockey. But I just looking through. I've got the show list here. and I was showing it to you earlier on, of some of the drag racing cars. It was a togetherness of custom vans, drag racing cars and bikes, and custom cars. But some of the names of the drag racing vehicles, the Mopar Missile and the Dodge Challenger, which was from Jeff and Sylvia Hauser, as was in those days. The Hellbender jet dragster,
Yes.
which of course Hellbender crashed here so badly. Rain City Warrior funny car, which is Chris Fussell and Bill Sherratt, both drove that. But then Sherratt went on to drive, and I think it was here as well. I'm just having a quick look through to see whether the funny car was here, the Army funny car. Maybe it wasn't there, which was Prudhomme's car, which eventually became the Cannonball car.
Yes, remember
which
that.
is still around somewhere. It's here, Cannonball funny car. It was at that show. A modified Camaro, the Blue Samurai funny car.
That was the Datsun-bodied one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
Datsun 240, 260, something like that.
Which was Ronnie Picardo's ride. And Ronnie Picardo, of course, was in the same echelon, if you like, as Bootsy Herridge in the early days of drag racing. Tequila Sunrise was owned by somebody Morris, as I recall, which was an altered. You had the Hound Dog funny car at this show, but it was in its competition altered guise.
Oh, the DMAG scheme.
The yellow DMAG scheme, Maiden Warrior, which was run by Dave Pryor, who was the ex-husband of Roz Pryor, who really was our first lady in drag racing. And Roz is still around. I'm hoping she's going to come along with Jerry Andrews to Dragstalgia. And I got an email the other day from Vicky Stone, who is Dave Stone's daughter. And hopefully they will be coming along to Dragstalgia as well. And then, thank you so much. It was on the track. Thank you so much. Also there were Hemi Hunter, the dragster, which was the ride of Jerry Andrews, and Stardust, the funny car. And the Stardust funny car was originally Ray Beale's Blue Max car. Right. Which, when the Americans used to come over, the management at that time used to buy. So the Americans went home but left their vehicles here, And Stardust exploded underneath the tower one day. I do remember that. It went off like a grenade going off. And the final car in competition cars was Rough Diamond. So we're back to Dave Gibbons again. And then a whole load of drag racing motorcycles. But that was the first time I ever worked for Santapod with all those names. But
I mean, that is a phenomenal show.
Yeah.
That really is.
The trouble with me, mate, is that when I first came along here, I didn't know what I was looking at. I'd never been to a drag race meeting in my life before, and my then nephews used to say to me, who were my road crew as a DJ, "Oh, you've got to come up to this place called Santapod," because we lived near Brands Hatch. Why would you go and see somebody race in a straight line when you can go and watch them go around corners? I was only here one weekend and I was hooked. It's really strange.
It doesn't take long, does it?
No.
That hook, and it just doesn't let go.
Yeah, it's a fantastic sport, and I'm sure it's still today. But when I first came along here, we all seemed to be like family, and we all, if we were allowed. This is before I actually used to drink, so in those days I smoked but didn't drink. I now maybe have a glass or two and don't smoke. So, but we all used to go down the pub, and I can remember going into the pub just down Urchester. And Ronnie Picardo was there, and Russ Carpenter was there, and for some God unknown reason, Ronnie head-butted Russ Carpenter's nose, which I never understood why. But it's those things that just stick in your memory.
What was Ronnie standing on? Russ wasn't exactly a short guy.
Was there any reasoning or not? Just behind that?
I don't know. It
was in Glasgow.
Just some of the things I remember from those days, and I do remember telling a young acquaintance of mine, because he asked me how I got into drag racing. And I said, well, I did this show at Milton Keynes, which was opened by Rod Hull and Emu.
Oh, my word.
And closed by Sir Sterling Moss. He was just Sterling Moss then. And the guy that I was talking to just stared blankly at me.
Yeah.
Had never, ever heard of, not only Rod Hull and Emu, had never heard of Sterling Moss either. Which I find a whole difference.
Okay.
I'm old.
Just had a message come through on mine, and it is from Leslie Pryor. Hi to John Price. Lovely to hear him up in the tower again. So, Leslie, thanks ever so
Leslie,
much
if you
indeed,
can
mate.
hear me, thank you, darling.
Yeah.
I hope your family is well.
Yeah.
Give my regards to your brother Stuart. And Stuart was my roadie come gopher at that show, at the Milton Keynes show, to which I first met people from the Pryor family.
See, now, this is how it is now. You get people like Leslie Pryor that's tuned in, listening, and can message us straight away, and it will come through. You heard that noise from Messenger, and there it is, instant. It's just fantastic. And it's so good that so many people are actually messaging in. I mean, well, they do, because that's how I communicate with a lot of racers in the
I
pits.
noticed the third one down there is the adult shop in Wittering. Is that one of your clients, is that? I'm joking. Come on, stick with it.
Boy,
you're up here commentating with me, for God's sake.
Oh dear. Well, there we go. That's just finished that one off completely, hasn't it? But no, I mean, it is. I'll be looking forward to this. When I found out that you were coming up this weekend, I thought this is just going to be so good, because obviously when you retired, and because if you go back however many years, 15, 16 years, you used to do my public liability insurance for my car events. And that's how we started communicating. And it was always a thing that I must come and see you at one of the race meetings one day, but it never happened. Then you announced your retirement, and it was at the European finals, and I thought, well, if I don't go up and see John at this event, I'm never, ever going to see you.
I can remember your words.
Yeah.
Seriously, I can remember your words. You walked up here and you said, John, I want your job.
I didn't quite come out with it like that.
Was it as blunt as that?
Trust me.
I said, I love your job, not I want your job, maybe.
I think we directed you where to go.
You did.
In the nicest way possible.
I don't think I was that blunt, but...
Seriously, it was that. And the rest, as they say, was history. Darryl, of course, I'd been doing the television with for quite some time. Darryl Bradford, who commentates with you at the major events here, used to come and sit in here as a little lad.
Yeah.
So I'd be commentating, and this is why Darryl has this retentive memory.
Oh, it's amazing.
Going way, way back in time, because his dad, Colin and Paul's videos, and they had the rights to film here at Santapod all those years ago. And while Dad was filming, Darryl would, as a young lad, would come and sit up here in race control.
Yeah.
When I have a son called Darryl as well, who's 52 this year, and when he used to come up here in race control with me, he used to go off to sleep. Now you find that the hardest thing imaginable in the world is to come up here and fall off to sleep. And my son did. Whereas Darryl Bradford used to take active interest in what was going on.
Yeah.
And he's like, I don't know, a reference book for drag racing.
It's amazing, because he knows things that obviously from his memory, and he stores it all up here. I have to have a book. I can't remember everything. I come up to see you, did that, and you pointed me in the right direction. Then I did the next national finals.
I think I
Graham.
pointed you to the gentlemen's toilets.
Yeah,
at that time.
That's right. But then we got to the next Easter, and I was up here, and the powers that be said, "Oh, we got some colour commentators that will come and join you." And Darryl came in to do the fuel cast.
Sure.
And we just hit it off instantly, and the rest, as you say,
It's history.
Is history. But I've always wanted a day or an event where I could do it alongside you, and I'm absolutely delighted.
Well,
And to be honest with you, it's an
been a
honour,
great
mate.
day.
It
No,
really
it's
is.
been a great day for me. But the trouble with me is I was trying to say it earlier. When you're first up here, and I mean, I commentate with Keith, who's in the tower with us again at the moment, and this other chappie who didn't stay very long, this guy called Nick Murphy. So I can't really remember too much about it. But trying to learn about a sport you know nothing about would be me trying to go to... Yeah, well, you're doing
I'm
it.
in the same boat.
You're in the same
This is
boat.
it. I'm sitting here now learning about a sport that.
But I
you know
would be the
nothing
same
about.
if I came along to electric racing or
Yeah.
e-racing. I would know absolutely nothing about that. And you're trying so hard to take in what's going on. And there were all the greats were there in front of my very eyes, and none of it registered. You know, you were so busy trying to make sense of what was going on.
Yeah.
And this was before the advent of computers and things like that. And so you had metal strips that stuck up against the window, and you had to arrange how people qualified with little tabs with their names on it and what times. It was really a long time.
I didn't really want to have a look over there, actually, because it's got very grey. When you started, John, I honestly can't remember, but did you just have the arrows left and right, or did you actually have the timing boards then?
Arrows.
It was the arrows, so you had to relay all the speeds and ETs all the time.
No, because we, in those days, the commentary position... This is history for those of you who could be bothered to listen. Sorry about this.
No, it's a captive audience, John, don't worry.
The commentary position was where the timing crew now are, and the timing crew, with their Mr. Billington built timing equipment, used to sit in here, and they used to have to write out a card to pass through to us to read out. So after the run, you could say, yeah, you know, somebody has won, Bill Sherritt has won, but you wouldn't know what the times and speeds were until it was transferred through to us. So that was me and Keith Lee, and then Richard Nichols. I'll get it in a minute. Old age, certainly Graham Beckwith, of course. No, I think when Graham came, which was maybe in the early 90s, I think maybe we had the computer then, but certainly in the 80s, most of it was done on bits of paper and handed to you. And it was, you always had to wait for this to come, and the time, and the times are, you know, used to be a big gap.
Amazing.
So it has gone on in leaps and bounds since then.
Goodness me.
So there you are.
I tell you what, enough waffle from the tower for the time being. We will just hand it over to Nitro FM and let them take the airwaves for a little while. We're going to rest our vocal cords. It goes without saying that we are on stop for a weather delay at the moment. It's a little bit wet out there, and if you look behind us, those windows are very wet indeed. It's just that you look at the front windows, there's nothing there. Obviously, the tailwind is bringing the rain in from behind us, so... yeah, we're going to take a break for a little while. We will take it back with an update when we have a good look at the weather radar, give you some ideas. But for the time being, Nitro FM 96.2, going to give them the airwaves for a little while, and we'll catch up with you later.
may not want to wait. May not want to wait. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick. Tico, he's a cuckoo in my car. Thank you. Rain, I want to wait, 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 wait. Rain, I want to wait. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico tico tock. This tico tico, he's a cuckoo in my car. Oh, cuckoo in my car. Oh, never to wait. They never to wait. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico 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 tock. Tico tick, oh tico tico tock. This tico tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Well, we've got nothing to actually commentate on at the moment, but I thought we'd give you a little bit of an update. John is still with us. James is still in the tower with us. I'm still here.
Yep.
There we go. Just it was like calling the register there, wasn't it?
It was,
Price,
wasn't it?
Price, where are you, Price?
Here.
Yeah.
Welcome back to Warmington on Sea.
That's it.
I think that's about it. What a torrential downpour. The crew have really worked very, very hard. Thank you very much, as always, to the Sandapod crew, getting us out of all sorts of troubles as per normal. As you can see at the top end of the track, the jets are out up there. Always been a favourite for puddles and things, although not so much now because it's been resurfaced, isn't it, the runoff area?
Yeah, vastly improved, a lot smoother, and fortunately, we haven't had to dry it very often so far. The weather has actually been very kind to
It
us.
has
So
this year, yeah,
it's almost
sure.
like its first proper test.
Yeah.
But yeah, it is drying very nicely up there, actually. Racetrack looking great. But then we always know that a sealed rubber surface, it's just surface water we need to get rid of. Obviously, in the shutdown area, it's a bit more porous, so we have to sort of get into the cracks, if you like, and make sure they're dry and we don't
Sure.
get anything sort of rising up from underneath.
What you can't see from the grandstand side as you look out onto the track is that the wall, the retaining wall, that's where all the water that they've removed from the track has ended up. And what they've got to do now is what they are doing now is to push it out into the old fire up road, which is directly in front of you as you sit in the grandstand. So that's what's happening at the moment. They're gradually finishing off at the top end of the track, and we should be hopefully I'm not going to incur the wrath of the gods here.
No, I think it's, we do have a plan. And look, I was holding back, and I just wanted to see how it's progressing. But subject to confirmation, what's helping us is getting a little bit warmer out there. Little patches of blue sky out there. It's getting brighter, and obviously that breeze, bizarrely, is helping. And all being good, we could be running around about 3:30 this afternoon, so just over half an hour's time, if the conditions allow us to and the track dries how we want it to. So, the time now, just approaching 3 o'clock, so potentially in about half an hour's time, we could be recommencing with Run What You Brung. So that's the mission, that's the plan.
And for those of you who are very, very good at recognising aircraft, you may have noticed that there was no Spitfire. Unfortunately, the weather conditions didn't allow the Spit to fly. But I am told that at 11 minutes past 4, the Lancaster is coming over. So for those of you who get lumps in your throat when you see things like Merlin-powered aircraft, Griffon-powered Spitfires, Merlin-powered Hurricanes, you're going to be seeing the big daddy of them all, hopefully. It visited us on Door Slammers.
It did, yeah.
And gave us quite a display. And hopefully we'll be seeing the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight Lancaster at 11 minutes past 4, roughly. So,
could be a couple of seconds out.
Yeah. So that's what we've got lined up for you. As Colin said, Run What You Brung resumes at 3:30. Fire Force 3 will be here to give you some jet shenanigans out there on the track. What certainly will warm us up a bit here in race control. And that's at 4:15, and then we're on
16:15.
16:15. Sorry,
Yep.
let's get myself correct.
24-hour clock, John. 24-hour clock.
yeah.
Come on.
Yeah. Stick by the script. And then we'll be going on with a good hours of qualifying for Supercharge Outlaws, Gasser Circus, Nostalgia Superstock, and Outlaw Anglia. So that's what that looks like coming up to 5:25. So there you are. Half an hour, and I know it's watching other people work is the hardest thing in the world, folks, isn't it?
Yeah.
I've always thought I could be a council worker and lean on a shovel whilst telling us other people where to dig the hole. Watching all of our lads and lasses out there working so hard, it really makes me want to rush down there and join in. Doesn't it you, Cole?
Funnily enough, it doesn't quite have that same effect on me.
Why did I know you were going to say that?
Because you'd already asked me, that's why.
Yeah. He's not backwards in coming forwards,
No,
John.
no.
He's not the first out the door with a squeegee in his hand. Bless him.
Right, okay.
It's funny that John always says that when the box is empty for all the tools to actually get on with the job.
Absolutely right.
It's the last one in the
Absolutely
queue, Colin. Last one in the queue.
So there you go. So that's the plan of attack for now. So fingers crossed all goes well, and we'll be back on the track with you at 3:30. So do we hand back to
We certainly do, yeah.
the lads and lasses in Nitro FM? Hello, lads and lasses in Nitro FM. Well, good. So you're still Oz. You there? Oh, I'm all right, mate. It's lovely to talk with you. I only ever see you at the gala dinner. Yeah, and you stand there and you bash your hammer on the table.
Yeah, broke it.
Yeah. Oh, it is. Okay, well. Why, had that happened to you before then? You've broken other mallets and hammers in your time? Are you? Hey, listen, we're going to hand over to you. It's lovely to talk with you. Keep the 70s music coming. Always remember the Rubettes and Alvin Stardust. Being Bernard Jury and then being Shane Fenton. He was. He did. Well, I do. Yeah. Strangely, I do remember that. But also, in what a lot of people don't know is he turned to acting in his later years and was the child catcher in a stage version of Chitty Chitty. That's the one. Yeah. So there you are. The great, the late. I can't. Nobody up here will argue with that, I can assure you. Good. Horse, I'm going to hand back to you. Good luck, mate. See you. Bye. Bye-bye. Bye.
tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, 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 tock. Tico, tick. Oh, tico, tico, tock. This tico, tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
just let that final note fade into the distance there. Nitro FM, thank you very much indeed. Right, just give you a little update. We are, 5 or 10 minutes away from getting things going. If you are in the pairing lanes for Run What You Brung, suggest you return to your vehicles, please, as we are not far off getting things going. Just to let you know, Supercharged Outlaws, we expect them to be in the lanes ready to go at 4:20, to be followed by the Gasser Circus, Nostalgia, Superstock and Outlaw Anglia. There will be another session of Run What You Brung after the second qualifying session of our race classes, and target time of 5 to 7 is when we'll be doing the third and final round of qualifying for our race classes, which will take us up to round about 8 o'clock this evening. We are expecting and hoping that Martin Hill with Fire Force 3 will be running around about 4:15. And of course, 4 minutes before that, the Battle of Britain Memorial flight, the Lancaster, due in at 16:11. So that is our plan for the rest of the afternoon. Fortunately, it looks like the weather radar has been kind to us for the rest of the day, so we should be A-OK. Still got that tailwind. It's getting a bit warm, and we're threatening to take our jackets off and just be in T-shirts and stuff like that. It's getting nice and warm.
Yeah, I should strip down to my sarong in a minute.
And that's when we exit the tower rather rapidly.
I'm going to go to the right.
That's it. I'll be taking the escape hatch, John. I will just leave you up here.
As soon as we can get out, John, that's a sight I don't want to see, if that's okay.
I mean, come on. Well, it's the boy's first day. You don't want to
Please don't scare me off
straight
already.
away.
Yeah.
Can't understand why you don't understand what I'm like.
Oh dear. No, I must admit, as we were saying earlier on, having James and John up in the tower today, as I say, the novice, the intermediate and the pro, I think that's the best way to put it. So
It sounds like a film, doesn't it? The Witch, the Wardrobe and
the lion.
The lion.
It's terrible when you get old. You boys will find out, but you do forget things. So, did I get that in the wrong order then?
Yes.
Okay.
It's the lion, the witch, and the wardrobe.
Ah, thank you. All
That's
right.
okay. No worries.
Okay. I've never been a film buff, but
I'm just worried that you're saying.
Anyway,
I'm saying what you're saying, like sarong and buff and things like
Yeah.
that. I'm just getting a bit worried, John.
Yeah.
But no, it's all good fun. But no, in all seriousness, we are. Well, it is literally 5 or 10 minutes away. It looks like our track crew are just dealing with the couple of expansion joints. Yes. Maybe a couple of weepers up there, so we're just making sure that the track is 100%. And we'll be continuing with Run What You Brung. Good to see the lanes have got plenty of vehicles in there. And then, of course, we'll be continuing on qualifying, which is at 4:20.
Yeah, thanks for sticking with us out there in Spectator Land. We'll try and give you something to enjoy just as quickly as we possibly can. I think that's the easiest way of describing it.
At the moment, all I thought of you just running down the strip in your sarong, John.
It has been known, but it was more...
You've done Captain Chaos, haven't
I did
you?
Captain Chaos, yeah. But that's 40 years ago.
Yeah. Never to be forgotten.
Don't think I could do it again. It's just one of those things, yeah. So we launched the Cannonball Run film in association with the Cannonball Run. And, of course, one of the characters played by Dom DeLuise in the film is Captain Chaos. So I dressed up as Captain Chaos on roller skates.
How did that work out for you?
It hurt.
Did it?
Yes.
Did you get down the full?
Yeah, I did the quarter. I've got a timing ticket for it somewhere. And they sent a wrecker to pick me up and bring me back. And it was all I could do to catch my breath, I think. I was on 60 a day cigarettes at the time, and that and trying to roller skate the quarter mile wasn't the best thing you could do. But I was a lot younger then.
You were.
Absolutely.
But you were the forerunner to what we call our human-powered race we have at Bug Jam and things like that. It was you who were the trendsetter. You didn't realise it at the time, but...
I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
well, we have at Bug Jam...
Yeah.
Our human-powered race. Basically, if it's rollerblades, roller skates, skateboards, bicycles,
Okay.
joggers, things like that, fancy dress, they all start on the start line in the Kestrel Beer Lane. They go all the way up to the quarter mile.
Yeah.
There's a cone at the top there, and then they come hurtling back down this side. The trouble is, there's quite a lot of people that take part and they fan across this lane, so you've got all these head-on collisions coming. Oh no! But we have the paramedics on standby. Luckily, we haven't had any injuries, but it's part of bug jam culture now. It's good fun.
We could renew your Captain Chaos role, no, John?
It's up to you, James. I've got the.
No, I wasn't necessarily specifying that.
no,
I was
it
going to
won't be
dress up.
me.
This was just, to bring you back in your heyday and to go, show us what it was all about. Because I feel that I've missed out.
He's got no answer.
Get rid of him.
He's silent, everyone. He's just sat in the booth, not saying anything.
Oh dear. It's good that we can laugh. Anyway, we're going to start again just as soon as we can. I always think when the track crew leave the track, folks, just give them a round of applause.
Yeah, they are legends.
They've
They
been
really are.
seriously, they've been working their thingies off, and it's something that neither Colin or I would venture out there to do because we're too old. But the crew are all young, virile people, and they've been out there slogging it. So when they leave, just think about it and give them a big round of applause, please, because they do deserve that.
Yeah.
And we'll be back with Nitro FM. Just maybe Nitro FM. Just a couple of discs.
Discs.
Yeah.
Discs.
John's run out of things. John's run out of things to say. There we go.
Really?
Yeah.
What? You don't have proper records? Well, I used to. I can remember, and this, Nicky, is the truth, is that I can remember going to my London gig that I was doing in 1960 something or other with a load of 45s in boxes on the roof and a load of 78s on the back seat of my car, and a lady walked out in front of me and I stopped but the records didn't.
So was she a record breaker?
Hey!
Baboon. I'll feed you the lines, boys. You come back.
He got in there before I did on that one as well.
It was literally near the Elephant and Castle. Yeah, it was. That's where it all suddenly went wrong. So, or maybe went right. But no, there you go. So those were the days of. Oz will remember records and discs and things like that. Wow. Right. Wow. Empty bottles of beer. Good God. Okay, well, that sounds about par for the course. So, all right, well, we're going to pass to you, Nicky and Oz, for a couple of more non-discs for our delectation, and we'll talk to you in a minute, okay? Thank you.
Tico, Tico, tap. Tico, tick. Oh, Tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, Tico, 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 tap. Tico, tick. Oh, Tico, Tico, tap. This Tico, Tico, he's a cuckoo in my car.
Well, Lancaster is directly overhead at the moment. So making its first pass, it normally does 2 more. So keep your eyes skywards as the plane banks left and should come straight back up the quarter mile.
Well, it's early, isn't
Is
it?
it? Yeah. I was gonna
it's-
say 16:11. You said.
Yeah,
It is very early, actually, yeah.
So maybe
Cool,
it's
called us out a bit.
the tailwind.
Yeah, got here quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. Glorious sight.
But what height do we reckon that's flying at? What, 300 feet? Maybe a bit less?
At 500, I would
Yeah.
think. I don't want to be picky. I don't know.
But that is low.
It is low.
Very
Whatever it is, it's jolly low. I think one would call it treetop height. So
Yeah.
if you're ready for this, then the sound of 4 Merlins coming over the top of you, folks. Here it comes again. So the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight have this. There is another one of these in Canada, which was over here a few years ago, making a total flying in the whole world of 2. There is another one being brought back to flying standard, they hope, up in Lincolnshire. And that will be really something to have 2 of those up in the air at any one time. So we get going on the racing. So you've got racing on ground level, you've got the Lancaster up in the sky. So what more could you ask for? And once again, it's banking right the way over. How many times do you say it comes back, Cole?
It'll make 1 more pass, and then a bit of wing waggle, and off he goes. So
Right,
look at
okay.
that.
That's beautiful.
Incredible, doesn't it?
Yeah.
There is a dragster down there. That's Rob White with Happy Days from the Wild Bunch.
And this is happy days now. The sun's shining. And as we watch the dragster go, the guys flying the Lancaster will have a bird's eye view of what's happening down here on the track. So here it comes again. And that is absolutely superb. Designed by Roy Chadwick, the man who gave us, first of all, the twin-engine version of this, which was the Manchester.
Wow,
And then,
straight
of
at
course,
us.
it led to the Shackleton, which then had Rolls-Royce, Duck, Griffin engines. Oh, wizard. That was fantastic.
Sorry, heading right down at us as well.
I think Matthew Southcott in the 39 Ford just going up the track, and the windscreen full of the Lancaster coming at him then.
Absolutely wonderful.
Oh, outstanding.
Okay, so we are on with Run What You Brung at the moment.
Yeah, we say goodbye to the Lancaster. That was a phenomenal fly pass from him. That was really low.
It was. And hopefully he saw us all duck in here as he went across the top. So they'll be laughing, saying, you should have seen us when we went over that place at Santa Pod. All the wallies in the tower ducked.
Well, we thought he was going to land, actually.
Yeah. Okay. So just a little bit of titivation going on out there on the track. Hopefully everything is tickety-boo.
Can we have Gasser Circus into the Perry lanes, please? Gasser Circus. Come on down.
Well,
Hey, did you have a sneak peek at that?
I just went and had a look at this, and I mean, I think I said to you guys, I've seen this at so many shows, this car, and it is just beautiful. It really is a cracking-looking piece of kit. It's you know the name of the guy in it, don't
It's
you?
Brian Savage.
Yep. And he's at so many rod runs, etc., throughout the year, but he also gets the biggest kick about putting his power onto the track. And no expenses spared with this machine. He said he put in a load of runs this morning, said it was getting a little bit warm, so that's why he stopped. So, and there you are, just over 10.5 seconds for a road-going car. He'll drive home in that tonight, as you said. Very, very good. So more action in the run. Don't forget, 4:15, we have got Fire Force 3 coming along to entertain us. So for those of you who like a bit of jet action, then that will be with us at 4:15. And I don't know, James, have you experienced the jet?
I did. I was in the booth for
Door slammers.
Door Slammers, wasn't we? And he was there, and he was literally shaking the tower.
Yeah.
And Wiley, Willis was here as well, wasn't he? I think so. Yeah, we've experienced both of them.
Okay, well, that's up and coming. And meanwhile, we have got...
You know that car. You know that car.
It's Dave. Yes,
Yeah.
of course, it's Rough Diamond.
Yeah.
With the new owner
Yeah.
on board. So Dave was going to be there to help him, as he is. Dave Gibbons, the previous owner, Funky Gibbons, brings him up to the start line.
Yeah,
So,
the new driver is a little bit bigger than Dave, so it's been over to Roy's to have an extended roll cage
right.
put on it.
Okay. So let's see how we get on. Dave's a bit emotional about this at the moment. You know, seeing the car that he's driven, sold, got back, and took the small block out, put a big block in, and now watching somebody else drive it. There we go. That seemed, to me, very, very good indeed. I hope everybody else would agree with it. Well done.
Yeah. Always the first run in a new car, a strange car, just feel your way into it.
Yeah.
The best way. 11:08, 115. Nice way to start.
That's not bad, is it, for a first-time run
Yeah.
in a car which is new to you? My goodness me, I don't think I'd be able to do that. Okay, so here's your 40s Ford coupe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that in itself is, I was talking to the guy who owns that, and he was telling me that was a complete and utter wreck when he got it. No floor, no gutters on it,
Nothing.
anything.
Wow.
And he rebuilt the whole lot, sprayed it in his garage at home. Took him 15 years to do.
Wow.
I would say that's a success, wouldn't you?
Yeah. Oh.
12.06.
Yeah. Well, not only did to build a show quality paintwork and everything like that, but to get it to run on the quarter in nearly 11 seconds.
Yeah.
Outstanding. Absolutely standing. And he's done lots of runs as well, to be fair.
Yeah.
Probably already has run in 11. So, excellent job.
Well,
excellent.
the only things I think that he didn't do himself, he purchased the driving seat and the door cards, and I think that was about it. The rest he did at home. So hats off to him. These rodders, you know, made of tough stuff.
Oh, the best.
This is, of course, the Nostalgia Nationals. Brought to you in association with the NSRA, of course. 50 years old this year. So here we go with what I'm calling the 47 Anglia, with that slab fronted.
Yeah, this is Graham Scrivens. Best so far for 10.4 this weekend.
It does go as well as it looks, doesn't it? It is a beautiful piece of kit. What we're going to see here, just slightly slower, 11.15. So maybe just taking it that little bit easier on the track first time around. So let's have a look and see who's up and coming next. Well, there you are. It's the full coupe. I still didn't look to see how many windows it had got.
Good point.
I should.
I thought that would have been first on your list,
absolutely.
John.
Yeah, absolutely. Didn't even know it was sitting there. So, once again, another super piece of hot rodding
It's a
equipment.
3-window.
3 windows, is it?
Yeah.
Well done. I shall remember that now.
Ooh, lots of wheel spin off the line.
Yep. Immediately, Ian goes out to check.
Still clocking 122 at the stripe. That's impressive.
Yeah. Especially with all
a 2
that wheel
seconds,
spin.
2 seconds 60 and 8.44 at 95 at the 8th. But goes to show these rods got a lot of power. Oh, KB's down there.
Yep.
Funny enough, lined up next to, but not going against, the ex-Davy Murdoch 33 Willis. Those two cars have probably raced each other in Street Eliminator over the years.
That's a very good point, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But
Well, if you see a pair of yellow Crocs, it can only be one person. Colin Miller, of course. How you doing, Cole? Good to see you. Well, you can't hear me. Right, eyes front to see. Oh, Chevy C10 pickup. I'm going to have a stab at 1968 for this one. At regular 11-second runner. And Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3 coming down the old return road. Look.
Oh, yeah. Oh, well, that's nice. See the Fire Force coming down what is the old return. It was the old Fire Up
Road, of course, yes.
Yeah. Gives everybody a chance to have a close-up look if they haven't been into the pits to look at it. And he had a dial-in on the back of that of 1183, breaks out from that 1172.
Yeah.
So,
I think that was from his when he was running indoor slammers the other week. I think he was in the big bracket.
Okay.
So, but if that's the case, then yeah, car's going well. So don't forget, we have called Gasser Circus into the pairing lanes, of course. So Martin Hill, not that far away from running, scheduled in about 7 minutes' time. And a few cars in the pairing lanes. That sounds like one of our Fords underneath us. Probably wrong. No, it was. It's Ford Anglia. Again, another one straight out the 1960s.
Well, yeah. 59 they first came out. About the same, but the Minis I think came out in 59 as well, wasn't it? I think.
Sir Alex's finest, the Mini, definitely.
Yeah. Yeah. Also designed the Morris Minor, you know. So.
Goes through with a 1686, 82.
Don't know what was it under the hood in that. Have you any idea in that 105E?
No idea. Right, see how Graham gets on then with the 33 Willis.
Bit more grunt in this. So Ian on the start line showing a bit of concern just away from the start line. Is still working on those expansion joints in the left-hand lane. But let's see how we go. Well, that was really good, wasn't it?
162 to the 60-foot, 7 flat. That will parlay into a high 10, low 11. 11.06,
So
111.
courtesy of Mystic Meg, the times read out before they actually happened.
Don't start me on that. I've dialed cars in before, and it's so funny when I.
Oh dear.
It was a good run though. It was straight, wasn't it, all the way down?
Seriously, I'm just looking in the Fire Road at the moment, and I can see Al Golding sitting there in, is it his Forenza? It is, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he was around in my early days up here, I think, Al
I
Golding.
think, if I remember, the car's called Decree Absolute.
Yeah, well, it was grounds for divorce.
That's right, yeah.
I used to know
It was. Yeah.
But a lot of water's gone under the bridge since then. So Decree Absolute it is. It's he was part of our medical team here and graduated from being in the medical team to being a drag racer. So here we are, Keith Bartlett, the head honcho here at Santa Pod with his Mercury, and he did very, very well this morning. It's a whole different ball game, he tells me, from driving anything else. It's one of John Webster's creations. Very clever man, that John Webster.
He is.
And Keith has to learn how to drive it. It's sort of like if you're driving an automatic, going to a stick shift when you're learning. This is as difficult as it gets. So let's see how he gets on here. Now, what he ran in 11 this morning, didn't he?
Yeah.
Well, that looks quite good
Well,
to the
yeah,
halfway
yeah.
mark.
120.
Spun her up.
That looks a stout run.
9.4.
Yeah, very good. Very, very good.
Yep.
Well done.
147
Absolutely
miles
love
an hour
that.
at the
Yeah.
stripe.
Oh, well, okay. And he's turned off, okay. Fabulous. Right, now then, here is Al Golding. And it is a Vauxhall Firenze, isn't it? This? Just trying to remember small block, big block. It's such a long time since I've seen him. I mean, I think he's lads crew for him now. But let's wait and see what happens. So this is Run What You Brung, of course. It's not a qualifying session for any class.
Cheeky purge of the nitrous.
Yeah.
Like that.
Whoa! There's bits and pieces flying everywhere out there. My goodness me. That was a big bang. And now there are... I don't know what the bits are from, though. Transmission?
Well, he started drive at the stripe, obviously because the car did a little wheelie, then it followed up with a bigger one. The bigger one, it came down a little bit harder, could have just shaken something out of it, but he's still got an engine running. He's going to be taking the turn off at the end, so...
And now the crew who've just been clearing the track are now out treasure hunting.
Yeah.
So...
To act bizarrely, it looks like rubber.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It is rubber, we're being told. Thank you for that.
Oh, is it? Oh, is it?
Well, I'm sure I just got a thumbs up for the rubber.
It is. Oh, it is rubber.
Yeah.
So basically, when it's come down, anything
All the bits are falling off.
burnout debris
Yeah.
that's filled up the wheel arches has
Oh,
just fallen
okay.
out. So yeah, that,
So maybe not too much damage
no,
to the car.
no, it probably made
brilliant.
it lighter.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh, that was a lucky guess from me, but yeah, that's because it's gone everywhere. It does look like burnout rubber.
Okay. So the crew, as always, coming to the rescue, just picking up all the bits of what I like Sorbo rubber, isn't it? When it all falls off, it's very, very solid, and just making a little bit more work for our machine here, the John Deere tractor, and that shouldn't take, I hope, too long.
That'll be quite quick.
And we'll be off and running. Don't forget, next thing I think we're due to be seeing is Fire Force, who are standing nonchalantly down there. I think... Thank you very much indeed. Yes, it's lovely to see you too, Richie. It's quite a while. Mr. Hill isn't suited and booted yet. Oh, he's booted but not... He's got his suit on, but he's still got his coif cover on his, as opposed to his helmet. So you're due out here in a couple of secs. Okay. Well, we'll just watch what goes on out here. Martin will be out with the Fire Force 3 car in a little while's time.
Yeah, not too long at all.
Then we're on, after Martin has run, we're on to qualifying for Supercharged Outlaws. It's their second qualifier. Then Gasser Circus, then Nostalgia Superstock, and then Outlaw Anglia. So that is the running order from here on in.
Actually, can we please have Supercharged Outlaws into the pairing lanes, please? Supercharged Outlaws, can we have you into the lanes, please? I think, looking at... OK, we've got a run order there, but Gasser Circus already there, so I'd imagine Gasser Circus will run first, to be followed by Supercharged Outlaws. But let's see what comes up. We've got the Wild Bunch, or some of the Wild Bunch down there as well.
We were handed in, before the enforced lunch break, something which has been described by Tony Morris of Tony Morris Carburetors, talking to us from America, as
Well, it's a part of a Dominator carburettor.
Yeah. So if you've lost on the track, ladies and gentlemen, part of a Dominator carburettor, we have it up here in race control.
Yeah. If you want to see it, I've posted a picture on my Facebook page. So if you go on my page, have a look. I took a photograph of it and put it on there. So that's how Tony has identified it. It's got a number 35 on it. Whether that's the angle of that bit to that bit, I don't know. But yeah, have a look on my page, and if it's yours, just come and let us know.
I would have thought that somebody would have noticed that that's missing, because it looks as though it's integral in getting the car to accelerate. But there you are. Okay. So, methinks we are nearly ready. As always, thank you very much indeed, the crew. Well done. Thought it was going to be the clash of the cleaner-upperers for a moment there. But onward we go.
No, I must admit, I've never seen rubber appear like that on the track. That's quite a bizarre one, that.
I honestly thought it was the results of an explosion under the car.
James, we can't ask you this one for obvious reasons, because this is your first day. But John, what's been your funniest memory of anything going up the quarter mile? Funniest? You think? I'll tell you mine whilst you think of yours. We had a Run What You Brung at the Big Bang Camper and Bus Show, and this VW bus turned up on the start line. Now, obviously, he had been sleeping in this said vehicle because he looked like, from what I could tell, driven it straight round from the campsite, made sure his tyres were clean, came on the track to do a run. And when he'd left the start line, this was an old-style VW bus with the flap, where the engine's like at the bottom, and you had a flap above it, which allowed you to get in the back. As he left the line, the back flap opened, and he's sleeping back. 2 saucepans fell out of the back. And you know the Swatch watches, that you put around your wrist? You used to have a wall-mounted one, right? These big ones. One of them fell out. I've never seen anything like it in my life. I mean, why on earth would you have one of these 4-foot-long Swatch watches that you hang on the wall at home in the back of your VW camper? It just fell out on the track, and it was just one of the funniest things I have ever seen here.
Puts my sarong in the shade a little bit, doesn't it?
Yeah. The most bizarre thing.
I can't think that so many things have happened over the years. I'll give it some thought and maybe come back to you a little bit later on. But meanwhile, let's get back to some operation here on the track. Fire Force is now ready to go, and and we'll just clear everything away. I think we may still be going with a little bit of Run What You Brung.
Yep.
And then I would think after this it's going to be Fire Force. So the jet car after these two is on its way, ladies and gentlemen. So be prepared. Here we go.
Well, drove it like you stole it. Love it. This car was going well. That Dodge Dart, though, that I've never seen that car or one like that before. Really did have to read the badges to find out what it was, but that's just so cool.
You see, this one I recognise the white GS in the auto glim lane, and I'm desperate to think of. It's the son now driving it. It used to be the dad's car, and the dad sadly has gone. But how from Essex, we used to always see them at the Dan Yankee show and things like that.
But you don't see many Buicks at a drag strip, do you? It's not a car that's...
certainly works well, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a great run. Yeah, enjoying watching that. 10.5 seconds. Very nice. Terminal speed just under 125. Right, here we go then. It's jet time, ladies and gentlemen. So underneath here is Fire Force 3. What number? I mean, I've been away for so long. What number Fire Force are we up to now?
Number 5.
Number 5.
Fire Force 4 is another funny car.
Right.
But
5 is the dragster.
5 is a dragster, yeah.
Okay.
And generally, Martin switches between 3 and 5.
Okay.
Fire Force 2 is still about. That will be Fire Force 2 actually be running at Dragstalgia.
Okay.
Fire Force 1, obviously we know, no longer about. And also Martin had built, but never run it, a jet bike. If you remember ever seeing that. Built it quite a few years ago, but it's never ever made it to the track. But yeah, certainly a showstopper when that one comes out. But yeah, Fire Force 3, amazing car. And what they've done is they've put a new tailpipe in this jet this season. And when it does its afterburner show, it screeches like mad. And it's very fierce now. It was quite. I'm not saying it was tame before. That's an understatement. But it's like someone's given it a fresh set of teeth, and it likes to use them. It's like a yapping terrier. It just barks like mad.
But
Brilliant.
Times and speed this car has run. It runs in the 5s, doesn't it?
Yep.
And terminal speeds.
They like to keep it round about 260, 270, max 280. But if Martin took it all the way through, well, I mean, we know this car has been 333, is it? I think it's insanely fast. It caught many years ago. Martin was on a run and it caught a huge gust of wind at the top end, but it was a headwind. And of course, when you shove a load more air into a jet, it makes it go faster. And it was like, whoa, it really took off. So yeah, Martin has been way over 300 in this car, but for reliability, serviceability, and to be able to do consistent runs, between 260, 270 is ideal, where it likes to be. You know, likes to crack it into the 5s, 5.8s if it's good. So, but it's all about the show.
The engine in this, and this is again my memory failure. Out of a Jet Provost or something like that? I
believe so, yeah. It's a I think it's a J85. I will have to double check on that, because normally I've got a program from, you know, where we can read all the blurb out.
Well, we can hear it now.
We can hear it, yeah. But no, it won't be in today's program, unfortunately. No, it'll be in last week's one.
I think it's interesting to see that the timing crew next to us have just moved the fans off.
Yeah.
Somebody's holding on as well to a piece of equipment.
We used to have a little hard hat we used to put over the top of it. We know when all the rust used to fall down. We used to put a hard hat over the vent, but because we've got nice ceiling tiles now, don't get as much debris coming down. So those of you that tune in via the internet, obviously those of you on the banking in the grandstands, Martin Hill with Fire Force number 3. Going to be putting on an afterburner show with the smoke, the flames, you name it. And we'll see the frontman Richie come out in a moment and orchestrate the show for us.
I just realised what my funniest thing was on the track was Sammy Miller with a stick of gunpowder in the jet tube. This is a hydrogen peroxide rocket, and I said there is something alight at the back of the car, and whoever the crewman was, Mr. Billington, I don't know, said no, don't worry about it. And as he let the rocket go, it exploded whatever it was in the tower and blew all the windows out in the control tower. And the crowd roared with laughter. They thought it was so funny. We were on the receiving end of something at last. It's like orchestral manoeuvres in the dark, isn't it?
Do you hear that screech that it makes now? It's quite bizarre. So Richie tells Martin to build up the turbine. Even higher.
In case you're wondering, ladies and gentlemen, that actually hurts.
Yeah. I don't think I quite understand the idea here in the tower.
Everybody wave to Richie. Come on, wave, everyone. Give him
Go
a
on,
wave. Here we go.
There we go.
Wow.
Wow.
There you are.
there we go.
5.8.
That's quick.
260 miles per hour. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, they're going to drive down there. They're the entertainers, as we always called them. Please give them a big round of applause. Martin Hill and the boys from the Fire Force 3 squad. Huge round of applause.
Wow.
Makes it all worthwhile, doesn't it? That's fabulous.
Never ceases to amaze me how we sit here and just...
Yeah,
582,
Sit that behind us.
260.
very nice.
full shake as well. Impressive.
At the 8th mile, 3.98 at 206. So basically, 0 to 400 in under 4 seconds. That's sorry, 0 to 200 in under 4 seconds.
Yeah,
that's
pretty good
not
going,
hanging
isn't it?
about.
Yeah. Okay, so we're supercharged outlaws
Let's have a
qualifying now
look.
then.
No, Gas Circus.
Gas the Circus first, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Here we go.
All right, that first pair, Jason Pickett, Jason Hollanby.
Didn't they come out first off the last time?
Yes, they do. Obviously, when the names appear, you know this, John, we'll see the qualifying order where they are.
Sure.
And that's right. One for James. This is how you can understand that. That's your top 16. And when the names appear, it will show where they are, and it will also highlight if they're in the top 16 here. And I think these two are at the moment. So yeah, Jason is currently in the number 3 spot. Jason is in the number 16 spot. Dial-ins on the back windows have been transferred to the scoreboards. 10:54. $10.99 the target for Jason Pickett.
They're two very pretty cars, aren't they, out there doing battle? Not a lot to choose between them. Here we go. Treat this, it's qualifying, but treat it as a race. Look at this. They're treating it as a race.
63 on a 54 moves Jason up from 16 to 4. But 11.03 on a 10.99 dial, 400ths of a second off. And that moves Jason Pickett from number 3 to number 2.
Okay, well, Ray Irish in the left-hand lane in the Willis pickup. And right-hand lane.
We've got Jason Darlin in Sinister, which is the Chevy Coupe.
He dials in 11.60. So a bit of a gap between the two of them.
Yeah.
10 seconds. Breaks out.
11.4 breakout as well.
Don't break out.
2 breakouts there as well.
So the qualifying positions will stay the same then, Cole.
Well, Ray broke out by less than what he did last time. So he's gone in front of somebody else that broke out bigger. But it can all change, we know that.
So here's the Austin Devon. High anxiety. Graham Barton is the man in that. 406 cubic inch engine underneath the hood.
And in the Auto Glim, we've got Lee Pike in Honky Tonking in the Nova there. 8.96 dial-in time.
Well, there's the 2 seconds gap in their dialed in times manifesting itself. Well, Austin moves up a few spots, Cole.
Yeah, 18 to 6 there, just a tenth off his dialing.
And 11 to 9 in the other lane.
Yeah. Honky Tonkin 2 getting closer to the 8s.
Very good. So, Ray Turner, 55 Chevrolet, left-hand lane. Currently sitting in the number 8 qualifying spot, having run a 10.94. And then the Austin Dorset in the right-hand lane, only having 2 doors. The Devon has 4, the Dorset has 2.
Wide awake club on reaction time, that's good. 1084 with a 4 and a 1085 dial. Ray Turner, oh so close there. Paul moves up from 20 to 7. That was nice, but that's Ray Turner's quickest ever run in that car as
Is
well.
it?
Yeah, congratulations, Ray.
Yeah, well done.
New engine working beautifully in Green Onions. Well done.
So, next pair coming through here.
Simon Glenn in straight shooter in the Austin. And then in the right-hand lane, we've got Billy Jones in Grumpy Grizz. That was well. Dial-up time in the right-hand lane, 10.41, 11.65 in the Kestrel Beer lane. So Billy Jones there at a 122.85 miles an hour at a quarter mile, 10.55 on an 11.10 dial-up, and Adam Krasinski down 11.72 on a 12.20 dial-up. So
I think we're with him now, aren't we?
oh, yep, we are now, yeah.
Adam Krasinski in the left-hand lane now, and right-hand lane with the 64 Comet is Simon Prest. Now, Simon Prest used to be on the crew of Darrell Bradford's Top Fuel
That's
car.
right, yeah.
So I think they, Sean Milsom used to be on the crew. Simon Prest is now joined in. Breakout. Big breakout.
Yeah, but he's in the 10s.
Yeah, fabulous.
He will be framing that timing slip. He really will. Congratulations, Simon. Well done.
Yep.
His first 10-second pass in the car.
So that was Simon Prest. And now we've got Sean Milsom coming through here. Ain't Misbehaving, who used to also crew on Darrell Bradford's Top Fuel car. And alongside him in Not Bad the Bad, this is Nervous Nick.
I think it's where we've got the driver change.
Is it another
in that one,
driver?
isn't it? I'll confirm that in a moment.
I know we were told the story this morning.
Yeah.
10.05.
Well, Sean moves up to the number 1 spot after that run. 10.05 on a 10.03 dial-in. Very, very good indeed. And Nervous Nick moves up to number 6 with an 11.68. Congratulations, those two. Now, this is the Tony Pearson, isn't it?
It is the Tony, the one and only.
The legend, Tony Pearson. Out there in the left-hand lane in the 56 Chevrolet. Dials in 1065.
And we've got Martin Hallam in the 33 wide. He's on a 977.
Nice little wheels up from the 33 Willis. And 2 really good straight runs.
Oh, spot
Wow, 9.
Perfect.
on! Spot on, isn't it?
Not spot on, yeah. 9.77.
With a 0. That will not, well, you've got 8 10,000ths of a second window there.
Oh,
but
brilliant.
Perfect ET. Excellent job.
Hey ho.
And that's with a new combination. He's got a massive supercharger on there. It's the first time he's run it this weekend, and he's bang on the numbers. Oh, impressive.
Okay, Kate Booth then with Mighty Mouse, the full pop. Now, let's just have a quick look. Not in our top 16 at the moment. And Steve Matthews with Honking Tonkin number 1. getting the wheels nicely airborne there in the right-hand lane, the auto glim lane, to head towards the top end.
That will get him on the leaderboard. Yeah.
Yeah, 19th for full for Steve Matthews on a 9.56 there. And 20th to 9th for Kate Booth on a 10.37. So improvements on both of their positions.
Changing dramatically now, isn't it?
All right, John Grant and Brian Gibson. John Grant with the Falcon, always at the sharp end of any qualified order and has a habit of going rounds. Brian Gibson with the Identity Crisis has a habit sometimes of lifting those front wheels rather high, and he doesn't have a wheelie bar. But great car to watch, 64 Dodge in the Autogrid lane. He's rolled it down a bit. Oh, still lifts the fronts.
Yeah. Very, very similar cars from two different producers. Side by side at the top end, it is John Grant who gets there first.
Yeah, but a breakout by 200ths of a second. Brian Gibson moves up 2 spots, and he's, what, 2/10 off, and he's only 18th.
Yeah.
Tough crowd
Very
out
close now, isn't it?
there. Right, I think it's Keith Bartlett, yep, with the Roaring Rat. I'm not quite sure what's happened to Keith there.
I'm just getting
Ready, I think.
He's getting
ready,
prepared,
yeah,
then he's just put
exactly.
his helmet on and that.
Yeah.
After that, looks like it's going to be the Dirty Deeds Nostalgia Funny car.
Well, that'll be pleasurable for us, won't it?
Yeah, the machine put together by Rob Elsom and his crew. Beautiful looking car. Body based on a 69 Camaro.
What car do you drive?
69 Camaro.
Oh, you're so fickle.
No, mine's not as quick as that one.
So is Keith the last in?
I would imagine so, yeah, because I can't
Gasser
see any other
Circus?
Gas Circus cars down there, but we can certainly see Supercharged Outlaws down there. Good mix of vehicles down there. Andy Park, rather bizarrely, he's got a grey wheel cover on there. Looks like it's doing like a static burnout down there with just a little bit of smoke coming off. It's quite clever, that. Freddy's Revenge down there with Robbie Grabham. And what else can we see down there? Roy Wilding is down there. So, yeah, good mix of vehicles. So, Supercharged Outlaws will be your next class to come around the corner. After that, Nostalgia Superstock. Can we have Nostalgia Superstock into the lanes, please? Nostalgia Superstock. If you're not already in the lanes, if we can have you down, please. Thanks very much indeed. Well, guys, turned into a beautiful afternoon now, hasn't it?
It has.
How the weather can change so quick
Yeah.
from what we had earlier on as well.
It gives the crew a little bit of a chance to just check that the track is all in order.
Still doing work in the left lane at the midway.
Yeah, just to make sure the expansion joints are all good. But still got that lovely tailwind for our racers. So for some of them, it's good news, because it means they can go fast.
Yep.
Others, it goes, oh, it's really bugging up my darling now. I don't know what to do. So it's a double-edged sword,
Yeah.
that one.
Yeah. So we're just waiting, literally, for Keith. There we go. Right. Door being shut. Okay, so Roaring Rat next to come. And Roaring Rat was inducted into the Drag Racing Hall of Fame, and this was at Dragstalgia last year.
yeah.
NSRA take vehicles into their Hall of Fame as well as people, and it was really great to induct the car. Takes me back, Roaring Rat was at the first major hot rod show I ever commentated, guest hosted or whatever, back in the 70s. And it was built by Slick Tricks Racing, Roger Hornsby of Slick Tricks Racing, whose workshop is literally just down the road from my office. So there's an awful lot of coming together between Keith Bartlett and this car, because Keith owns Slick Tricks Racing in the end.
Yeah.
So he now owns one of the famous cars that his company built.
And of course it shares storage space and like top billing, if you like, with Henry High Rise as well,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Which is another very famous, iconic hot rod. Didn't the boys go down to Brighton in that? Did they go on a
Darren
drive?
and Ian took it down there.
Yeah, to Brighton. That's Henry High Rise, not Roaring Rat. Henry High Rise is the big yellow Mark II console.
It's actually parked just over there by the fence in the public display area.
Right, here we go then.
So Keith dials in 10:45 for the Roaring Rat.
So we've just seen him out there in the Mercury Comet, the ex-John Webster Mercury Comet. Now he goes for a more sedate ride. And
10:95 on the 45 dial.
but not in the top 16.
Not at the moment, no.
Okay,
Stays number 20.
there you are. So up and coming next then, Supercharged Outlaws. Oh no, it's not.
Dirty Deeds.
It's
Well,
the
Dirty Deeds.
You could class him as a supercharged outlaw.
So there's a lot of interest in this retro funny car
Yes. Oh, huge. Huge.
series that's on the go at the moment. We see Tim Garlick and Tony Betts,
Yeah.
and now there's a whole host of other cars coming along, of which this is one.
The only thing I don't know is who's driving it. Is it Andy? No. Hang on. No, I haven't got a window open.
We haven't got one, have we?
You're joking.
Aaron Fenton.
Really? Oh, wow. Aaron Fensom. That is staggering. Aaron is that Aaron in the car? Well done, Rob. Aaron Fensom is one of the nicest young lads you'll ever meet. He runs a Super Pro dragster, and unfortunately, the engine just ate itself at the. Was it the first event of the year? I think it was at the Easter Thunderball or the Spring Speed. It was one or the other. And for Aaron to have a chance to drive this car, I'll take my hat off to everybody involved with that team, because that is a perfect mix. A young lad who's so passionate about his drag racing. He started his career in junior dragster. Fenny Racing, they support a lot of the other juniors as well. I'm just delighted. I'm so happy about that. It really is good. So this will be an acclimatisation pass then for Aaron, because he's never driven this car before. He's been 7-0 down the quarter mile. He knows how to drive a car quick. But this is a whole new ball game for Aaron.
So fuel in here. Is it methanol?
No,
or
it will start on methanol.
Yeah.
Then you've got nitro.
Okay.
Bit of a super crew down there as well. You've got Carl Harrison, who tunes the Nitro Bug, amongst other things as well. So he knows his stuff. Also tunes Simon Barlow's Orange Pop. He's a very busy man in the world of drag racing.
That must be fairly daunting, sitting in there for the first time, I would think.
I don't think it will take him long to get his fears.
Really?
Aaron's quite a switched-on lad.
Okay. Right, here we go. So off-board starter, clipped over the blower pulley, I was going to say, blower pulley. And then
Big car with the mags.
methanol gets put into the bug catcher.
Oh, just lost fire. Now, fortunately, hadn't switched over to. You can see the twin fuel tanks on the front of the car. You have like the bigger tank, which is for nitro, and then the smaller tank is for like the start-up procedure, if you like.
Right. So here we go again.
Just make sure the throttle stops on. Very important. There we go.
So, just a word of warning to you all. It's going to get a bit loud now, a bit loud. If you haven't had enough loudness up until this point in time. It is a nice looking car, isn't it, that?
Yeah. So, as I say, purely an acclimatisation pass for Aaron.
So, it more than likely will be a start and a run to...
I would imagine it'd just be a 60 foot, to be
Yeah.
honest.
Okay.
Unless he wants to take running this car further, then he's going to have to license in this car. Although he's licensed in Super Pro, this is a whole different kind of thing. So there may be a licensing procedure, but I don't 100% know.
I've got to be honest with you, it sounds pretty sweet, doesn't
Yeah.
it?
Very low on the revs for the burnout.
Yeah. And of course with this car, an all-new crew with it as well, I guess, with the funny car. So everybody's got to learn what job they're supposed to be doing and when they're supposed to do it. And there is a set order
Yeah.
for getting the car up to the start line. Okay, here we go. Great trepidation with this, I would think. First run in this type of car.
Yes,
Yes,
good.
Well done.
Beautiful. Well done, guys. Absolutely fabulous. A nice start.
You can tell when it went right, where the crew chief and the car owner sort of high-five and give him a hug. Well done, guys. Aaron Fensom, his first dose of the Dirty Deeds funny car there, and literally was the burnout and launch. It was exactly
1.19 up to the 60
copybook.
foot. Yeah, yeah.
Absolutely copybook. And off the track at the first exit. Nicely done, Aaron. Well done. I'm just chuffed a bit as Aaron was driving the car. And yeah, his future is bright, that lad. Right, next up, it's Freddy's Revenge, I think. And going alongside Royal Wilding. Right, thanks ever so much indeed to Dave Grabham for basically, even though the car was bouncing around all over the place,
Smacking his bottom.
Yeah, only 1 mile an hour off his PB. It wasn't too far for what they were looking for, but it certainly grabbed Rob's attention. At the top end collecting area after the run, our fuel tank sprung a leak and decided to deposit half of its contents on the floor.
my God.
Huge thank you to Leo Knight and Jake Michelle for effecting a repair at very short notice to enable us to be back out here. So there we go, Leo Knight and Jake Michelle. You guys are legends. Well done.
Okay, so Roy Wilding coming out into the auto lane. That sounds better.
Yeah. Well,
Had some
this is the chap
problems,
that
didn't
was giving hats out earlier on.
Yeah, he was. And I popped down and had a quick word while we were in our rain delay earlier on, just to see what happened the first time. Their air bottle was open, but it wasn't open all the way. Now, we did also have an interesting conversation that they did say that tyres should normally last 2 seasons. But Roy gets a bit excited on the burnouts, so they don't always last the 2 seasons that
Very
they should
good.
do. But that's where they should be at, and that was the issue in their first one. But they're open to go again and give it all the beans this time round. So, yeah.
So Freddie's revenge this morning was 7.26
That's right, yeah.
elapsed time, and that was with the Topolino altered, bouncing hard. If you were here earlier on,
Barnes Wallace would have been proud of that run.
he would have been,
really
absolutely. Sticking to the Lancaster theme.
Yeah.
And Roy Wilding had some problems. It's a beautiful looking car, isn't it? You know, very, very long.
He's also got a booster seat in there as well. When he put a new engine in, he couldn't see over the top, so he had to put himself a little seat of foam
Wow.
on it as well, because he was sat on the floor last time around.
Well, here we go then.
Oh, he got away that one.
Oh, Freddie's revenge is off. It's quieting down a little bit now, but Roy is going some. Well, for me, that was brilliant.
Wow,
So,
719, 188.
yeah.
Rob goes 780 at 131. The short numbers, not a lot of difference at the 8th. There's only a 1/10 of a second between them. 464 against a 474, but Roy Wilding all the way. 719, 188. Nicely done.
He's number one
Well,
qualifier
he's the
now.
quickest in Supercharged Outlaws.
Yeah. So they are the 2 quickest we've just seen. 7.19. And 7.26 for Dave Grabham. Robbie Grabham. Yeah.
Yeah.
Freddie's Revenge. Okay, one of my favourite cars here. Andy Park in the left-hand lane, the Model Y. I'm not allowed to have favourites. It's only because I had so many of these when I was a kid.
As you said, one of my, you're allowed that.
One of mine.
Because all of them could be one of yours.
Yeah, that's true.
So technically,
So I
you
dug
get
the
it.
hole, you filled it in. That's a nice way of looking at it.
Technicality.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wonderful. Okay, and Gary Parks is the man out there in the altered.
That's one of your favourites as well, isn't
It
it?
is.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. How did you know that?
I just knew.
Mystic Meg
That's
reigns again. I tell you. Well,
I'll tell you, Andy Parker ran a 980 here, and Gary Parks will go 754. There we go. No, I'm joking. The stranger things have happened, though. No, Gary Parks, in an ideal world, that's where he would like the car to be in the 7.5s. He went, where did he go? 834 earlier on. Andy Park went 974 in Q1. Went 981 in... No, he went 979 yesterday, actually.
well, there was about a second and a half between them, wasn't there, on the first outing? And there we go. 824, 96.
Wow, 969 for Andy Park.
That's dropped off a bit. There. It's
yeah.
a third of a second off.
Staggeringly quick.
Wow. Very good. See, at least someone dresses for the occasion.
Yeah, both
There
of them.
we are.
Look at-
Lovely
both of them.
stuff. Look,
Blues Brothers.
Jake and Elwood. Yeah, I've got one of those too. So
I love it. I can't think. They even bought the suits with them here.
Ah, it's wonderful. El Coupe Loco.
Martin
32
Hill.
Deuce.
Sorry, the real Martin Hill. He's never looked so smart in his life. I don't know whose funeral they're going to later on, but awesome.
I've just fallen in. That's the Far Fox 3 Martin Hill, is it?
No, we
No?
got a different. There's two Martin
Oh,
Hills.
2 Martin Hills.
He
Sorry.
calls himself the real one.
Oh, okay. He looks so much like the other Martin
Yeah.
Hill. My goodness me. Right. Right-hand lane is Mike Couch with the Slingshot Dragster. Now, these are already in the top 8. And Mike Couch is number 6. And Keith Freeman with the yellow deuce is in the number 8 spot, and there is about 0.8 of a second between them.
Oh, Keith Freeman's on one here. This could be. Is he going to go quicker than 9.4? 9.37. Oh, that is another PB. Another PB for Keith Freeman. 9.37, 147 miles an hour.
Wonderful.
Ah, Mike Couch goes 8.97 at 152. But Keith Freeman he was in the 9.4s for the first time yesterday. He's in the 9.3s now.
And he's got a dancing load of Blues Brothers.
Oh, right. When they go past you, give them a huge cheer. Because
they're a little bit excited.
Martin will be fist pumping anybody, and
That's a great celebration on the back there, Martin. Look at him.
give him a huge cheer, guys.
Hold on.
Give him a clap. Give him a clap.
Extremely happy team.
So it pays to dress to impress, you see. That's what it was.
Awesome job.
Yeah.
And funny enough, they might know now, but the only guy that doesn't know what they run was the driver himself. He's got to wait for somebody to tell him.
Drag racing is happy, isn't it?
Oh, it's the best, isn't it?
Anyway, here we go. Joe Bond back with Nothing Fancy number 2, the slingshot. And Martin and Doug are out the back here. So Martin Hannis is a crew chief and has been with Doug Bond for as long as I can remember, and then just made the transfer on to Doug's son Joe. Doug is the one standing to the left of the car, and Martin is the one now having an amble round it. So just bring it up to start line. Did run a 7:22. Currently sits in the number 3 spot. I'm wondering, has Joe run quicker than that?
Yeah, he's been 6.2 in this car.
Okay. 6.2?
Yeah.
So a full second quicker.
Whoa!
He's held that one.
He's held that. Oh.
Wow.
Oh, dearie dear. That's his way of saying happy birthday, Dad.
A lot of heart in mouth
Mum's holding
moments down
her
there. Look.
Wow, there you are.
Well, 112 to the 60, 287 to 330, and Joe just got a little bit out of the groove there, but tried to hang with it, but the car just got a little bit out of shape and was sashaying at the 8th. But Joe brought it back in.
I think he was turning the wick up a little bit.
Yeah.
To head for that number 1 spot of 7.19.
Well, so we know the car's got it, and Joe knows how to drive. There's no question about that.
Okay. We're seeing plenty of excitement here today then, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I've seen everything today.
Yep. So Robin Reed is the next one venturing out here. So Bill Mears coming out with Robin Reed. Bill must have been with Robin for donkey's years now. Bill used to be on the crew here at Sandapod. And yeah, that smells nice. So Robin Reed, of course, with a British dragster. The engine at the rear of this car is a Daimler hemispherical 2.5 litre engine, but is seriously worked on. We had another car similar to this that we don't see very often these days, which was Russ Carpenter. And Russ used to rule the waves years ago, but Robin Reed is part of a very big dynasty of drag racers. His dad, Jim Reed, drove in Top Methanol, Pro Comp as we called it in those days, in a car called Le Patron, If you've ever watched May Gray, you will know Le Patron. And this is a tribute to Le Patron from son Robin. Robin being, I think I'm right in saying, the younger of the brothers. So brother Steve was top methanol driver, top fuel driver, now resides in Oz. And Tim and trying to think of the fourth brother's name. It will come to me.
Oh, that's a shame.
Oh dear.
Yeah. So
Well, they had an incredible run yesterday, 6:37 at 208.
wow.
Their huge personal best, but basically Robin launched the car and it cut instantly. He hit the loud pedal.
See the professionalism of the man, though. Straight over to the side, get it off the groove. Something's gone wrong with it. Park it on the side, wait to be collected. And well done, guys. Looking forward to seeing it put in a full pass. Just say a quick hello to Bill Mears down there, who I haven't seen for donkey's years. He's over here, Bill, not over there. So, but used to be a member of the BDR and HR, British Drag Racing and Hot Rod Association, which was the club that used to put on the meetings down here years ago. And Bill was one of their area reps, but now crews with young Robin. It really is. It's a work of art, this car, trying to tune something which is of British descent. I used to have a Mark II Daimler car, which was a Mark II Jag for all intents and purposes, with a Daimler V8 engine. The Daimler V8 engine was designed by the man who designed the parallel twin for Triumph, the Speed Twin engine, and took his design fancies to Daimler and designed this lightweight V8 engine, which a lot of people say is a better engine than the Jaguar Straight 6. Yeah, jury's out for me on that one. I still like the Jaguar 6-cylinder engines, but having owned a Daimler V8 for a while, they're pretty reliable motors, quite bulletproof. On this particular occasion, Robin suffered some malfunction on the start line, which is a great shame. But so nice. He just seems to have taken up the mantle of the Daimler from Russ Carpenter.
Yeah. And the other thing with that car, bearing in mind it looks like a baby top fueler, a top fuel car now has that 500 cubic inch all aluminium V8. Robin has got, what was it, about 2.5, 3 litre engine in there?
Well, originally it's 2.5 litre.
2.5 litre.
Yeah.
That's an iron block, not an aluminium block.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, he's desperately trying to get an aluminium block sorted for it, because obviously if it does break, it's a lot easier to repair.
Sure.
But iron block Daimler V8s aren't exactly 2 to a penny these days. You know, that they can make serviceable and turn into the amount of horsepower and run on nitro that Robin runs on that car.
Well, can't wait to see it put in a full pass.
Can we have Outlaw Anglia into the pairing lanes, please? Outlaw Anglia, can we have you into the pairing lanes, please?
So just peering out the back to see what's coming through next.
Got to have it.
Got
Now, if there's a slingshot bare bones, then it's right there. The wielder, the charm, and the slingshot.
So is this Norm Wilden then?
Well, that's what I was thinking.
Who used to have the double trouble twin engine slingshot? I mean,
Most amazing thing I think I've ever seen
Yeah.
on a drag strip, because when that thing did its burnouts, you sort of thought, oh, this is Armageddon. Unbelievable machine.
I've never understood how you managed to get two engines to run to one, you know, differential. It's a black art to me, all of that. So back we come. The reason it's all gone quiet is we're trying to establish who's in this.
It's not on the Supercharged Outlaws list. So, yeah, apologies, folks. We don't know who the pilot is, but we like it a lot. Just taking a bit of a wander off the line there, just started to pull right, but gathered up very quickly indeed, under control.
It's always a heart and a mouth moment.
Yeah.
And when you just see it going right, you will sit there and just wonder.
Certainly sounded as though it had all the power there. Just translating that down onto the track is the thing. Now, if I'm not mistaken, is it Nostalgia Superstock next? Because we've had the Gasser Circus, we've had the Supercharged Outlaws. Yeah, it's got to be Nostalgia Superstock. Number 2 qualifier. So only about 20 minutes late, which is quite good, isn't it?
Yeah. If I'd have bothered to open the iPad up when the Dirty Deeds funny car ran, about 4 or 5 people messaged me to say it was Aaron. Ah, right, okay. It is Norm Wilden.
It is.
Yep.
Well, there's a man with more experience than all of us put together, I think. So I remember when I first came here, he was in a Rifle Jeans sponsored dragster, which I think was Procom, top methanol, rather than top fuel. Just memory. Someone will tell us I'm wrong.
Ah, right. Just very quickly before Nostalgia Superstock goes through, Tony Morris has been in touch about this. He's just checked. It's off a 4 150 carburettor and it's a 50cc pump arm.
Okay.
Wow, Tony, you're amazing.
Well done, mate. Well done. But if you've lost that, which we've just announced, we've got it here in race control. You can come and collect it.
So we said it was Wilden and Charman on that slingshot. That's Norm Wilden and Nigel Charman. Thanks to John Spord for the update on that one. Right, Nostalgia Superstock. Qualifying session number 2. Clive Dandridge and Pete Christmas. 12.70 and 11.25 the targets. Oh, 11.27. That's going to move up. Nice. Look at that. 26 to 2. Breakout there for Clive. Goes 12.69. A bit too quick.
Now, this is Don Scott, not in a Superbird.
No, he's in the Monte Carlo now.
Oh, dear, did I ever get that wrong?
The only thing the same was the colour.
Yeah, Superbird colour, isn't it? Most definitely. And left-hand lane, Stuart Arthur in the Roadrunner. So let's see how we get on here. Are either of them in the top 16? No, not at the moment. Yeah,
they'll all qualify because they'll run all problems for Donny. It'll be a minimum. It'll be a 32-car ladder at least. So,
well, 13:28
time. 004. Stuart Arthur
breaks out altogether.
No problems with Don not breaking out there. Goes 21.69 at 55. Obviously a problem with the car there. Don't know what though. Jack Bishop bringing Barry the Barracuda up to the line in the Auto Glim lane. And it's Paul Singer with a duster. He's currently in the number 17 spot. Jack 27. Paul's dialing 12.55. Jack 9.75. I believe Jack broke out in Q1. Well, anybody higher than 21st did break out. We know that.
You know, you spoke about Les Zarbo earlier. Didn't he run a red Cuda?
He ran a Barracuda. I can't remember what colour it was.
Well, breakout. Breakout.
I think that's the quickest Jack's ever been.
But it had a good run.
Paul Singer moves up to number 3 with that one, 12.58 on a 55, but Jack breaks out by 300ths. That was a super run from Jack, though.
Over to you, Mr.
So we've got
Stanton.
Lee Chili's in the Kestrel Beer Lane for a Chili's player on a 9.85 dial in, and we've got Rob Tyrrell for Robster's Revenge on a Coronet 50 on a 10.24 dial in.
And if you call him Lee Chili's, I think that could stick. Oh dear. Lee Charles.
Charles.
Yeah. But,
Isn't it G?
no, I like Chili's. I think it works better.
Chili's?
Yeah.
Oh.
Oh, beautiful launch there for Lee. Right, 985 plays 1024.
Wow.
982.
92.
But Robster, straight to number 1, 1024 with a 9. Bev,
Spot on.
well
Well
done.
done.
Great
Well
shot
done,
there.
you.
Happy days.
Good stuff.
Right, Neil Francis and Bob Main.
Now the Duster in the Kestrel lane. Neil Francis dials in 12.25. Bob Main in the Superbird dials in 11.99. And not currently in our top 16, so that's what we've got shown to us on our computer. Neil Francis, however, in the Kestrel lane is in the number 14 spot, having run a 12.32. So dials in at 12.25, 11.99 in the opposing lane. That should change things around a little bit.
A lot. Look at that.
A lot.
28 on a 25. Neil goes up to number 5, and Bob 12.11 goes up to number 15. Very good. It's like pick a card and put it back anywhere you like. You can guarantee it's going to be in a different spot than when you pulled it out. Right, Ty Strevitt, the Dodge Dart, 12.18. Going alongside Neve Smith, 14.95.
Oh, that's a fair lane.
Yeah,
Looks
beautiful.
very, very much like a Falcon. So, I mean, both Fords. Maybe I've got Falcon on the brain, eh?
Right, Ty's going to get there first. I was going to say I
Breaks
set
out.
to break out, and he did. 12.15. And a 15.25 moves into number 19 with a fair lane there.
Jack Cawthorne in at the Kestrel Beer Lane on a flag jumper on 11.63. Why are you laughing at me?
Because it's Jake.
Jake, I'm sitting further away from you. Like, I've got glasses on for a reason.
Admittedly, you haven't got binoculars to see the screen.
Exactly. And Chris Tyhurst on a 12.76 in the Auto Glim Lane. Stop laughing at me, John.
I wasn't laughing at you, I was laughing at us because we both passed it over to you to commentate on it.
Yeah.
That's what I was laughing at. I didn't even notice you made a mistake.
Oh, well, there you go. Thank you very much, man. Much appreciated.
Okay, 11.63 trying for 11.65. This is changing every pair of runs, isn't
Yeah.
it? Moves up to the number 3 spot and moves up 1 spot. Chris Dicehurst from 21 to 22. So next pair coming through, Mopar against GM, and you've got Howard Holmes, the Holmes family, one of the originators of this class, with his Dodge Coronet. It's a beautiful car, isn't it?
That is nice, actually.
And then the Firebird Ragtop in the right-hand lane of Gary Semper. And not much to choose between these two on the dialed-in times. Almost a race this is going to be. So, right-hand lane gets there first. Runs through 11.55. And left-hand lane 12.10 on 11.59 dial-in.
Jim Smith next up in the 70s Charlem on 11.20 dial-in. Nick Martin there in the Duster on a 13.68 in your Auto Glim lane on the right-hand side.
Right, currently Jim is 24. Nick Martin is 38. Well, to me, if Nick Martin runs the right side of his dialing, he's going to be moving on up. And if he can run a 13.7, he's going to be making himself very happy indeed. If he goes 13.68, could move into the #1 spot. Smoking just a little bit as he's going up there. No issues for Jim. Breakout 11.12. Well, there we go. 13.82 moves up to 17 from 38, and due to the improvement from Nick, Jim drops 1 spot.
You could almost sense that with that run was Jim as well, though.
Right, Nick Williams for Williams Brothers Racing, dialing of 10.84 with the 69 Camaro and the Detroit Hustle Dodge Dart. Beautiful looking car. Dialing in 10.42. Expect the order to shuffle around a little bit on this one unless they break out.
Okay.
Nick just tickling the stage beam, just going to move in.
Wheels up for Nick Williams and Mick Sharp in, I was going to say full pursuit. He's gone past, I think, and got to the top end first.
Breakout for Mick Sharp on a 10 there, 10.26. And 10.85 for Nick Williams. Moves up into second place on a 10.84 it was previous. It's a massive jump. I mean, he started, when was he, 34? What is he doing?
Good to see that carburettor part has just been claimed.
Has it?
Yeah.
Oh,
So it's gone.
Brilliant.
who was it for? Do we know?
No, but you're not going to claim that piece if you didn't need it, are you?
It wouldn't
It's
sit
true.
on the sideboard at home, would
No.
it?
No.
So, okay, here's our next pair then. And a pair of Chargers of different vintages side by side here. Glenda Thompson in the Kestrel lane, left-hand lane. With the Charger, dials in 14.25. Adrian Portelli, right-hand lane, dials in a 10.68. So you can see that 4-second gap between them. That's a good 10.71. That'll be good. 14.25. Oh, just breaks out. My goodness me. What's that, 9,000ths of a second?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Goodness gracious. So close.
All right, Pete Dodd and Chris Layram up next. Pete Dodd, where's he going? 9.07 with this one. Won the Starter Superstock earlier on this season at the Spring Speed Nationals. Was #1 qualifier as well. Just decimated everybody. Really on form, but he was double classing. He went in Pro ET, got knocked out in round 1.
Okay.
But he went on to win the Starter Superstock. Chris Layram with the 65. Your favourite car, the Falcon.
It is. Yeah, it is.
Front wheels due to go skywards for me.
There we
Nicely
go.
done.
Well, looking for 907, 909, that's good. And now looking for 1260 and runs through at 1263. So both really on the money, those two.
See, give them one run, and then, okay, we had a weather delay, but they're all on it now.
Pete Dodd.
Very close, all the way down to 17th is within a 10th of their dialing now.
Yeah, that is fabulous, isn't it? Okay, so the Bossa Nova in the left-hand lane, and Simon Rickwood currently is number 3, dials in a 971.
He was #1 coming into this session. 2 have gone in front. I think there was a tenner on this race.
Really?
I think so, because it was before. Right, Stuart Thompson moves up 30 to 18. There was yesterday, they did a little side bet.
Right, okay.
Simon stays number 3. No improvement for him on that 976. Right, pick your road runner.
Yep, indeed. There's a lot of Mopars coming through here. And John Davison is the man in charge of the car in the Kestrel lane, the left-hand lane. Dials in 10.56. Richard Granger, 11.23 with the red black-topped Roadrunner in the Auto Glim lane. Now he's dialed in 11.23, so there's very little to choose between these two. And well, just over 0.5 of a second. Red light in that right-hand lane, which doesn't matter on a qualifying run, does it? If my memory serves me correct.
Well, it
we're
was
not
a
racing,
massive
are we?
red, but he still gets the number 10.74
Yeah.
breakout, and a breakout for John Davison by over a tenth there.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure what happened to Richard that time. That does not compute. There is no way that Richard's car could do a 113.60 foot. I mean, you look at the difference on the dialing as well. That's forget that. That's not right.
Okay. Right. You're the boss.
Yeah, but you just know a car, a Nostalgia Superstock are doing a 113.60 foot. I mean, that's wow. It's either that or they just suddenly put a supercharger on it, which you can't do.
Well, John Sleeth is down there in that metallic blue. Is it 68 or
67?
67. Okay. It is for sale. It's a marketing ploy to sell the car. And dials in a 9.57. And then yet another Roadrunner, Adrian Nowak, in the right-hand lane, in the yellow Roadrunner, dials in a 10.80.
See, look at the way that John Sleeth launched there, 133 to 60.
Yeah.
Oh, 59 on the 57, nicely done. But Adam Novak, look at that, 1081 on an 80, goes from 37 to number 2.
Yeah, John Sleeth, very, very close to his dial-in, makes it up to number 5 only. This is hotly contested class, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we've still got one more qualified to come for them before we finish off the day. All right, Kermit the Duster from Ash Rawson. Now, he's currently number 36, going alongside Chris Goodale with a Camaro 1026.
So this should be pretty close. This will be I was going to say this will be the test of start line skills. And you saw the red light come on in the left-hand lane for Kermit the Duster. But runs through 10.30 on the 10.25 index and 10.53 on a 10.26 index.
All right, James Ellis with his Camaro. 396 big block car. Runs, well, aiming for 1185. His first run of the day didn't make Q1. Ollie dialing in at 922. Did go, what did he go last time? 920. But Ollie, very good racer. Watch the wheels come up.
That's how a Firebird should be driven. Wheels up away from the start line. 922, 924. And 11.90 on a
85.
85.
Right, so he's 500s off.
Yeah. Not in the top 16.
Well, yeah, just about. Was it 18? I think he ended up.
18.
Wasn't it?
Yeah, it was 18th, I think it was on there.
Right, Dave Billadou, thumbs up, good. Shelby Watts. Number 38 and 35 qualifiers. These two broke out in Q1. Went a little bit too quick, so looking to get the right side of their dial-ins now.
Oh, Dave Billadou pulling a red now. I think they call it exploring the envelope, don't they? But dials in with a 9.70 and runs a 9.78. And Shelley Watts dialed in. Well, I missed that. It was.
Went 11.
They're coming through so quickly.
Right, two more from the Watts Speed Shop. Glyn Broadbent with old Scalabolts. He's currently number 17. Duncan Watts with the Challenger, dialing in 930. He's currently number 39. He broke out in Q1. this is the last pair, so we'll have a look at the order. We've now had 39 cars, and only 4 have broken out now. Before,
Wow,
I think it was
that's
like 18 of them.
Yeah.
And don't forget, we've still got Duncan to go. He was one of the breakouts in Q1. Let's see if we
Okay.
can get the right side of 9:30.
So Coronet left-hand lane, Challenger right-hand lane. Whoa, huge wheel stand from Duncan Watts. He meant that one.
Yeah.
My goodness me.
Well, he's not going to break out. Goes 10:15, 135. 12:13 for Glyn Baldwin. So Duncan moves up 39 to 34. It's a shame. The thing is, though, because that car doesn't normally go that high up, it's a shame he couldn't have stuck with it. But your instant gut reaction is to come off the gas. And if you're used to pulling the wheelies, like if you look at the Williams brothers cars, they just like bring them down. They glide down beautifully. But Duncan Watts, that car caught him out. It just went that little bit high. But if he'd have kept his foot in the front, it would have come down softer. Sure. But mind you, if that had happened to me, I'd have been off the gas sooner than Duncan would have been. And if you come off the gas too soon, the front end comes down too hard, and it's a world of pain.
Yeah.
So, well done, Duncan.
Well, we're here with the second qualifier for Outlaw Anglias now.
Yeah, heads up class, no breakouts, just go as hard and as fast as you can.
And this is going to be me finishing here today. Back to the old folks' home I am.
Is it?
Yeah. Yeah. So I should go and collect my wife, who's been sitting in a little room there knitting a pair of bed socks for me. Meanwhile, we're watching Rob Turrington. Small block under the hood.
Goes 12:38. Rob's already been quicker than that today. Went 11:94 earlier on. All right, Mick Taylor with the Banshee. Engine still running. Just can't find it reverse. Oh, well, the engine is now running, I should say.
That's so low, that car. It is so
Switch it
low.
off, Mick. That's a shame. So now going to be pushed back. Well, obviously, our track crew has spotted something there. But Mick Taylor went 785 in Q1. That young lady on the right-hand side there. The reason she's grinning because she knows what I'm going to say. They have got the most beautiful little altered that they're going to be bringing out possibly later this year, but definitely next year. And I'll see if I can get a picture, actually. Oh, congratulations, by the way. Just passed a driving test as well. There, let me see if I can find it. But it is just beautiful. You guys carry on talking.
Oh, okay.
I'll find this.
That's kind.
I'll find this.
Thank you so much.
Tell us we can have a chat.
So, just making sure that the track is all okay out there. Oh, we're going to be doing a bit of sledding, I think.
In fact, I think this track crew is on it.
Okay.
Right, here we go. Oh, yeah, sorry, it's Frankie Taylor I'm talking about. And just had the car, well, they bought the car from the States. And it is just absolutely gorgeous. Done a new colour scheme on it, still maintaining the Banshee name. And it's this beautiful little altered thing. There's so many photographs of Mick's car on the page. We haven't got to Frankie's yet. No, I'm going to have to go to Frankie's page to find it. But yeah, it's I can't wait. So obviously, Frankie used to run in a junior dragster, and now going to be moving on up into this altered. But yeah, you can just see, the Banshee name continuing with that. So unfortunately, our track crew out there just doing a little bit of a clean-up, as unfortunately Mick's car has decided to spit something out there. So a little bit of a clean-up in the autoglim lane. There it is.
So Topolino.
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely fabulous little thing.
Yeah.
Right, sorry, and of course I'm showing you that. Nobody out there can see what I was talking about.
No,
Apologies
well-
to our spectators, but just thought I'd pass that one on. Well, fingers crossed for Mick. It's not too bad, but obviously the engine was still running. So whether it's transmission or what, don't know yet, but good team on that car.
So we are in the middle of Outlaw Anglias. After this, we're going to be reverting back to run what you brung, which is a great phrase, isn't it? That I don't know whether that was started in America or started over here at Santa Pod years and years ago.
Yeah.
Run what you brung. Which is what Run What You Brung days were all about. We used to have lots of those. Do they do those?
Yeah,
Or is it
loads.
more?
No, loads of Run What You Brung
Do you?
days. Basically, if there isn't a race meeting on or a lifestyle event, then it is Run What You Brung. And they do Saturday night specials as well, where they finish much later in the
Really?
evening. Yeah. And a lot of the Run What You Brung. So if you've got a one-day event on the Sunday, i.e. retro show coming up, the Saturday is normally a Run What You Brung. So yeah, so it just fills the weekend up.
Well, back to the pits for the Banshee, and let's hope whatever
Yeah,
happens
fingers crossed
is
for
fixable.
Mick. Well, there is a bit of a clean-up out there at the moment, so I'll tell you what, we'll just rest the vocal cords for a moment. We'll give the airwaves back to Nitro FM 96.2, but as soon as we're back up and running again, we shall take it back. Thanks so much indeed. Okay, we are back, and John Price, thank you ever so much indeed, mate. John's got to get back to the old folks' home as the doors close at 9 o'clock, so he's got a long way to go back home. So, John, thank you ever so much indeed. So good to see you, and everyone is delighted to hear you again. He's back, and it's not the last we're going to hear from John this season. That is the really, really good news. So, next up then, Rob Stone with the head rush. He is currently in the number 4 spot with an 8:39. I have no idea where the lever is. Is it that one?
You could just see it now. I've got it falling on. You could just see it. Messing around with too many buttons on the chair, I'm just going to collapse.
Oh,
there you go.
Smoothly
Nicely
done.
glided down there onto the right side.
So let's see what Rob's got for us then. Nice and straight, taps open all the way through. $8.59 on that one. Right, Paul Hensher with the gas attack, and Barry Woodford. Paul Hensher currently number 1 qualifier, 7:36. Outstanding run in Q1. Barry currently at the number 14 spot, 10:86. Drove through the shake there, did Paul. There's 8:24, 1:59, and a 10:38 there for Barry. His best of the day so far. Well done. Oh, well, that will teach me to look at what's going on. We have another qualifying session coming up, but I didn't see that was round 1 eliminations for Nostalgia Superstock later on.
Oh,
interesting. Well, they're all qualified, which is the main thing. So,
so we've got Kim Harrison in the Auto Glim lane there, and
I don't know. Yeah, we don't know who that is. Hopefully, we'll get a name sooner or later. Kim very happy with the 10:66 she ran earlier. $10.81 this time round, 130, and 12:78, 107. All right, Spencer Tidswell in the Kestrel Beer Lane, and Dougie McClure.
I think from a new point, some of the paint styles are just out of this world. They just look incredible.
You'll notice the most common colour for a race car is black.
Yeah.
But that's what it is.
You say that, and then if we look behind, we've got bright green and purple coming behind us. Oh, twisted off the start.
Oh, where's Spencer going? Whoa.
Oh, Spencer and Dougie both had a bit of a moment there.
Still goes through 984, 140. And Dougie, that was his best run. 10:52. Despite taking the scenic route.
There we go, got Gary Hill in the Kestrel Beer Lane in Hopping Popping with Gary Bird, Lucky Penny in the fourth top. in the auto glim lane there on your right. So there you go. Gary's on an 8.7 at the moment, and Gary Hill is on a 9.64 best times quality at the moment. So it should be a close one. See how these guys get on. So start heading in. Just talking about black being the favourite colour of race cars, and then we've got green and a purple. Incredible. Here we go. Lights are on, they're off. Gary Hill, absolute flying start there. And Gary Bird, not such a great one there, pulls over to the right-hand side, takes it off the main middle. And hopefully that isn't a serious issue, but on Gary Hill there on a 9.66 in 6th place, 1:38.97 at the quarter mile.
Yeah, it's only 200s what he ran in Q1, very consistent. But yeah, Gary Bird, 8.79 in Q1, not entirely going to plan on that. But still got one more qualifier actually out of Anglia. Just to let everybody know, when the classes come round again, it is Nostalgia Superstock round 1 eliminations. So it's not a qualifier for them. They are now into eliminations. Sounds like Ben Kennedy.
Yeah.
It is. And the legend that is Al O'Connor with Al's Gasser. Al went, where did he go? 10.26 in Q1. Ben Kennedy went 9.82. But Al's car is, well, basically a 990 car. That's where that car loves to run. And Al can cut a light. I mean, he is a British Drag Racing Hall of Fame member, and just goes a little bit. No time or speed recorded. And John's found his extended vision eyes, his binoculars. Ben Kennedy goes 9.83. Only went 9.82 in Q1. No time or speed there for Al.
Yes, we've got Shane Bird up in the Kestrel Beer Lane in the 4-pot. And Rob Nixon on the 53 in a 53 prefect. So Rob running 9.89 in qualifying so far. Nothing for Shane on that one. So see if Shane can get a time on the board in the qualifying session here in the Anglia. Go. Oh, Rob Nixon. Big squirrely man, head to the right-hand side, manages to correct it, brings it back into the middle. Goes across the line in a 10.54. Shane Bird there in a 13.5. So no man need lose position, still in 9th for Rob and 20th for Shane Bird. Wow.
Right, Martin Payne with the Great Barbarian. Absolutely drop-dead gorgeous paint scheme on this car. You need to check that out. The airbrush work, just top draw. And potentially this could be your new #1 qualifier here if all goes to plan. This is the Flying Fifer, Colin Miller. The second quickest Outlaw Anglia in the UK after the man who's running in front of it at the moment. That's Jed Guy. Jed managed to get his car into the 6.8s at the hot rod drags at the tail end of last year, and 3 6-second passes at that event. Absolutely outstanding performances. Big shout out and a very good afternoon from Santapod. In other words, a very good morning to our good friend down under, John Willard. John, hope you're keeping well, mate. Thanks for your comment earlier on. Did read it. And I remember what I said, we really do hope you can get over here. Bring the Aussie Outlaw with you. So then, Martin Payne, Colin Miller. Another purge of the nitrous for Colin. Drove through the tyre shake, went 110 to 60. Goes 782 at 168, not a full bore run. Stays in the number 2 spot. Shoots out at the strike. Martin Payne goes 1081 and coasting across the line at 84 miles an hour.
Colin did get a bit out of shape there as he pulled off, didn't he? So he took the long way round.
Yeah.
So.
All right, Wayne Power then. Currently number 12 on a 1028.
Nice clean getaway, no issues. Straight as a die, straight down the middle. Let's see what he comes in with now as he goes over 10.44. Stays in 12th on a 127.97 at the quarter mile mark there for Wayne Power. WB2.
Ah,
Any
it's
ideas?
Wild Bunch. Yeah, Wild Bunch.
Just be on
The
wheel.
Rampage car.
Let's be on the wheel on that one.
Now, the Wild Bunch are actually running in Run What You Brung this weekend, but trust me, they're very well organised, actually. Many thanks to Claire that they are. So, Phil James then with the Rampage. His target, 9.48. Gets a 9.43. Goes 3. There's 500ths under 140 mile an hour of strike. Now, as I said to you, a very rare beast, this one. It's another Falcon, but if you look down at this one here, it's right-hand drive, and most of them are left-hand drive. So I think it's an Aussie import. Got the belly tank here. Whoa, look at the one-wheel peel. Still spinning. And finally stops.
19.69 for the belly tank there. Wheel spinning for literally about half of the quarter mile.
That's what you call uneven treadwear when one of them spins and the other one doesn't. Right, got the ladder sorted out for Nostalgia Superstock round 1. Some good matchups, actually. Pick of the round, Nick Williams and Dave Billadew. But obviously we'll have a look at that one when they come round. At the moment, though, it's Run What You Brung. Our next session for our race classes is at 5 to 7. So got a good old session coming up. Callum Pudge. Callum, thank you very much indeed. It is Ben Montgomery in the green pop. So thank you very much indeed for that one. All right, Vinny's been in touch. Vinny, very good afternoon to you. We call them the White Bunch. They've got a different name for their own team. They've had an issue with a car that we couldn't fix at the track, so after a day spectating yesterday, we decided to travel home. We'll be back and have one of our cars, either Sonic Attack 1 Altered or Sonic Attack 2 Slingshot with us at Dragstalgia. Well, Vinny, thanks so much indeed for your message, mate. Gutted that you can't make any runs this weekend. But sometimes it is better just to get the car back out. Oh, no, just another casualty. And I don't really want to read this one out, but I'm going to, and I'm gutted. Andy Hadfield, Twister, in Supercharged Outlaws. The crankshaft has snapped. God, if that guy had no luck. Andy, oh dear, commiserations, mate. That's something to snap the crankshaft in an engine, but hopefully it hasn't taken anything else out at all. Oh dear. Tales of woe, we hate it, but unfortunately that's what we get. So many thanks indeed for Ben Montgomery in the green pop. Oh, sorry. Hang on, we're getting an update here. Hang on a sec. Right, okay, just a bit of an update for you. This is actually quite a good one, actually. Run What You Brung. We'll be going up to 5:25, and then, of course, Run What You Brung has resumed now, and will finish at 5 to 7. Then it's the race classes, track closes. Amendment, that's not what's happening. If anybody is in the lanes up until 7 o'clock, so basically if you run What You Brung, and you can get into the lanes by 7 o'clock. Well, obviously we're going to run our race classes through. The track will not close at 8 o'clock. The idea being we'll run our race classes through and then finish the day off with a Run What You Brung session for another half an hour.
Yeah.
So in effect, what's happening is once the race classes are finished, it'll be back to Run What You Brung, but you need to be in the pairing lanes by 7 o'clock. So unfortunately you won't be able to see the last round of qualifying, but you will get another run in. So the track will not close at 8, it's going to be near at 8:30. There we go, good news. That's basically because we lost track time due to the weather. They thought, well, everybody's here, let's give them a bit more.
Why not?
Why not?
So there's a lot of people will be jumping at that and getting in the lanes ready to go.
Yeah.
I see our very own KB is lined up.
So Lauren is back with Willis. Self-built car with Dad Phil down there. Good afternoon, Phil. How you doing, mate? Good to see you. Good chat with Phil last night. Nice bloke. Going alongside the pickup. Actually, not a lot between these two on what they've run already this weekend.
$17.92 for the Willis, 18.58 for the pickup there. So there you go. Guys seem happy.
Right, Colin Wood Jr. down there with the Husky. Hillman Husky, don't see many of them. In actual fact, I don't know of another one. 347 cubic inch stroker in there. The Flying Husky.
this is where I'm going to lean on you for as much expertise on your car knowledge on this one.
I just saw it in the pits and took a photograph of it because it had the driver's name on the door. I was cheating.
You cheated?
But that's
So
what
it's in the
helps when
left
you...
one.
Yeah, I couldn't find the driver, so I found the car. But it does appear at a lot of the nostalgia events as well.
It's looking a bit chilly down there, I'll be honest.
Oh, that'll do. 11, 12, 120. And pretty much an original 4 pop going down there. 27.96 at 47 miles an hour. Rachel Warburton looking at the Prozac Willis, driven by Richard, going alongside Chris Coburn. Now you'd expect to see both these cars and a whole host of others when they take part in the Willis Wars at Dragstalgia, second weekend of July. Oh, the front wheels came up again. Whoa, 11, 12. Yes. Very, very nice indeed. 124 miles an hour at the strike. That's the fastest he's ever been. 12:47. But yeah, 11, 12. They will be very happy. So happy that they'll probably keep me awake later on because my caravan's not parked far from theirs. So yeah, absolutely brilliant.
We'll join in with the celebrations later.
Oh, everybody will be in a good mood tonight, I think.
I think about we managed to get the racing back on after that miserable amount of rain.
Yeah.
That's ideal, really.
All right, Trent Scarlett having a great time with this car. Well, basically it's the first time he's ever driven the car. That's right, I just need to double check my info on that because I think it could have been a driver swap today.
God, he's flying.
10:04.
132.59 and a 12.8, 12.38 for the Anglia on a 1:11.79. So.
Yeah, I do believe it's still Trent behind the wheel, actually. He's having a great weekend. Right, 100Es, Dave Mott with the just beautiful ME56 race number car. Car debuted not that long ago, actually. Had a bit of a weird introduction to the world, but Dave's got it settled. Going very, very well indeed. .11.27 plays a 13.43. Well, Dave Mott chasing his first 12, but in the 13s at the moment. And of course, Julian Davison going through there with 11.27. Right, Mark Haswell consistently in the 9s. So far, a best this weekend of 9.38. Going alongside Scott Collin, lifting the front wheels now. Can he go quicker than 10.16? I think is his best so far this weekend. Well, Stuart Flitton did get in touch to say, can you please slow him down a bit? No, he went 10:14. Monica's a little bit of a shrug of the shoulders there, but never mind. Matt Seamarks has made it down to the line. Oh, I'm delighted. A 6-year battle to get this car to the track. Well done, Matt. His first run down the quarter mile in has got to be 6 years, and takes it across the line. 1483 at 69 mile an hour, but the most important thing is it went A to B. Well done. How you doing, Nick? Good to see you as well, mate. But Matt Seamarks, chuffed to bits for them. The battle royal they've had.
What with the car itself?
Yeah, everything. Absolutely everything. Logistics, trying to get a tow vehicle, trying to get tyres sorted out. And that's just this week. We've got a 6-year battle to get the car up here. Amazing job. All right. The governor then, Keith Bartlett with the Comet. John Webster built this car in his workshops just outside the main gate here at Santa Pod.
I remember what Keith's run was in the first one. What was his name?
Well, he's in the 9s, comfortably so. Knowing Keithy will just want a little bit more boost off the line. Oh, nicely done, KB. That is a lot more boost than he normally leaves the line with. Oh, 910. Oh, he's knocking on the door of the 8s now. 156 mile an hour.
Flying, wasn't he?
He's going to be desperate for an 8 now. Oh, he will not rest until he's got that 8.
Yeah. It's a third run for Keith now in that comment.
Yes, today, yeah. 33.4, just getting a little bit loose, but the driver hanging on to that. That's a great looking run. 9.12. Oh, that's their best of the weekend. Love it. Absolutely brilliant job. Well done, guys. Right, this is one of the cars that I wanted to catch up with in the pits last night. I saw the car, but I couldn't find any of the team members and wanted to have a chat with them because it's just a great looking race car. Need to arm the parachute. If you carry a parachute, you need to arm it. Generally is the rule.
Oh, they've both got a flying start off there.
Right, James R goes through with the 995 and at 12.49 at 1:08 in the Auto Glim lane. Do you know what? It was only right that these two lined up against each other. It had to happen sooner or later. All right, Jason driving the black one. I haven't got a surname for Jason. Apologies for that. I've just got Jason Mark 1 Zephyr. Two proper sleepers here. 2 9-second cars.
Should be a close one then.
Yeah, I mean they're here for run what you brung, but there's a slight thing called bragging rights.
Of course, we all want them. We all want to be first and go across the line first. So.
Ian doing the shoot. Okay, see how they get on then. Something in the 9s would be good in both lanes. Oh, we're not going to get a time or speed, unfortunately, in the auto glim lane. Went for the tree ran. 973.
Say that again for us.
973. Right, Ford Coupe. Matthew Southcott in the auto glim lane. Goes 10:29. That's his quickest run of the weekend so far. Oh, Fay Hearn with Daddy Cool, one of the Wild Bunch cars. Whole new power plant in the back of this one.
Just something about that noise. I don't know. It just gets you and gets you all pumped up, ready to go. And we're not even in the car. What would you generally expect time-wise, Colin? What do you think?
Mid to low 9s, hopefully, for Fay. But, just go straight through the station. We need to back her up again. Trouble, she's got the revs quite high. Yeah, just dragged her through. So, Ian, Russ done it again. It's just not, the brakes aren't holding the car. She'll give it one more go and then she'll take it through, I think. Oh, no. Yeah, but she's taking it through.
So she'll go around and pop
yeah,
it in again.
No idea. That engine's got yeah, it just wouldn't hold on the brakes for some reason. Right, that's Bradley Cooper down there in the Kestrel beer lane. That is one of the coolest little slingshots you ever see. If you look at the cylinder heads, it's called a flathead. Don't see many of them around, actually. And beautiful little car. The car is called Back from the Past. It's an 11-second little slingshot. Going alongside Rich Butcher with the Fourth Dimension. This car has a PB of 13.5 seconds, but got a funny feeling that that PB won't last long. It might disappear on this run if all goes well. Brad Cooper rebuilt my gearbox for me, actually. He's a transmission guy, an all-round good egg, and always smiling is Brad. Ken Cooper, his dad, was one of the very first people to race at Sandpot Raceway. Brad's going to get there first. Goes 12 dead. And a 13.01. There we go. Rich Butcher just sets a new PB. Okay, John Dalrymple with the Full Tilt Willis going alongside the Angry Bird. That is a cracking car, that. You just listen to it when it builds up its revs and really goes for it on the quarter. I'm no surprised they called it the Angry Bird. Well, we straightened John up? I think so. He was a long way over to the left-hand side, but now he's in the groove. The Angry Bird just wants to go on. He's building up boost, look, but John's not even in pre-stage yet. Side by side all the way. Yeah, another 9.2 second run for John there. Very tidy indeed. Right, Jamie Faulkner. The Camaro going alongside another Camaro, but obviously a different vintage. You've got a second gen against the first gen. This is Sally Woolner, and absolutely flying this weekend. 8.42. Both of the cars have wheelie bars for a reason, and you're about to see why. Sally getting out of the groove and getting back in it. Pedal back down again. 940, 155 against a 913. Best run of the weekend. Well done for them. Sally knows how to drive that car. Yeah, just got a little bit out of shape. Got it back in, and then just, not going to waste a run. Boot it again. Still goes through 55 mile an hour out on the top end. Right, Kenzie Taylor. He's here. And I'm pretty sure I had a crib sheet handed to me on this Corvette. But trouble is, we've got so much. Here we go. Yes, we have. This is George Ralph, 72 Corvette. This is back to its original green colour. It used to be red. Just had a full engine rebuild. Bought it, start up for the first time. It helped for the rest of the team, so it's only got to do 1 mile max around the pit so far. And as he quotes, he's just going for a Sunday drive up the hill. And a Sunday drive nets him at 1935 at 57 miles an hour. But he's on the strip, and that's the main thing. Well done to George Ralph there. One of the Outlaw Street Gang. Well done. Couple more from the Wild Bunch. Wrathchild. Rob and Pete Brown. The brothers. And the way we tell them apart, because you've got the twin brothers here.
Yeah.
You've got Wrathchild and Rebel. And Rob wears the red crash helmet, Pete wears the blue one. And they swap over each run. So you've got Pete in the auto glim lane in Rebel. And if all goes well, a mid-8. And Wrathchild, which was their first car. Basically, they kept the first one, that's their second one. Wrathchild, low 11s, possibly a high 10, but they've had directional issues with Rebel, so we'll see how they get on. See what I mean?
Yeah. Couldn't quite get it going through.
Yeah. Where have they ended up? 930 at 148 and 1151 125. Well done, Haley. But what that stems from, they've got a brand new set of slicks on the back of Rebel, and I think they're just sort of, in a funny sort of way, bedding them in. But the old set was so good, just giving them everything that they needed. But the new set not quite doing what they want to do yet. But it'll come. That's fact. There's two. They are two guys that you've got to meet, Rob and Pete Brown. That they live, breathe, and eat and drink and everything drag racing. It's their lives. It really is. And two of the nicest guys you'll ever meet.
If the weather's nice, you never know. We might get a chance tomorrow, but it's.
We shall see. Tomorrow's another day. Absolutely glorious down there at the moment, though. Loving it.
Is that in the middle of a slingshot in the left hand?
Oh, yeah. That's another one of the Wild Bunch cars. That's Dan Wilson with Antique Toy. It's a debut for that car this weekend, and it's the Bulls with very, very rapid little Thames van. It's a Thames, anyway. You'll see what I mean by rapid. Well, Dan Wilson, where's he going? Good job the other car had gone past. 10.04. Outstanding run. Yeah, we're liking that a lot. Unfortunately, obviously, we're not going to get a time or speed for Dan Wilson. Dan Wilson just heading to the first exit, just need to make sure that he is out of the way. But engine off, and so it will need to be manually pushed through the gate. Paul Hammond will just wait there patiently in the roadster down there. '32 Ford. Great little car, that.
I think, to be fair, all the cars I've seen today just been absolutely incredible. Some of the paints and designs and.
Well, it's just the cool factor.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Just can't beat it.
No, I think this is the way we were talking about that little boy's dream. This is me sat up here right about now. If I had my own list, there would just be all of them. Because they just all look absolutely incredible, and I think that's the thing. That's why I think you need multiple choices.
Yeah. Do you now understand why drag racing isn't a straight line? You do get cars that run straight, but then there's quite a lot that don't.
Yeah.
And of course, if you stand on the bank of the grandstand, it just looks like, oh, he's just going up the drag strip. But you sit here and you watch them, and they get out of shape and they're all over the place. You sort of think, oh, it's not that straight.
I think that's the thing. You never really know what you're experiencing until you're sat there experiencing it.
Yeah.
And I think people could say, oh, you know, they just go in a straight line. But have you ever been? You know, I was one of them people a few weeks back. So.
So Paul Hammond going through there with 11.49 at 119 miles an hour with that 32. Oh, curses. I think is the word there. That's Wayne Colliver with the Misfit Slingshot. One of the cars that runs in the Wild Bunch. quick boost to get it going.
If you say, Colin said, over all the years you've been doing this, could you remember just one favourite car? Could you sit here and go, do you know what, that was it? That's the one. That's the one I would take home. Now, you've seen hundreds, thousands, if not more.
That's a good one.
Do you want a minute?
I've had favourite moments. I don't think I've got an outright favourite.
Could you pick a favourite car?
Yeah. That's a really good question.
As we see the Misfit slingshot.
Havoc, the fuel-altered, incredible car on what that achieved over the years. 1104, 126 there for Wayne.
Does that be your all-time?
Yeah, I have favourite cars at various different meetings and things like that. But you know, I certainly have favourite memories of various incidents, be it races or fan moments or crowd moments, things like that. Your memory banks are like that. But actual absolute out-and-out favourite cars or bikes, no, I don't think I have an outright favourite. But it's moments and memories that this place gives you over the years. We had a Top Fuel final between Urs Urbacher and Risto Putiainen 12, 13 years ago. And it was a championship on the line as well. And whoever got to the top end first won. Simple as that. But they both overpowered the track and they were pedalling like mad trying to get to the top end. One of them snapped the blower belt in the end, which was Risto. So he was a dead stick. And Urs eventually went past him and took it. That was one of the most outrageous memories because of the sheer excitement level.
Yeah.
I think when Jed Guy ran his first 6 in Outer Anglia, the Hot Rod Drags last year, that was hairs up on the arms moment. That was amazing. But then last weekend, Ida Zetterstrom 378 in Top Fuel. First time we ever seen the 370. It was outstanding. But yeah, this place just gives you memories that you never forget. How about these two then? The Beasting of Bob Morgan going alongside Ratchet Strap Racing Cheap Thrills Dragster. Oh, pardon me. This car is up for sale. $8,000 will buy you that dragster. $8,000.
As it is running.
Everything. As I said yesterday, the only nut you don't get is the one holding the wheel. But Matthew said, well, I'll go in it as well if you like. Yeah, Matthew Hollins with the Cheap Thrills Dragster. Has been a best of 10, 11 in that car. But he went 9s earlier, so he set a new PB. Going alongside, I'm saying it's Bob, but it's, sometimes Andy drives the car, has a best of 9.98. So actually these two fairly evenly matched up on their personal bests.
Oh, this is going to be a close one.
1032 plays 1072. Ah, hang on. Has Phil nicked it? Oh dear, oh dear. This is Lauren's car. She normally drives it, but her old man's thought, no, I'm having a go. So Phil Malls then, as he's broken his own one, he's having to go in his daughter's now. Going alongside that lovely pickup. Patina personified, it really is. Really, really do like that. Chevy pickup straight out the 60s. Phil is going to get to the strike first. What's he got? ET wise, 1763. Oh, lost. Oh no, he's gone quicker than you. Only by, okay, it's a little bit, but
All little bits count.
who's the second quickest driver of the car now? Yeah, go and get back in it. Oh dear. Oh, Phil's going to be insufferable tonight now unless Loz can go quicker. Loz, don't forget Run With Your Brun continues till 8:30 tonight, so you have a chance. Oh, great family though. I love them all. I really do. I've got to write that down. Right, another new one to the Wild Bunch. I don't actually know who that is, actually. Goes through with a 1394 at 55.
Shindigger.
Oh, he's had a weekend to remember so far. Not. Every time he's come down, been towed back to the pits pretty much. Jim Tanner, this is. A heck of a character. Finally gets a decent burnout in. Well done, Jim. Going alongside Paul Tarry with Trigger's Broom. Right, now Paul's got a best of 11.2. Jim, if he can get it all hooked up and running, go as quick as 9.1. Actually, Jim has had a run this weekend. I say he's gone back to the pits every time. He has got a run in. Did go 10.17. 132, but would like to get back into the nines here. Paul Tarry there, celebrated his birthday on Friday. I'm not telling you how old he is, but it took him a while to blow the candles out. Oh, he's all right. Not going as quick as he wanted to, though, our Jim. 11.43, plays 11.09.
He got from one end to the other. That's the most important thing. If he's had a bit of a rough one.
Well, I don't know what else Paul Tarry has done this weekend, but that run is a PB. 11.09, 124.08 has been 11.26 at 118 previously. So well done, Paul. Right, who's this? Whoa, really? Didn't know he was here. Bob Hawkins. It is, yeah, definitely. You'll like this.
Okay.
It's a 6-second slingshot dragster. Running in the Wild Bunch. It's the Wild Bunch ET record holder. Little squirt of de-icer there. Just making sure the bug catcher doesn't freeze up. So here we go then. Bob Hawkins. Fingers crossed for Bob. Hopefully everything hooks up and it gives him the run he wants. .801, 166. Something to work with for the team there. Yeah, I was thinking the same. It'll come. It will come, definitely come. But Bob has been in the well into the 60s before.
Wow.
This is where, I mean, look at the paint scheme on there, and the car is called Happy Days. James holding on to the roll cage there with little Faust. That's all original, that car, pretty much. It's so Rob White with Happy Days. And just waiting for James to come under the tower with the little Faust dragster. James, over his racing career, has done everything. He's raced at Daytona. No, it's not Daytona Kart in Milton Keynes. Daytona in the USA. He's done oval racing. He's done circuit racing. He's done driver instruction. He's the official commentator for the British Rental Karting Championship as well. So he knows his way around a microphone. Real nice guy as well. And his little Faust dragster has a best of 12:28. I don't know what Rob's PB is, because he wasn't due to run this weekend, but is now, which is good. Goes through with a 12:87. James goes through with a 13:31.
Engine behind the driver. That's the first thing I picked up on in the slingshots that we were talking about before. They've always got them in the front.
That's right, yeah.
And now we've got one tucked up behind the driver's seat.
Yeah, it's the way it is now compared to the way it used to be.
Yeah.
In effect, in like fuel racing, because back in the old days, always the way to do it was the engine was in front of the driver and the prop shaft and the transmission is right between your legs.
Yeah.
And Don Garlett's probably the most famous drag racer on the planet, approached it differently and sat in front of the dragster. And the reason he did that, because he had a clutch explosion and it took part of his foot off and it snapped the car, but behind. Last incident, I think it was at Lyons, I can't remember where. But so he was the innovator, basically, of the rear-engine dragster. And when that started winning, that was it. The top fuel has been rear-engine ever since. But there's a lot of people that prefer it the old-school way, and there are lots of cackle cars. There's a lot of race cars that are still front-engined, but you literally sit with your backside over the rear axle, well, no, behind the rear axle, and then the axle itself goes underneath your knees, behind the back of your legs, and then your feet control, so never fail, the axle is right there. I didn't see who the Camaro was there. Dave Mott certainly is in the Auto Glim lane. Dave Mott, oh, nice run there, 12:82, 106. Camaro goes through there with 11:06, 140 mile an hour at the stripe there. That was not hanging about. Right, 33 Willis. Now this car, actually street legal, despite the parachute hanging off the back. He's still on treads as well. You've got Mickey Thompson ET tread tyres on the back. There is a monstrous nitrous oxide kit on this car, but they don't use it at the moment. They just want to get it all bedded in. Done a lot of work on this car.
Newly built, or
no, it's been around quite a while. $10.98 is into the tens. X-News 10.92. That's approaching the tens. But yeah, the Willis into the tens nicely. Right, the Buick. Saw this one earlier, and that is another one of those drive it like you stole it cars. We really have to manhandle that thing to get it to go well, but go well it certainly does. And pointing right, but I don't think it's going to make too much. See, no, the crew guy was a bit, he was over the start line, so obviously that can trigger the beams and everything. So obviously the crew guy needs to be behind the start line. Much calmer run for the Buick this time. Pretty much arrow straight. There's Ian showing him where the guard beams are. Well on Ian. 13.73 for the Falcon, 10.59 for the Buick. Nice run. Right, the Assassin. Don't know much about this car. Obviously runs in Outlaw Street. It is Matthew Southcott. It's a 39 Ford Coupe. And the rod, unfortunately, very little about this at all. Apart from the fact that I would like to take it home, please. Something so cool about that.
Yeah.
Bit of a weave, bit of a wobble. Matthew's got that under control, takes it through, 1064, 124. And 1134, 115.
Oh, Rough Diamond's back out.
Oh no, got a problem there somewhere along the line. Ian spotted something.
Back he goes.
Yeah, just keeping it off the... There is even a racing line up to the start line as such. They don't want to do their burnout and go plumb in the middle, if you like, when they're backing up after an issue. Frankenstein Chevy coming around.
Sat up like that, I just think makes it look like an epic monster. Comes through now. Can you see anything on that?
So Simon Devos with the Frankenstein Gasser going alongside young Kenzie Taylor. Oh, got a bit close to the apron there. Now Simon with the Chevy so far has been 1047 at 126. Goes 1061 on this one. What's Kenzie got for us? 1581 at 87 miles an hour. Nice little cheeky purge of the nitrous there with the, I think it's LS powered. That is so clean. First appeared in 1967, this car. Very, very nice indeed. I don't know what year the band came from. Earlier than that. 10:05 for that one. So he just tickled the 9 right. Right, Wild Bunch number 83.
Graham Rawlins in Little Digger. Previous best is a 10.574, and he's up with Lee Hartwell in the Metal Mistress, 10.24 and a 133.23 across the line. So should be a good one. Not a lot in between them. Half a second.
But they were one of the smallest engines in the classes there for Graham.
Physics tells you that these guys, the way the cars are, the way they should be built, it's like a bee.
Yeah.
You shouldn't fly. These shouldn't go
I like
10
that.
seconds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because of the way, the makeup and, you know.
Yeah, that is one question you don't want to answer, isn't it? How do bees fly?
Yeah.
Can't answer it, can you? Just say, because they do.
But it's the same when you sit back and think about it, isn't it?
Well, Lee goes 9.87 and 10.93 for Graham there. Well
Previous
done.
best was a 10.24. So
Yeah, he went 9.72 earlier, so yeah, staying in the nines. That's good.
9.2.
All right, the green vet used to be red, and nice to have that information. And he's out for a Sunday drive on a Saturday. Lost the sheet this time. No, I put it.
Which one are you at?
So much
We've
paperwork
got
up here.
paperwork all over the place here, and we're sifting through.
Oh, here he is, yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, George Ralph, 72 vet. 1859. Yeah, Vinny, I know the story on that, but he's not getting anywhere close to the 10s at the moment, so we shall see.
So don't forget as well, we've got the Supercharged Outlaws starting in about 10 minutes, I think, down on the schedule.
Don't know if we've called them down yet, but
Don't think we're calling down yet,
no,
but we're down on the
we'll
schedule.
leave them alone for the time being. Right, let's have a look at these two then. Paul Hammond and Rachel Warburton. Rachel hopefully doing the happy dance. 11.33, 123.
Oh.
Consistent. Paul Hammond, a little bit off pace actually on that one. Clicked it early. 12.74. He was certainly faster at the 8th than he was at the quarter. Oh, is that an amended one? Oh, you pain.
Oh, he's just sat there and filled it out.
I just filled out the old,
Look,
the old
on the
one.
whole thing. Now you're brought in another one that Colin's got to sit and fill out again, unfortunately.
Never mind.
Never mind.
It is what it is.
So where are we at schedule-wise? Are we on... We're still in Run Where You Brung?
Yeah, it's
Are we near it,
it's
or we're
loosely
not? We're
based.
not?
Loosely based.
based. All right.
So we have a
We're
look in
still
the
going
lanes.
for
And
another
that's
half an
fact,
hour after.
yeah, still got Run What You Brung in the lanes. We got Supercharged Outlaw down in the lanes there. Leo Knight with the altered. Oh no, Matt Seamark's behind us down, just been pushed back. As I said, they have had a right torrid time. Right, I request that they get a break. Matt, fingers crossed, mate. I know it's frustrating, but it'll come good, mate. It will come good. You know it will. You've got the right people around you. It's just frustrating. Matt's been around this sport a long time to know that sometimes it isn't your day. He used to race in junior dragster and did very well, actually, in his junior dragster career. When I started commentating, Matt was in the juniors. Goes to show that, you know, once you're in this sport, you generally stay in it somewhere along the line.
Don't tell my son about the junior dragster Scotland World, because otherwise he'll have me have him.
Has he sat in one yet?
Huh?
Has he sat in a junior? I know he sat in a big one, but has he been
No,
in?
he ain't sat in the junior one, is he? I think he sat in the big one, but he didn't sit in the junior one. don't give him any ideas.
Me? Give some ideas? Never.
Nobody needs to come forward and volunteer a junior dragster for my boy to sit in. You don't have to. It's fine.
You're lucky that there aren't any of them here this
I know,
weekend, but I'm
that's
sure
good.
we could arrange it.
You don't need to, honestly. You don't need it because you don't know that once they start, you know, they hang on to that idea, and then it will materialise that Dad will buy me a junior
Yeah,
dragster.
but a month ago you didn't even know what drag racing was, and
I
now you're
know.
here.
Now
We-
you'll
we
be
are
telling,
here.
no,
So-
because now we'll want one. You're like, you're sitting there, you don't know what you're dropping me in, Cole. He's
dear.
going to literally like be
I
like.
do know what I'm dropping you
Dad's-
into because
Dad
it's
said-
drag racing. It's the
Yeah.
world we're in.
Colin said, Dad said that we can have one, and I'll be like,
I,
right,
did, I
thanks.
didn't say that. You just said that.
I'm not, that's how I'm not saying the word
You
now.
just
It's
lost
it's
that one.
Yeah, I've lost
you
that
just
one,
totally
everyone.
lost that one.
So, you know, thanks very much.
Right, back to the world of reality then. Right, Neesmith with the beautiful Fairlane. That's a lovely looking car.
I do like
First
that
week,
one.
making its debut this weekend, actually.
That is a pretty car. Could go on my list. .175 on an 80.26 mile an hour. Cross the line there for that one. It's your Willis.
Oh, I don't believe that matchup. That's just appeared. I'm just redoing the ladder because obviously we have an amended one with the Nostalgia Superstock. You know, I told you about the two guys that were racing for a tenner.
Yes.
They
yes.
meet in round one eliminations in Nostalgia Superstock. What are
Was
the odds on
they
that?
in the Zephyrs?
Yeah, that's quite funny actually. 2 9-second Nostalgia Superstockers meeting in round one.
We've got
Just,
Dad back in, or we...
Let's have a
see.
look. Ah, right. Ah, no, Lauren's.
Lauren's back in the car now.
Phil, yeah, that was cruel of you. That was really.
No.
Come on, Lauren, you can do this.
Come on.
Come on, Lauren, give it everything it's got. You've got to beat 1763. She's going to rag it now. Come on, Lauren. Dad Phil looking on.
Anxiously waiting.
Come
Look
on.
at Dad dancing.
Dad dancing, not a good idea. Come on, Lauren, come on, come on, come on.
Oh! Same.
Oh, it's identical.
It's the same
I
time.
can't believe that. We've got to look at the
Third
timing
number
slips
down,
to
isn't it?
see. That was 1763 with a 6. What did you get? A 3. 1763 with a 3. Oh, Phil, come on. She can have another go. I can't believe they both ran exactly the same time. That is brilliant. I wish it was a 62. I know,
Yeah,
that
I
would
know,
be
so
so
close,
much fun.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Oh, dear. Boo. Go on then, put the cans on. As the rest of the class are down here. Mate,
Yeah, good one. There you go.
the Fadster is in the house. But
Howdy.
you don't want to be up here, do you? Not on this
rather be
precise-
down
I know
there.
you'd rather be down there. I got the message, mate. Oh, how?
Well, I don't know, because the car's still running. And it's running really, really well until you put your foot down and the end of the crankshaft, which is snapped, tips and misses the magic eye of the crank trigger. And then
Right.
it goes, duh. All the load comes off the supercharger then, and it sees a magic eye again and fires back up
And that's what's been causing these issues then?
all weekend.
Unbelievable.
So that means that it was broken
Yeah, before.
at the main event. Probably the last run of the main event, it broke. Yeah. So 37 hours of work between Sunday night and Wednesday was all in vain. Do you know,
Well, it's not actually, because you're nearly at 180 mile an hour.
Yeah.
that's what. Well, I had this argument last night. I said, to all intents and purposes, it was 180 miles an hour, and one of the guys said, well, it wasn't, was it? Because it was 179.92, and that's not 180 miles an hour, is it?
Well, it's near 180 than 179.
Well, with the best one in the world, I had him down as 100% dickhead.
Yeah.
But, you know,
Oh dear.
are we allowed to swear? No.
Preferably not. No.
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 Anyway, so how's everybody else looking in Supercharged Outlaws, though?
It's been a war of attrition, by the sounds of it.
Has Keith Freeman calmed down again yet? Or is
I
he
swear to God.
insufferable?
It's not that he's insufferable, but I sold him the camshaft
Right.
that was in his engine. I said, it's a wee little camshaft, you know, it's not going to do a great deal of duty, but it'll get you going. So we had a conversation over the winter, and he talked to me about this camshaft, and he had a word with Ben at EDA, and he ordered up this new camshaft. And it's the same camshaft profile and grind as the one that's in Gary Park's.
Okay.
And I said, it wouldn't surprise me one bit if you see an 890 out of that. And there's no reason why it shouldn't. You know, it's very, very similar spec to mine, apart from the fact that it's on petrol. But it's like the old spec of mine was, and I ran sort of 830s, but you know, a little bit of a different setup. So I think he's going to see I think he'll see an 890 with it.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow, that's...
Well, what's he dropped to 10th already?
Yeah.
Took a 10th out of his PB yesterday, taken another 10th out of it today. You know, these aren't small numbers, are they? You know, a 10th is quite a bit, isn't it? So, yeah. Very busy writing the little notes there, Colin.
I need to, because
he did
when
one thing. That he did the didn't you? He did the orders, the cars for the knockout, wasn't it? Of the
Yeah, basically, for
Nostalgia
what I need
Superstock.
to do here, when we get a ladder that's 32
Mm.
cars or more, it just gives the race number, it doesn't put the names down. So I need
Gotcha.
to fill the names into...
Gotcha.
so
problem
I
is
know
that's the
who's
second one.
racing who. But they changed it, so I had to do another one.
do it again. So this is job number 2
Yeah.
for Colin while he's sat there. Yeah, he's on again, doing it again. So
It's a bit like you with your engine. No, I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it. I'll take that back.
You know,
And it
it wasn't so much what he actually said then, it was the afterwards, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
and what's
the...
worse, it wasn't even you saying anything. It was me about his second job and stuff like that. But then
Anyway, it's done
he
now.
just now picked on you for no reason.
I'm right with that with you. I think he's just a bully.
That was just
Mean-
cruel, wasn't it?
Mean and out of
Yeah,
order.
see?
And, you know, if that's the way that you get your kicks when guys are down, then, you know, all the more power to you.
Well,
Nasty person.
at least it's cool up here. Even though we haven't...
You haven't got
it's
it
not-
turned on. And the remote control is missing. It's not back in.
It's there.
It's not back in its... Oh, what was it that Peter Kay called it? It's not back in its holster.
That's it.
In its
But
holster.
we've got the instruction manual.
You have got an instruction manual, a beautiful
Andy
bit of
wrote
pipework
that.
there.
Andy actually wrote that instruction manual.
No, he
clearly.
did not. Because we have your book of instructions. Do you remember that? The magnificent men in their flying
Yeah.
machine. I need a book of instructions.
Oh dear. Right, we're stalling actually because we're just waiting for a little bit of track prep. What? Did Martin bring that suit with him? Or he did.
He did. He did. They're like the Blues Brothers. but
Gentleman's outfitters extraordinaire down there. Look at them.
It's the Blue Yeah, short and fat. That's you. That is.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're long and fat.
Yeah. But no, they've had a great weekend. Well done to them.
Oh, you've not heard the best. You know what they were going to come as? The Queen.
Really?
Yeah, they were all going to get dressed up in frocks.
Yeah.
And they were going to have a handbag and pearl necklaces and the whole garb. And yeah,
I think this look is better, actually.
it kind of works for me a little bit.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Freddy's Revenge.
You've got drops in there, haven't you?
Oh, don't. So you keep hold of it, do you know what I mean? He's got so much paperwork. It's the first one as well, so I'm like writing frantically as things go on. You know what I mean? You've got to try and keep up there. I've got a wealth of knowledge next to me, and it's, you know, I can't keep saying to him, Cole, what's going on? What's going on? So I'm scribbling frantically to try and get notes down, so I at least sound half of know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. So, Andy, next time out for you, Dragstalgia, or are you pushing for someone else? What's your thoughts?
Summer Nats I'm not entered, and
Okay.
I wasn't intending doing the Summer Nats anyway.
Right, so Dragstalgia
next-
will be the target then, yeah.
Well, actually, the next target is Melbourne.
Okay, fair enough.
yeah.
No, that's all right.
Melbourne at the end of this month. But the problem is I've just been on Summit website. So this is a shout out to all the engine builders out there and the John Websters of this world and Jeff Bulls. I need a 4.5 inch stroke, big block Chevy crankshaft.
I spoke to Nick and Dan.
I'm going to speak to Nick. And
Yeah. I've got, obviously they're here. Obviously Jeff and all the engine builders
Yeah.
here.
Yeah.
But fingers crossed, mate.
Yeah, if I can get the crankshaft, there's no other engine damage.
Hmm.
It's just take the crankshaft out, get it balanced, fire it back in, and yeah, should be okay. But disappointing. It's disappointing after all the work, but yeah, it's drag racing, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of what we do, isn't it?
Yeah. But then you'll be here for Summer Nationals anyway with Purdy and the Junior.
I'll be here with Pooh. She's known for Summer Nationals. Yeah, and then we've got the Hot Rod Hills next weekend. That's that should be quite good. I'm looking forward to that. Just a really relaxing weekend
Yeah.
with all the hot rod crowd, and yeah, then Melbourne, I hope, and then Summer Nats, and then Dragstalgia for me. Yeah, love Dragstalgia.
Yeah, well, we're not that far away. Just looking in the lanes, looks like it could be Andy Park coming round the corner first.
Andy Park will be against Keith.
Again?
Yeah, we're a little.
I know
bit
you try and
low
match
on-
them.
Yeah, I do try and match them, and to be honest with you, they're two really good close cars, and I don't like a situation really where I've got a 9-second car against a low 8-second car. That's no fun for anybody.
Yeah.
You know, we want close match racing if we can do it, and sometimes when we're low in numbers, it just means repetition.
Okay, Mick, I'll come back to you, mate. Right, okay, well, the Bluebird's just about to go and put some extra traction down for all the Supercharged Outlaws and the rest of our race classes. So I'll tell you what we'll do. Nitro FM 96.2. They can take the airwaves back while we rest our vocal cords as we get ready for the last session for our invited race classes this weekend. But of course, it is round one eliminations for the Nostalgia Superstock coming up. So don't go anywhere, folks. We will be back when engines start up once again. Okay, so here we go then. Supercharged Outlaws. Fadster is up in the tower with us. And that sounds like Leo Knight.
Yeah, Leo's on a buy run this time. It's just to give him a bit of time, you know. It's his first event with the Supercharged Outlaws, and he's got some issues. He's got some timing issues, or he's got a bit of a misfire that he's trying to chase down. So we're just giving him some buy runs and letting him find his way into the fold, really. Ever such a nice guy.
Oh, goodness me, yeah.
Just cannot do enough for you. In point of fact, he takes his own time away from himself by doing favours for others.
I love the way that engine sounds. Hunting for fuel after every... Just sounds so right.
Yeah.
Until you hit the loud pedal.
I would like to see a little bit more revs in that on tick over myself.
So final adjustments show that the parachutes are armed to the driver. At least he knows when he goes for the chutes, they should deploy. So Leo Knight then, with the altered.
Keep it in. Keep it in.
784.
He'll be delighted with that. Well done.
Yeah. Respect
Well
for that
done.
run. 784, 165 miles an hour.
That'll do. That will do. Well, that gets him his 990 ticket in, doesn't
All right, Keith Freeman with the El Loco 2. Andy Park.
It's like some sort of tournament as to who can do the longest burnout.
Well, Andy Park had been running sort of 9.8, 9.79, then just pulled a 9.69 out on his last run.
I know.
That was like, whoa, where did that come from?
That was fantastic.
And the great thing about these two cars, they're both street legal.
They are. They are. Street legal. It's fantastic. Really,
Not with all
really
the
good.
scaffolding sticking out the back. They need to take that off. But
Yeah, no, I don't think the slicks would go down too
No.
well on Keats. Although Andy's, in fairness, is on street tyres.
he is, yeah. All right, let's see what they got then. Are we going to see another PB?
Oh, red lit.
$9.27.
That's another tenth. That is another tenth.
Andy
That's
Park goes
fantastic.
9.66 as
That's
well.
fantastic. That's amazing for him. I'm absolutely thrilled to bits for him.
God, truth. 9.4s, 9.3s, now in the 9.2s,
9.2s.
all in one weekend.
Mark my words.
I know.
Yeah.
God, Martin's gonna. He was bouncing around like a kangaroo on speed the last time he was going up the return road. Don't know what he's going to be doing this time.
with
Probably
the
somersaults.
With the best will in the world, he's a complete freak, even when he's down. So, God knows what he'd be like when he's real. Could you imagine him on speed? Oh, you can't say that, can you?
No. Right, Mike Couch and Gary Parks. Changing subject very quickly. There he is. Look.
He's going down again. Gets his round of applause on the way down as well. Second time now, absolutely loving this.
9.27, 149.18 miles an hour. New PB. Well done, guys.
Immense. Absolutely immense. I'm thrilled for them.
Right, Gary Parks with Purple Days going alongside Mike Couch with the little Hemi Hustler.
It's easy to forget that Mike's car is really small displacement, isn't it?
Yeah.
Sort of 350 cubes.
305.
Yeah, or 305, sorry, yeah.
Gary wants to get back in the sevens, I would have thought, unless they're trying to be consistent in the low eights.
I
But
think they're looking for a bit of consistency more than anything.
Yeah.
Go on.
that could dip. 812, 166 against 896 for Mike. Well, Gary's quickest run of the weekend. And talk about consistency. Mike Couch, 896, been 894. He's really getting good.
He is really
very
good.
good.
He's really good. He's a real good racer.
All right, Roy Wilding. Going alongside Robbie Grabham with the Topolino, Freddy's Revenge. And as Dave says, the old girl quit on us at half track on the last run. Hopefully they've rectified the ignition issue. A few adjustments.
And Roy's still shooting for his 200 miles an hour, which he is desperate for. I think if he could buy a ticket for £2,000 that said 200 miles an hour, he'd do it.
So arming the chutes on both cars. So Roy Wilding then with the Slingshot Dragster in the Autoglim lane. Robbie Grabham with the little Topolino altered in the Kestrel Beer lane. They've been 719 Robbie, 726 for Roy so far. Roy Wilding goes 720, 190 mile an hour. That's right. Robbie 823, 153.
Yeah, I think Robbie's got a couple of. I don't think it lit a couple of the candles there. It was a bit fuely on the right-hand side of the engine.
The only good thing they take from that one, it was straight.
Yeah, they were. They were.
But one on Roy, 720, 190 mile an hour, as we move into Outer Anglia. Good to see you, mate.
Thank you very much.
And
Great
as
seeing
I
you.
say, we look forward to another Facebook update as you tear it down again. Oh, sorry, mate. I am gutted for you, honestly, you know that.
It does happen. Well, thanks very much.
Okay. Andy Hatfield, the Fadster. Always a welcome guest up in the tower, especially when he brings nice white boxes and mounts them on the wall and puts power in them, and it makes everything cool. Right, so Outer Anglia. No, then Mick Taylor did try and get hold of me, but unfortunately I couldn't answer it. So sorry about that, Mick. A little bit busy when we're live, so I'm guessing that's because Mick won't be making this session. So Mick, if you just send me a message, mate, let me know. Unless you're already in the lanes, then happy days, but we'll see. So then, first up, Ben Kennedy, Gary Hill. Mid to high sixes between these two.
210 separated. This should be a good one.
The great thing with these is there's no dial-ins. This is just heads up.
So straight up, isn't it?
But so this is qualifying for eliminations tomorrow. Their last qualifier. 965, 979. Quickest run for Ben, that one. Well done, Ben.
Now, who did we have for this? green one. Remember we had that conversation earlier on, didn't we? And we were like, who's in the car? And then somebody sent us a message.
Yeah, Ben Montgomery.
Ben Montgomery, that was the one.
Yeah, but fortunately the timing crew got the same message. So we've got his name in the computer now. Alongside Wayne Power. .54 for Wayne, stays 11, then stays at number 17.
Whoa.
Go on, Martin Payne, the great barbarian. Alongside Shane Bird with the long shot. You can see Wayne's half cheekily covered the number plate on there. Well done. Martin Payne, the great barbarian, one of the best looking cars that I've seen for quite a while. It's just that the attention to detail, and the paint scheme and everything, and especially if you can't see it from here obviously, but have a look at the front. Very, very well done indeed.
Does look an incredible car, to be fair, doesn't it? Oh, there we go.
That happens. Still having that little weave at 3:30 there for Martin Payne. It did happen later on the run previously. Goes through with 11:43. Shane Bird goes through 13:54. Rob Nixon, currently number 9 with a 9:89, and Ian Trudell with Anxious. He has been running this weekend. Obviously, he's done a lot of run runs, but this will be his first timed run in Outer Anglia. He'll certainly run the numbers. Holly just making sure. Nice that you can get on the start line crew, father and daughter. How about that? Yeah, Marshall, dad, and obviously Holly, his daughter. And of course, Holly only a nose drag race.
Family affair on the start line.
9:94, very close to what he ran earlier, despite the pop wiggle. Mick Taylor, yeah. Can I please say happy birthday to Joe, my son and crewman? Of course you can, Mick. So, Joe Taylor, many happy returns indeed. Obviously, that's from Mick and everybody on the Banshee team. All right, Barry Woodford and Dougie McClure are both in the 10s. The slug. You've seen the artwork on the side.
Yeah, it's
cool.
incredible, isn't it? I think some of the extenders and some of the imagination that these guys come up with have been absolutely amazing.
Not many other motorsports that has like wacky designs and that. Well, tractor pullers do, and monster trucks and things like that. But, well, he keeps it in his lane, which will do very nicely. But sometimes go a little bit wayward. That makes it characteristically entertaining. And good improvement for Barry Woodford there. 10.25 moves him up into the number 10 spot. open the back door. I'm the nitrous. Brilliant. Spencer Tidswell with the Battle Axe Warrior, or Powerage, as they call it. Rob Torrington with Anglia Saxon. See what I mean by black cars? Just look cool.
Yeah, but since you said that, do you know these are the only two we've seen?
no, there's more. There's more.
Since we've said about that, the first cars behind us were green and purple.
That's interesting. 10.70 is on the scoreboard, so that's the bump spot for Outlaw Anglia, so only the top 16 will get to play. And from what I gather anyway, Spence moves up a spot there, 9.79, nicely done.
Oh. That's a response.
The legend that is Ginner down there.
You say hello and you get a tongue sticking out there.
Oh, he's a good lad. Yeah, he's only doing that because he's not coming up here today. Thanks, mate. Yeah. All right, let's have a look around the corner to see. Well, we were talking about this. I hope it's going to happen. Colin Miller and Robin Reid going to match race. It still counts as a qualifier for Colin Miller, but he's doing his last run alongside Robin Reid.
Is there a little side bet involved in this one?
No, because Robin would be way quicker. But nevertheless, great entertainment on a Saturday evening here at the Nostalgia Nationals. Robin Reid alongside Colin Miller. You would never expect these two to race each other, but that's what we got. Robin Reid with the blown Daimler Nitro Dragster and Colin Miller with the nitrous 4-pop. Now then, one of these cars is absolutely flying this weekend. Robin Reid resetting his personal best by a country mile this weekend. Absolutely outstanding performances. 6.3s. 6.374, 208. Colin Miller has been 7.0s on numerous occasions. A lot of work has been taking place over the winter, mainly by that man out front there, Jed Guy. Shorty's Hot Rod was the first into the 6s in Outlaw Anglia in the UK. Whoa. Five nitrous jets sticking out. Oh my goodness me. What have we got? Even John Willard in Australia has just looked at that and went, what? Good afternoon to you, John. Hope you tuned in, mate. I know you'll watch the feedback later on. But Colin Miller, currently number 2 in Outlaw Anglia, 7.52. And just for fun and for a match race, going alongside Robin Reid. Let's see if the track can hold for Colin Miller. Pop and a bang. But let's see what Colin Miller has got for us as he goes through. 7.04. 109. Look at the speed. 196 miles an hour.
Wow.
That is the fastest Outlaw Anglia in the UK. Nobody has hit 196 mile an hour Outlaw Anglia in the UK. Outstanding run. Oh, Colin put everything he had in the locker and more into that car for that run.
Incredible.
107 to 60 foot. The 8th, 456 at 157. 7.04. 196 mile an hour for an Outlaw Anglia speed record. Wow. Well, when the nitrous purge came out with 5 jets, I thought, oh my God, he's got everything in it now. Robin Reid, unfortunately, a big pop and a bang. I don't know if he banged the supercharger there or not, or what happened.
Flying off down past halfway through, past the 1.8. There's a big black on the side there.
Oh, well, Robin Reid, I tell you what, leaving today with a 6.37 with a 4, which they did yesterday, but well done, guys. But Colin Miller, wow. A new 196 mile an hour pass.
Give them
there.
a wave and a clap,
Well,
guys, as they go past you there
Well,
in the
that
grandstand.
is the
Incredible.
remaining goal in Outlaw Anglia. We've had the 6 second.
Yep.
Now it's the 200 mile an hour. That's what they're going for. And Colin Miller, 196. Whoa, saved the best till last there. Really did.
4 mile an hour to find. And
Well, they're going to have to
see.
keep hunting. But, well, 196.41. Outstanding pass.
incredible.
I don't know. This is a weird one, this, because I know Cole's desperate to run a 6. I think he'll console himself with the speed that he ran there. But he still wants that 6. If he can get a 6 and the speed, then, yeah, happy days. But well done, Cole. Brilliant job. All right, it's going to be a little bit of a clean-up there. Hopefully not too much, unfortunately, there for Robin Reed. But we were watching Robin, and Colin just disappeared, and you could just see he was on one there. You got Gasser Circus in the lanes, to be followed by Nostalgia Superstock will be around the corner, and obviously Run What You Brung as well. Don't forget the Perry lanes are now closed, but the great thing is, we're doing Run What You Brung after this
at the end of
session. Right, just had this. Trouble is, I'm getting lots of messages from various racers with, obviously, some are happy and some are sad. And Matt Seamarks with the little 100E, the engine is locked up solid. Matt, there's no words I can give you for that, Matt. Commiserations. I just hope when you pull it all apart, it's not as bad as it may first seem. I'm just wishing you all the best, Matt. I really am. Trevor Large has been in touch, Trev, and I think everybody's going to echo this one. Massive good luck. Best wishes for Aaron Fensom driving the Dirty Deeds Nostalgia Funny car. He did his burnout and launch in the car.
Yep.
Just going to go a bit further. Probably half track, I would have thought, for his next run. But big opportunity. Yeah, big opportunity for Aaron as he brings the car around now. The Dirty Deeds team. Aaron Fensom behind the wheel. He's going to have to wait a little while because there is a little bit of a clean-up. But it is disappearing. It's not oil, which is good. I know it's fuel or whatever that is. But, yeah, a little bit of a clean-up in the Autoclim lane. And once that's done, it will be Aaron Fensom with the Dirty Deeds Nostalgia Funny car coming around the corner. Certainly been a brilliant second part to the day since our weather delay. We've seen some great numbers, seen some great runs. But whilst we wait for Aaron to get his opportunity to take the track, going to give it back to Nitro FM 96.2, and we'll take it back once the track is ready and the team is ready and we get racing once again. Well, the track crew have done their thing. You can see our marshals walking back into position. Ian picks up the starters button. So we're going to be Rob Elson, Dirty D's, driven by Aaron Fensom. Just hooking up the starter to the funny car. Aaron had a very, very nice 60-foot launch, burnout and everything. Very accomplished. Okay, the signal's given. And I've got to take my hat off to whoever designed the crew shirts for the Dirty D's team. They look absolutely fantastic. The way the funny car wraps around the back of it as well. Top quality job there.
You get yourself one, Carl.
Yeah. No, crew shirts are, you know, everybody does team T-shirts, but the crew shirts are very special to the teams themselves. Well, looking at the tow car, that's Andy Fensom, that's Aaron's dad's car. And look at the number plate, Fast Fen. That is actually the number plate for that car. It's not put on just for race events. Very tidy burnout indeed for young Aaron. Notice he had a few more revs to play with this time. They've adjusted the throttle stop for the burnout. So a bit of an all-star crew down there, actually. Young Jack, Jay's down there. Andy Fensom, of course, Aaron's dad, Rob. Very good team. So by my reckoning, we'll be looking at a half pass here for Aaron. A little bit skew with, but they'll trade up when they come forward. The idle sounding just that little bit too high. It won't disengage here. That may have done it. So it won't budge, so you're going to have to lean it out, kill it, unfortunately. Oh, what a great shame. That was looking so strong on the burnout there. But the forward motion wouldn't re-engage, unfortunately, so unfortunately had to abort the run. But right up until that point, that was looking absolutely spot on. Very, very good, strong burnout as well. Not too high on the revs, but had a bit more revs than the first one. But that's how it goes sometimes. It's just one of those things. But good team, good guys. They'll get it sussed. And there's always another run. Right, let's move on. Gasser Circus.
Yep.
Their last qualifier before we set them up for eliminations for tomorrow. Graham Barton with High Anxiety and Ray Irish with Gas Junkie, your first pair. So at the moment, Graham is number 11.
Yep.
Ray, number 21. That's because he keeps going too quick. So needs to get one the right side of his dial-in. 988 dial-in for Ray. Fantastic. Graham Barton, 1059. Currently number 11. Went 1065 earlier on. Still got the tailwind. Air conditions getting better for more power. See how much heat the track has retained.
That's about it.
And that's the difference. The breakout for Graham Barton goes too quick, but Ray, 93 on 88, 500ths off, moves up from 21 to 4. Ray Turner with Green Onions, loving the new engine, absolutely loving that 10.8 dial-in. He's never dialed that in before. Tony Pearson 1065 with the gas, with the gasless 56 Chevy. So try Chevys, pick your year, 55 or a 56.
Ray Turner putting a 10.85, moving up from 17th to 4th there. Tony Pearson on a 10.73 was moving up.
Yeah, moved up to number 10.
So,
Right, well, your number one man at the moment was perfect. It's going to be very difficult to get around him. Martin Hallam with the 33 Willis, 977. He's adjusted it to 976. Thinks he's going to go a little bit quicker this time. Jason Hollenby with the jumping Jalapeno, the Falcon, dialing in 1054. Should have left it where it was. I went 977. But consistency there. That's 2 977 runs in a row. Well done, Martin. Great run. 1066 there. Right. Billy Jones with the Willis going alongside Lee Pike with Honky Tonkin, number 2. .10 dial in for Lee. That's the lowest that car's been this weekend on dial-in, that's for sure. 1044 for Billy. Went 1055 earlier. Well, the air, there's a big burn out there. The air is still certainly good out there. Breakout by a 10th for Billy Jones. 926 there for Lee Pike. Right, the governor then. Keith Bartlett with Roaring Rat going alongside Adam Krasinski with his Chevy. So, again, pick your year. You've got the 57 to play with this time. Adam currently number 20, Keith in the 21st spot. 1240 plays 1045 on dial-in. Good looking run for Keith. 1045 the target. 1074. They swap spots actually. 1224 breakout for Adam. Keith goes 74 and a 45 dial. Moves up from 21 to 20.
Looked a nice run from Keith, to be fair.
Yeah, it just
nice
wasn't running the number that it could have done. Absolutely nothing wrong. Just wasn't as quick as he wanted it to be. Well, pick your car from 1964. Do you prefer the Comet or perhaps it's the Dodge? Simon Prest, Brian Gibson. Simon having a great weekend debuting his new ride and dialing in at 1097. If you'd have said to Simon he'd be dialing in 10s, he would have run with that. Brian Gibson looking for 1120. Whoa! Brian Gibson moves up to number 3, but Simon Prest goes 1090. Yeah, 1090. Breakout extraordinaire there. 122 miles an hour at the stripe. He's broken out. Yeah, so what? But he's another PB. Well done, Simon. Brilliant run.
Literally half a second off that time. Yeah. Incredible.
He's dialed in a 10 and he still broke out. Exceptional. Paul Dominique with the 640 Austin Dorset, looking for 1149. And Katie Booth with the Mighty Mouse, 1028.
Kate Booth on a 10.34 moves up into 8th place there. Incredible run.
No movement for Paul, though. He stays put. 11.81 for him.
We've got Honky Tonk in number 1, or the original one. Is that right?
Yep, the original.
The original with Steve Matthews there in the Auto Glim lane, and in the Kestrel lane we've got John Grant from B&G Racing in the Falcon, dialing 11.3. Steve on a 0.958.
Carried the front wheels beautifully that time, and straight.
Steve Matthews breaks out on a 9.53. John Grant on 11.37. So John moves up into 10th, while Steve stays in 7th place.
Well, the wheelie didn't slow him down, did it?
No, not at all. 5/100ths of a second of his time. 5/10ths of a second of his time. Incredible. So next up we've got Simon Glenn in the Kestrel lane in straight shooter in the Austin on 11.65 dialing. Jason Pickett on a 55 Chevy. He's on a 10.99. He's in the Auto Glim lane. So here we go. Jason Pickett on a 10.98 breakout. Stays in 4th. Simon Glenn there on 11.76 stays in 9th place. So
Jason's going to get hold of that ticket and going to go, oh, for God's sake, why did I put a 98 instead of 99? Oh, dear. Oh dear, Logbad the Bad, one of my favourite race car names, that one. Looking for 11.60. Sean Milsom, 10.04. Oh, has been in the 9s. Doesn't want to go into the 9s on this one, though. Mind you, having said that, he's already number 2 qualifier. Oh, look at that! He's hit 10.02. He did the worst thing he could have done there. Break out and not go in the 9s. 10.02. 12.49 for Nogbad. Ah, right. This is important now. This is eliminations, round number 1 for Nostalgia Superstock. We saw Ian Johnson, unfortunately, pulled out on the trailer earlier on today. So Jake Cawthorne with a flag jumper. He is on a solo, so he gets a freebie. Now then, he dials 11.64, gets 11.64. Watch out for Jake. He's on form. Right, Pete Christmas with the Fallen Angel, looking for 11.25. Neve Smith, 14.99. Fair to say that Pete has got an advantage here. He will be chasing Neve down. He hasn't got to the 14.9s yet. But nevertheless, could be decided on the start line if Pete gets a bit impatient, because there is a stagger here. The fair lane will be leaving first. There it goes. Pete Christmas sets off in pursuit. So Pete drawing alongside. And takes that with 11.81. Good run there. Good weekend for fair lane as well. 15.28. But it is Pete that goes through.
Rob Tyrrell in the Robson's Revenge is on a bye.
He actually ended up number 1 qualifier.
So he's going to be going through. He's got 3 rundown. Dialing number 10.24. Got to line in at 10.32. So Rob is through from that one.
Right, Duncan Watts dialing in 9.50. He's got a lot of wiggle room in there. Going alongside Clive Dandridge with the truck. Dials 1268. Duncan's got to be very patient here. 3.18 seconds difference on the tree. Two very good races, to be fair. Be a tough one.
Oh.
Game over. Clive goes red. Automatic win to Duncan. It didn't really matter what they ran. The red light decided that one at the start. This is a tough matchup. Lee Childs with the Valiant taking on Jack Bishop with the Barracuda. There's only 0.12 of a difference on the tree. Two exceptionally good racers. Both know how to win events. But they meet in round one here. This has massive implications in the Lifestyle Championship, actually, because both of them would be front runners going forward. But one of them is going to be out in round one. Green light drag race, that's the important bit. It's going to be decided at the stripe. And it goes to Lee Childs, takes that one, 88 on an 82. That, in effect, was a whole shot win. There's not a lot that Jack could have done, but the reaction time of 02 gave him 700ths of a wiggle room to play with there. So Lee Childs goes through. Well done, Lee. Well, unfortunate there for Jack. Right, Gary Semper and Howard Holmes.
11.59 for Howard Holmes and 11.44 for Gary Samper. So he head off. Oh, Howard Holmes takes it on 11.84. Gary Samper on 11.62.
Look at the win margin, 0.1 of a second at the stripe. Wow, tight.
See Jim Smith in the Kestrel Lane on 10.95 in the 70s. Jallam and Ashley Rawson in Kermit the Duster on a 10.25. This will be another close one.
Well, in theory, they should all be, because that's hence why we have the dial-in differences. They should know what their cars run, even though they've only had limited qualifying today. But they've all been doing this a while. Ash takes that one, well done. 10.29 on, he's only 400ths off there. So Ash is through to round number 2. Shelby Watson, Paul Singer, next pair. Shelby dialing in 11.42, but Paul Singer will be the first one to leave, looking for a 12.55. 1.13 second difference on the tree. It's not an advantage, by the way, it's just the dial-in difference between the two. The only advantage one is going to get over the other is a better reaction time. But then we don't read the reaction times out, we're not allowed to, because some of them have radios in the cars and they listen in, and if they find out that someone's cut a really good light, so we never announce it. Oh, breakout for Paul Singer, so Shelby Watts takes that one. But mind you, reaction time's nothing to write home about for either of them. I wasn't going to say that during the race.
So we've got Dave Bilodeau in the Kestrel Lane on a 0.975 and Adam Novak in the Auto Glim Lane on a 10.8 dial-in. So a slight delay for Dave there in the Yorkshire Heavy in the Kestrel Lane.
Well, that's your number 2 qualifier on the trailer, unfortunately. Dave Billadou takes the win. Breaks out big style, 970 on the 75. They both break out, actually, but the red light was the first infringement, so that's what decided the race. They can go as fast as they like, break out, do whatever they like, just don't cross the centre line.
So on the ladder, well, we've got 2 seconds. On the ladder, so how do they get separated from where they qualified in the...
Yeah, this is a ladder for 39 cars, so like number 1 gets the bye run, number 11 races, number 30, 6 races, 25, so they're qualifying order, but it changes per how many cars are on the ladder. Right, so number 29 qualifier, Mick Sharp takes on the number 10 qualifier, Adrian Portelli. Adrian looking for 1070, Mick looking for a 1025. Just checking if Adrian still has a pulse. No, just making sure all of his safety gear is good. Good. Adrian goes red, 0-1 red. It's a little bit too eager to get the job done. So it's going to be Mick Sharp that takes the win. Breaks out as well. Good air tonight.
It's been like that all day, though, to be fair, isn't it? We've had one breakout after breakout today, so...
Right, Chris Goodale with the Camaro. Going alongside Stuart Arthur with the Roadrunner. Nearly 3 seconds between them. 2.97 to be precise. That's a big red. That is a big, big red. And not only that, Chris saw that. As you can see the wind light on his own lane at the stripe there. So Chris gets a freebie. What's he going to run for us? He breaks out by less than 100th. But a bigger breakout in the other lane. Doesn't matter. Chris is through. Well done, mate.
So next up, we've got Glenda Thompson in the Kestrel lane in the Charger on a 1424. James Ellis in the Camaro on 1190. So a bit delay in for James there.
Oh, we saw the car move, left before the tree was fully activated as well. So James Ellis gets the freebie. Been a great weekend for Glenda, though, her first event in Nostalgia Superstock. Well done, Glenda. There's James that goes through. Ty Strevitt. Oh dear. I love his approach. Good young lad he is. Going alongside Neil Francis with the 12.25, darling. Actually, it's only 0.05 of a second difference between these two. So they will be looking at each other all the way up the track, assuming there's no reds on the tree.
Oh, there is.
Ty goes red. So Neil
goes through there. That was going to ruin up as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. Ty breaks out 12.30. He'll be actually quite pleased with the number, but he will not be happy with the light. But Neil Francis, look at that, 12.26 on a 25, darling. Very, very good indeed. All right, John Sleeth and Bob Main, this should be. Indeed, there's Bob, looking for a 12 flat. 9.59 for John Sleeth.
Just can't get over how pretty that car is. Bob Main's car. Incredible.
You're talking to a Camaro man here.
I know, but it just looks so amazing, doesn't it? With a high wing and
he's top bloke,
it's
actually,
just,
Bob.
I don't know.
Do you know why it's got a high wing like that?
No, go
'Cause
on.
you can't open the boot if the wing was lower. So that's why it has such a high wing.
That could be a good reason. Yeah.
Well, it's true.
It's a fair reason, but I don't know. There's just something about it. It looks so nice. Sorry.
So, John Sleeth then, he's going to have to be patient as Bob Main.
Oh,
Bob goes red. 014 red. Oh, gutted for Bob, but well done to John. .958 with a 7 on a 959 dial-in. Oh, if it wasn't for the red, John Sleeth went 0.3 win margin at the stripe, but that was already determined by the red light. Right, first of the two Williams Brothers racing cars in eliminations. This is James Oliver, dialing in 924, going alongside Richard Granger, 1134 with the Roadrunner. Winner will be taking on James Ellis tomorrow. Cracking wheels up launch trolley. And I think because Richard had a little stumble, Ollie's drawn alongside and takes it with a 955 to lose that 1177. So Ollie goes to round number 2. Chris Tyhurst and Chris Layron. Only 0.05 difference on dial-in, and this is Chris Tyhurst's first ever race in Nostalgia Superstock. As you say, purchased the car late last year. Going alongside the very experienced Chris Layron. .1291. You can see Chris backing off at the stripe there. Reaction time advantage to Chris on that one. Good match up here between the two Northamptonshire residents. John Davison with the Soper and Hecker Roadrunner taking on Nick Williams with the 69 Camaro. Dial-ins then, Nick dialing in 1083, John Davison 1040. Massive cherry on the tree, John. Well, an 04. Nick on his game there with an 05 light. So look at the ETs. Oh, Nick, 1083 hits it bang on. John Davison, red light broke out, but Nick through. But good weekend for John, nevertheless. 1030. Good ET.
Shame ending it with a tree in it.
Nick would have been tough to beat with an 05 light and running bang on your dial-in. Right, next up then, Kiwi with the Duster going alongside Simon. I can't believe these two have met up, having qualified next to each other as well. A little side bet they had earlier on, and typically they meet in round number 1. The dial-ins then, 968 a pair. How did we know that was going to happen? So, as long as we don't get a red light, it's first to the stripe wins without breaking out, because they're going to be leaving at the same time. Well, that's the theory. Oh, Kiwi,
no.
big red. Oh, he's going to be gutted. Well, Simon takes that one.
Such a shame. Next up, we've got Nick Martin from the Downtown Duster in the Kestrel Lane on a 13.71, and Pete Dodd from Metamorphosis on the Camaro in the Auto Glim Lane on a 9.08.
Pete's got to be real patient. Real
It's like
patient.
4 seconds, isn't it?
No, it's more than that.
No,
Nearly 5.
nearly 5 seconds. Oh.
One more pair after this in the Stoner Superstock. Very nice launch there for Pete. Now he's going to close in and try and pass. Yeah, breakout there for Nick Martin. And not only that, Pete Dodd goes 9.09 on a 9.08 and an 0.5 light. Very nicely done indeed there for Pete. Well done. Right, well, no Don Scott. Unfortunately, the Monte Carlo's broken. We did see him have a few issues this weekend. So Glyn, with old scatterbolts, goes through. So that's it. They're all done. So we whittled the field down. $39 down to 20. So Nostalgia
this is what we were
Superstock
talking
round
about
2
earlier,
will
wasn't it?
take place tomorrow.
Your two Zephyrs.
Right, now it is run what you brung. This is what we weren't planning to do, but fortunately we managed to... lots of messages. Oh, Matt, push rod let go. Trevor Large says the fast Fen car now belongs to Aaron. Craig Dixon designed and supplied the crew shirts for the Dirty Deeds team. Thanks, Craig. Well done. This is great. Well, the 185.60, not really true to form, but we're going to see a 9.52 indeed. 147 miles an hour at 10.27 at 138. Wow. All right, Graham Scrivens back down once again. I tell you what, he's had quite a few laps today, actually. Let's see what his best has been. 67. Best of 10.40 at 132. $10.69 on this one. Best of the weekend though, 9.54 with a 9. Moves up from like 34 to number 26. Right, Stuart Flitton messaging earlier on. He said, please, please. Well, he didn't put the please in, but I'm going to add that. Ask Scott Collin to slow down a bit. I'm missing this meeting. We'll be at the next round. Well, Scott Collin launched like a bandit on that one. Hunting. Is he going to get one? Yes! He's got it!
Nice.
He's done it! Oh! Monica is dancing around. Oh, finally. 9.97 for Scott Collin. He's been looking for that forever. 9.973, 131.6 now. Cue the abuse on social media. Oh, what a time to do it though. His last run of the day, 9.97. Oh, you're not going to hear the end of that one. You really are not. Congratulations, Scott Collin, his first 9. Whew. That was worth waiting for.
Yeah, it's,
Right, just see Monica doing the happy dance as well.
I think she still is. I think she's still gone.
Oh dear.
Trying to see where she is. I can't see where she is, but I think she's still dancing. So
Right, Mark Haswell, what's he got for us then? I tell you what, two very quick cards actually. 9.13 for the Camaro. Can we get that into the 8s this evening? Come on, James, come on. Oh, I think he may have clicked early, he has unfortunately. 9.36 for the 100E. 10.51 just clicking early, but that was a good looking run. All right, the Angry Bird. Oh, pick your Falcon. Yeah, I mean, that looks great, doesn't it? So the Angry Bird's going to build up and then bump into stage. That's a heck of a build-up boost before it goes in. Oh, the brakes at the stripe, but not going to get a time or speed, unfortunately. Colin Miller's been in touch. He goes, "Hi, Col, absolutely buzzing from our last run, and at least making some headway towards that elusive 200-mile-an-hour mark. Huge commiserations to Robin Reed and the team. So much fun, mix it up, and hopefully we can have a third grudge race real soon. Thanks for all the support from everyone and all those who make it safe for us to do what we do. We might even have a few wee beers to celebrate." I thought that was in the rule book. I really did.
I think that's just that's a given, isn't it? When you go sort of 196, you know what I mean?
Staggering. Well done, Colt. Massive congratulations. Kenzie Taylor is back. Oh, no, Willis is really getting the move on now. 11.06. What's Kenzie got? 15.71.
That? Was that Bob Mayman?
Yeah, I think that could be it because our start line crew are moving back. Yeah, there was a couple of cars in the lanes. One of them being Keith, but he's nowhere to be seen.
No.
Actually, no, we were running up to 8:30 and it is pretty much there now.
We are literally on,
And that's right, there were the only two left in the lanes.
Yeah.
What a day. Despite the weather delay, we really did have a good time. Some massive highlights. I mean, Colin Miller was outstanding today. But then pretty much everybody in Run What You Brung was really laying down some good numbers today. I hope you enjoyed it.
I really did. Looking forward to tomorrow. Hopefully, you know, all given. Everything should be good. But no, it's been really good today. As I say, with Colin Miller's going to have a wee couple of beers on his 196. I think that's just an absolute given. But no, overall, it's just been an absolutely incredible day there. And look forward to tomorrow. Yeah, thanks to all the racers for sending us the messages and let us know what's going on. Really appreciate that. More of the same, all the events. Bob Main just heading back to the pits. We will see you tomorrow for eliminations for all of our races, all of our invited race classes, and the Wild Bunch, and everybody in Run What You Brung as well. Have a very, very good evening this evening. We will see you tomorrow. In the meantime, Nitro FM 96.2, they're going to take over the airwaves for the rest of the evening. Don't forget, plenty going on in Fuelers Bar tonight. That'll be the place to hang out later on. We'll see you tomorrow. Cheers.